Unfiltered. Ain't raw. Turn it up. Let it talk. Yeah. Raw. Hey, hey. Unfiltered. In raw. Hey, hey. Red dirt on my boots. Flag flying off the back of my truck. They said sit down, be quiet. I just laugh like, man, good luck. Hey, hey, cornfield, small town, but my voice hit the big screen loud. If they're mad at my freedom, yes, I'm doing my family proud. Unfiltered and raw, say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered and raw. They roll their eyes when I say I'm standing with the man they hate. But I remember cheap gas and border that held this gate. I pray hard, work late, ain't waiting on the handout check. If you kneel for my anthem, we just don't see the same respect. Unfiltered and raw, say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered and raw. This for the welders, the nurses, the cashiers counting every dime. This for the soldiers in camo who do it all again each time. Salute. We ain't scared of their labels, we just call it like we saw. Proud to be American. Unfiltered and raw. Yeah! Unfiltered and raw. Say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered and raw. Unfiltered and raw. Unfiltered and raw. Turn it up. Let it talk. Yeah. Raw. Hey, hey. Unfiltered and raw. Hey, hey. Red dirt on my boots. Flag flying off the back of my truck. They said sit down, be quiet. I just laugh like, man, good luck. Hey, hey, cornfield, small town, but my voice hit the big screen loud. If they're mad at my freedom, yes, I'm doing my family proud. Unfiltered and raw, say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered and raw. They roll their eyes when I say I'm standing with the man they hate. But I remember cheap gas and border that held this gate. I pray hard, work late, ain't waiting on the handout check. If you kneel for my anthem, we just don't see the same respect. Unfiltered and raw, say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered and raw. This for the welders, the nurses, the cashiers counting every dime. This for the soldiers in camo who do it all again each time. Salute. We ain't scared of their labels, we just call it like we saw. Proud to be American, unfiltered and raw. Yeah, unfiltered and raw. Say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered and raw. Unfiltered and raw. Unfiltered and raw. Turn it up, let it talk. Yeah, raw. Hey, hey. Unfiltered and raw. Hey, hey. Red dirt on my boots, flag flying off the back of my truck. They said sit down, be quiet, I just laugh like man, good luck. Hey, hey, cornfield, small town, but my voice hit the big screen loud. If they're mad at my freedom, guess I'm doing my family proud. Unfiltered and raw, say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered and raw. They roll their eyes when I said I'm standing with the man they hate. But I remember cheap gas and a border that held its gate. I pray hard, work late, ain't waiting on the handout check. If you kneel for my anthem, we just don't see the same respect. Unfiltered and raw, say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered and raw. This for the welders, the nurses, the cashiers counting every dime. This for the soldiers in camo who do it all again each time. Salute. We ain't scared of their labels, we just call it like we saw. Proud to be American, unfiltered and raw. Yeah, unfiltered and raw. Say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered and raw.
All right, let's rock and roll. What's up, everybody? Appreciate everybody being here for the 59th edition of the Patriot Chit Show. Appreciate everybody being here with me. What up, Ed Eagle? What's going down, bro? Robbie, Artsy, Chair Bear, Cool, Bell Miner, everybody I see in here. I appreciate you guys being here with me. Was having a little technical difficulties starting, so a little late to the party, but here we are. Appreciate you guys being here. Again, without all you guys' support, doing all this, it wouldn't be happening. Appreciate everybody. We did just hit 2,000 subs. I think we're at like almost 2,100, so we're rocking and rolling. Appreciate that 100%. Also on Tuesday, I will be over there on the Town Hall Tuesday with Cly and Tommy. You guys definitely got to check that out. Probably go to their streams or mine. I'll be streaming it as well. But on Tuesday, I'll be on the Town Hall Tuesday. Don't know what the topic is, but we'll see what it is. What up, Rooster? Josh 164. Good evening, Patriots. American flag. Peace sign. What up, bro? And I thought I saw Twin in here as well. What up, Twin? So appreciate you guys being here. I think today when we had Mr. Donald Trump, let me switch this over real quick. So, oh, there we go. That's going to be funny. You guys will get a good laugh out of that. Read it and weep, guys. But today we had Donald Trump do a presser, we'll just say it is. And I thought it was kind of going to be a nothing burger on elections, but it was actually a whopper. It was pretty gnarly. If you were reading between the lines and know a little bit of the backstory, especially related to the April 2020 DNI intelligence report that was released 2 years later in 2022, that effectively said, yeah, China was doing things they shouldn't have been doing, but there was no interference in our election, right? As it was said. So there's a couple other things, and it's worthy. I'm going to go back. I'm going to watch the whole fucking thing from start to finish, because there was a lot of little nuggets of truth in there. And the biggest one being that the president of the United States, his daily briefing was being altered or not given to him completely, right? That is a big deal. So the daily briefing is an intelligence report that's written by specialists that write it for the president to keep him on top of things on a daily basis. So he gets this daily report daily. And to think that there's elements or people within our government or people in general that are actually withholding information or not giving him a proper daily report is actually treason. Pure treason, because that I mean, I don't know what other way to put it. It's just pure treason. So hearing that, when I heard that, it's like, wow, we really do have some assholes, in the deep state that are, definitely need to go, because that puts our country at risk. That's anything from, I mean, it could be anything. It could be anything. Who knows what it was that he was not getting, but we know they were altering what was going down. So I'm going to flop this over and share this real quick, and we're going to watch this whole damn thing because I think it's pretty important. I'll stop here and there. Let me share this screen really quick, guys. Oh, which tab is it? Nope, not that one. There we go. Share. Let's rock and roll. It's absolutely insane. I mean, absolutely insane. Like, I cannot believe what I was hearing. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it at all. So let's get this rocking and rolling. I was testing sound issues, all kinds of crap yesterday. I think I got it all squared up. If there's no sound, immediately let me know, so I'm not just talking in the air. Appreciate you guys being here. Let's roll. But yeah, this thing, I was floored when I was listening to this. I had to stop, and it was insane.
Good evening.
There we go.
Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murderers, many of whom killed more than one person.
Yeah, the My Pillow guy was right.
Transgender for everybody.
Exactly.
Men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities. Along. And the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Absolutely insane.
America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it the best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job creating
100%
businesses.
expensing,
Our stock
guys. That
markets
is a big
are
deal. This
at
isn't
their
related to
highest
elections,
point
obviously, but
in
big
many
deal for
years, but we
businesses.
can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%.
TrumpRx.com. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like,
TrumpRx.gov.
oh, I
This
won't even
will
go there because
ultimately
it's Trump.
reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care
How
is
dare
coming
Trump
way
lower my
down because of what
prescriptions?
we've done with prescription
How
drugs.
dare he?
And with Trump accounts, every child in America
Yeah, the
now
Trump
has
accounts,
access to
I
a
forgot what it
tax-free
is,
investment account
TrumpAccount.gov or whatever it
to
is.
save for their future.
$1,000 seed
Billions
money.
and billions of dollars are being
Anybody born
invested,
between
put in
that
by
this year, I
companies
think
and
is what it is.
individuals
This whole of
to
this
take
year.
care of our children,
And then
so
also
that
on their Social
at
Security
age
card,
18
it's
they
going to
will
say
have
freedom
potentially hundreds of
250.
thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide
And
open
the seed
borders have
money
been
only applies
transformed
to
into
children
the
born
most
before a
secure
certain
borders
period.
in the
You
history
can
of
get
our
your child
country,
a Trump
with
account and
zero
fund it.
illegal
It's like the
aliens being
Roth
admitted to the
IRA,
United States
but for
in
children,
the
for
past
kids, right?
14 months. That is
Awesome.
zero. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder
best
rate
border.
at its lowest level since 1900,
Wow.
or more than 125 years ago.
It's
We're making a
insane.
record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we
America's
still have
back.
a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have...
Stop right there. So the declassification, which is going to be some type of intelligence report that's probably not, it's being declassified. That's probably the Congress folks know about, that people in the know, that go into the skiffs know about, right? And they just can't say it's classified. But I was searching high and low when he had originally said this, because he says, go to whitehouse.gov. I scoured it. I searched it. I was looking just so I could have that information. I cannot find it. I'm sure it'll be available. I went on to FBI, I went on DNI, I went on the various websites where it's usually dumped, the usual channels will say, and I could not find it. So when it does come out, I'm gonna thoroughly read it, because that's kind of the stuff I actually do. I'm really into reading the actual primary source documents. So we shall see what it actually says. But he's declassifying some document that spells out that contradicts basically the DNI report in April 2020, if you remember what that was all about, where they said, oh yeah, China was doing this and that, but that was it, right?
Dangerously exposes and really exposes like levels never thought possible to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China.
Absolutely nuts.
Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign.
Absolutely nuts.
They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice?
Holy
Also, in
shit, what happened to my time?
mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot,
Like he
when
was
actually
nuts.
your president has done a great job. And they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America.
Isn't that nuts? Treason,
The
basically.
Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were
I
used
did
to
find
destroy
those, Ed.
information given by
Thanks for the
President
yeah,
Barack
it's
Hussein
NICA.
Obama to be burned. It was
Is
supposed to
where
be
they were.
burned.
And
These
actually, I
bags
actually
were
found them on the website.
supposed
They
to
were
be
the links weren't there
at
when
a
I looked on whitehouse.gov.
different level
They must
by
have
different
updated
people,
it
incinerated
mid-speech or
and
something,
checked.
because
But
all
it
the
never
documents are
happened.
under each
Maybe
pillar.
we got
so
lucky.
there's
We
a lot,
believe this
guys.
was
We'll just say
not
there's a
done
lot of documents,
on purpose,
but I will
rather through gross
meticulously
incompetence of the
offline go
people
through them,
that
but
was
we'll
supposed to
briefly go
burn the
through them.
bags.
I'm not
But
going to
the
read them line for
findings are
line.
stunning. Today, I'm
because
asking the
you gotta
Office
know a
of
little
the Director
backstory
of National
for pretty much
Intelligence, the
everything to
Department
really
of
know how to
Justice, the
decipher
FBI, and the
through
CIA
the black
to
bloc, we'll say.
investigate how and why such crucial
Absolutely
information
nuts,
was
though.
hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal
Absolutely
charges, if
nuts.
appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it, made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election
And
websites
there's a great book if you
are
want to know what
most
he's talking
vulnerable
about,
to exploitation,
Black
and
Box
adversaries
Voting by
could
Bev
use this
Harris.
access to these
Bev
systems to
Harris
disrupt election processes
explains
within the
everything
United
he's
States
kind
of
talking
America.
about in super
Tonight
detail.
we're releasing all of those findings and
Super
spanning
detail.
from January
Absolutely insane.
2020 to June 2026.
It's insane
This
because
is a cyber
we
threat
kind of already
aimed at
knew all
the
this,
very
but
heart
to
of
hear
our
that it
democracy.
was true, right?
Many people have questioned whether it could actually
Absolutely
be
nuts.
possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly
Why we
what
took 'em
happened,
out.
conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop.
This is not new, though.
digitally
Actually, the United
alter
States
vote
is very good
totals
at
in
election
ways
rigging. We
that
do it in
could
all the
not
countries all the
be
time.
detected even
All
with
the
an
time.
audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned. They couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls.
These redactions,
and yet we
guys.
still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about.
All those
because
redactions.
of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us.
Lots and lots of redactions, guys.
We should be united,
not sources and
not
methods
divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again.
A lot of important redactions.
Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming
not your conventional
cyber vulnerabilities in our
These are probably just
electronic voting systems. They are bad.
In a fast fashion.
We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt.
So here are the states right here.
No mail-in
Alaska,
ballots
Arkansas, Colorado, Connecticut. I mean, look at all those states.
Disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
Absolutely insane,
House
guys.
and Senate.
Pause there. Absolutely insane. There is a lot of documents. I'm barely on pillar 2. Pillar 2 has 10, 20-ish documents without reading them all. Let me show you the website I'm talking about and where you could find this stuff yourself so I don't have to show you. And I encourage you to go read it. It's actually batshit crazy. I read it earlier, but they added the documents to it. Let me grab it from this website here. Go over here. Stop sharing that. I'm going to keep that up, actually. Sorry. Let me go here, grab this link to the website over here. Oh, wrong tab. There it is, whitehouse.gov. I will share it in the chat here. Election integrity, -integrity. Go back here. I'll share it in the chat. So anybody that's kind of looking for it, that's where it's at. Let me go over here and I'm going to share. We're going to go to the website and I will show you the various pillars. So this is White House. What is this? whitehouse.gov/elections-integrity. And this is where you're going to find those documents. So there's 4 pillars of vulnerabilities in electronic voting and ballot counting, China's acquisition and exploitation of American voter data, Michigan voter registration investigation, non-citizen on state voter rolls. And he went in and dumped all of this. So this is kind of pillar 1. And then here's your documents here. Is the documents. Vulnerabilities in elections. There's a bunch. It's a zip document. Pillar 2, China's acquisition and exploitation. This one has about 20. Michigan investigation. There's a bunch in that one. And lastly, non-voters on state voter, or non-citizens, sorry, on state rolls. Let's see how many are in this one. Whatever, I'm not worried about that. Either way, that's where you could find it. It's actually crazy. I will go through this in depth and read this shit. This is something you can't just do live and read each document without really going through it and whatnot. But it's absolutely batshit crazy. A lot of this we already have known. We've already known a lot of this. We already have known quite a majority of this shit, right? It's really nothing new. It's just the level in which it is kind of unheard of that we didn't know of. Let me close this one down real quick. Stop sharing. That was the wrong one, but whatever. So either way, there's that. So I honestly, if you were listening to a X Space the other day, I think it was who the hell was it? Gentleman, I think his name's The Moose, and the other gentleman, I forget his name, out of Portland. He does the flag waves all the time and shit. I've met him a few times. Cool as hell guy. But either way, they were having a space and we were talking about this. And I brought up the idea that I think it's election interference. I was leaning towards maybe Iran stuff or whatever, but I went in there and I said the exact thing related to the machines. This was 2 days ago. So if you want to go back and listen to that, we had a pretty good discussion about the machines and everything. And I don't know who was in there, if anybody was listening, but we talked about this very topic and it's crazy. We're all like pretty much reading it right? I was thinking Iran at first, but obviously the election thing is more important in what's going on. So it's absolutely batshit crazy. Absolute batshit crazy. Oh, let's go, Robbie. Thanks for the chili, Robbie. I just saw that now. The chat wasn't scrolling. That's what's going on. That Mad Dog. There we go. Mad Dog. Yes, Mad Dog. Cool ass guy. If you ever guys get in Portland area, have the opportunity to meet him. Cool ass guy. Mad Dog and the Moose are running the space. But yeah, we were talking about this same exact topic, and it's crazy that that's what happened. Because I was leaning towards Iran at first, but then thinking it through, it's probably not going to be, 4 days out, we're going to start, in 4 days, we're going to declare war or whatever, right? Like, come on, that's not likely. Hi. Oh, here we go. What up, hi? How we doing? Let's see. A fair democracy should verify its voters without creating unnecessary burdens, barriers for people who may lack transportation, money, time, or access. Oh, so what you're saying is black people don't have IDs, right? Or women that just got married can't go and maybe just change their name or whatever the case being. They're being discriminated against, right? So because of those demographics, we should let everybody vote, right? Kind of the same argument you see everywhere with the leftists is the racist and the sexist argument going wild. Absolute batshit crazy. Inbred themselves a position to be in voter poll, and they were privy to some of the yeah. Well, I could tell you some shady shit just being involved in election stuff back in Arizona, and I had to swallow the pill basically, and to realize how much corruption is actually in elections, and it's on both sides. It just seems the Democrats are more ballsy and care more about violating a thing. Very racist of you. Yes. Yeah, it's totally racist. It's totally racist. It's not only racist, sexist to say that, just because you're black, you don't have an ID. Remember that someone went around did an interview. So, do you have an ID because you're black? Oh, would you be surprised that people believe because you're black, you don't have an ID? It's like everybody has an ID. Everybody has it. Yeah, and what voting is turning into, voting is turning into is not voting day, voting week, voting weekend, voting month, right? Like they kind of slowly pushed, from the day vote, like, you go and vote on one day to like, okay, the weekend. Okay, now you can postmark it. Okay, now this. Now it's like, well, we got to make sure every vote is counted. What they really mean is we got to make sure every vote is not only counted, but we get the election we want. So it's a bunch of bullshit. And it's actually crazy to actually see it live happening too in certain states, right? And it's not a lot to ask for, an ID or proof of citizenship. Let's say I want to go and get an ID, right? There's systems or things you could do, bring a birth certificate, a social security card, prove that you're a citizen, right? That's what the real ID is. You have to prove citizenship. And guess what? Almost every single state now requires it, right? So now we have the real ID. Most people have it. Why not use the real ID? As you've already shown your proof of citizenship. If you have a real ID, you've proved citizenship, right? So, I mean, why not just say, hey, voter ID? It's simple, but real ID, right? Yeah, if you don't have an ID, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. Let's say I go to the gas pump. This is even away from IDs. Let's say I go to the gas pump, I pull up, and I need to get gas. I'm like, wait a second, I can't pump gas. Well, I need a debit card or a credit card, right, to run the transaction, right? Or if I go inside, I'm like, well, I'm getting gas. I'm going to go buy some alcohol or tobacco. I need an ID, right? I mean, hell, look at Taylor Swift's wedding. You needed an ID, right? So it's not far-fetched to need an ID for things. What is far-fetched is just allowing anybody that crosses the border to vote in our elections. And what it is a disenfranchisement. The people that are citizens to us that are eligible to vote, when you're allowing people that aren't allowed to vote, you're disenfranchising people. If we go back to the 1800s, when the newly emancipated blacks, right, during the 1800s, with the incorporation of the 14th Amendment, right, onto the states, saying you have to allow blacks to vote, right? What did the states do? Southern states, Democrat states do. They actually use their police power to go into elections and stop the newly emancipated blacks from voting, even though the Supreme Court found that they're eligible, they're citizens, right? So what did we do? We brought in the National Guard. We didn't federalize the elections, but we ensured that the laws were being faithfully executed, right? And it's not extreme to say, hey, we need to maybe get the military, not the military, but National Guard or the federal government involved, because one, we're disenfranchising lawful citizens, right? They're being disenfranchised by people that shouldn't be voting in our elections to begin with. And people say, well, you're disenfranchising those people that were saying you need to show your ID. How are we disenfranchising them when they shouldn't be voting to begin with, right? They're disenfranchising all the rest of us. And it's actually crazy because you have a group of people in our country that simply believe that if we allow the illegals to vote, they're going to vote for us, right? It's about political power at the end of the day. And that's what we have to kind of realize. It's not about, oh, what's right, what's wrong. It's not about, oh, you know, we want to ensure the elections. No, it's about political power, because they believe if we continue giving handouts, we continue doing what we do, this particular demographic of people will vote for us. Just like remember when Lyndon B. Johnson said shortly after the assassination of JFK, he said, we'll have these hard inners voting for the next 100 years, right? And his idea was with welfare programs, right? And he was right. Look at the black vote today. The black vote majority votes for the left. And not because they necessarily agree with them. It's because they want fucking handouts, period. Nothing else. It was up until the late 30s, coming into the Great Depression, we'll say, that actually blacks exclusively voted Republican because they knew the history. They understood the history. And thereafter, with the welfare handouts, right, is when you started seeing the black vote slowly trickle down to the Democrat vote, where today most black communities vote Democrat. And it's the fucking craziest thing in the world to see. Not because, you know, they're voting with their will, they're voting because they're actually believe that they're entitled to reparations. And their form of reparations typically is a welfare or government handouts. And at the end of the day, it's not helping them. It's not building their communities or their societies that they want to have. It's actually putting them in a position of being a vulnerable community that's at the behest of what the government says, right? Whatever the government may will, right? Appreciate it, Heavy, with the sparkles. But at the end of the day, the black vote is probably going to be a more important vote as this shit goes on. When I say this shit goes on, when we start getting voter ID, once that's in, the biggest demographic of voters that's probably could be swayed is maybe the black vote. Because I think everybody else is kind of politically, their head is politically with their party, right? The black vote is let's be real. A vast majority of them vote for the handouts. I mean, it's not racist to say that, it's just pure fact. They believe that the white man government owes them something, reparations, whatever it may be. So the party that's promising them those reparations because they are poor, or whatever the case being, that's who they're going to vote for. But there's a lot of very wealthy black people, wealthy conservative black people, and guess what? They're not drinking the Kool-Aid. It's usually the poor demographic of people that vote this way. And it's just a fact. It's not racist to just say, okay, this group of, just like if you look at Cubans that fled the communists, they're right-wingers, right? It's from a learned experience that they have. They're like, well, we want the blacks in this case, they want continued handouts. And we have to stop giving not only handouts to any demographic, but in general. I think that the age of handouts has to stop. It really has to stop. And that's another part of the elections, is these promises of handouts. And I could even go to the extreme and talk about the farmers. The farmers vote whoever gives them the biggest handout. Let's be real. And the farmers are important in our society, But I would say even the farmers get far too many handouts, and that would piss off a lot of people. And they always vote, whether it's left, right, they vote for whoever gives them the biggest fucking handout. And that's not right. I think that that's interfering with our elections. So you're like, hey, I want to be president, and I'm gonna give the farmers all this free shit. The farmers, if you know anybody that has a big farm, if you know anybody that has a big farm, all right, Josh, you can't say that, bro. Totally, I don't know what you're talking about. You can't say you're gonna kill people, bro. Kill the poor. Yeah, can't say that, bro. Can't say that, bro. Say just about anything else. But either way, at the end of the day, it's the same argument, whether it be the blacks, the farmers, anybody that wants to suck from the government teat, right? And that's what it is, sucking on the government teat, you know, like a baby, right? Touch that subject, it's a big one. Yeah, it is a big one. And, you know, it's labeled as a racist narrative when it's not racist. It has nothing to do with being racist. It has to do with a certain demographic of people that have been duped. And actually, I'm, if anything, you know, calling it out so they're not being duped. Appreciate it, Heavy, for the hundo. Let's go. Appreciate that. So I don't know. That's how I see it. People may differ and feel different about it, but I don't give a shit. Study your history. You know, all through history of the blacks, period. When the Republican Democratic Party split, it was fundamentally on this one topic of slavery, right? That's what it was, the main driver. There was other things, economic things and stuff like that, but it was on the idea of slavery. So the Republican Party was founded and founded on the idea of emancipating the black, right? And we fought the Democrats in a civil war to make sure that happened, right? And today, the Democrats deny that. Then you bring up, fast forward just a little bit in history after World War III, World War 11, right? Fast forward after the Civil War, right? You can go to things like busing, segregation, you know, and after the 14th Amendment stuff and all that stuff. Every single time you look behind the race issue, who is there? It's one party. It's the Democrat Party from day one has been behind the race topic. And they honestly, they are truly, the Democrats are truly the party of the KKK, Jim Crow. They are the racists. So if you look at even what we're talking about here, what relates to election integrity, right? Election integrity, right? They're saying, oh, well, voter ID, it's, let's say we pass the SAVE Act. Well, it's going to just, there's many arguments they make, but this one in particular, it's going to discriminate against black people because they don't have IDs. They're not smart enough to go to the DMV and have an ID, right? That it's this idea that just because they're black, they don't have an ID, right? That itself is racist. And they don't even see it. They don't even see it. Yeah, MDG will be reading those files all night. I will not be doing that. I encourage you guys to go read them offline. I will read them offline. I'll find the meaty stuff, and I'll actually cover the meaty stuff. But if you've ever been through government data dumps, 90% of this shit is just going to be just bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I go and scour through shit like that all the time. I'm always reading the declassified stuff as it comes in big data dumps and just breezing through it. There's going to be like a 5 to 10% of nuggets in there. You just have to really go through it to read it all. Holy shit. MGD, is he trying to do he's trying to do a 24-hour stream or something, right? Because it's going to take that. Yeah. Not only they're giving IDs, is China actually has set up their own police agencies within places like Seattle, California. They have a few. They've been getting caught. New York City had a few. Stephen Adams, 1776. What's up, Patriots and Unfiltered? What up, bro? So in general, that's nothing new. But to hear it come from the highest, from the president's mouth, that is kind of crazy, right? To hear it coming from our president, that these things in which we knew my pillow guy was right? All the shit he went through. And this is the thing that was brought up in that I briefly brought up, and I wish I was driving, so I didn't have much time to talk about it. But If you go read Black Box Voting by Bev Harris, she was a liberal. And what she did was she was trying to investigate the voter machines and the corruption because she was a liberal. She's like, the Democrat or the Republicans are cheating in elections. She was her hypothesis, right? But come to find out, she discovered that anywhere the machines were being used, there was fraud going on. And what they were using was a system called fractionalization, tongue twister word. And when you use that, so we think that one vote, right? One is one, right? When they do fractionalization, they fractionalize the vote. So what they could do is, yeah, they'll count the votes exactly as they are, but they fractionalize the vote. So this vote will be fractionalized at this for this candidate. This one's fractionalized this way. So they have offset balance, right? So you get 100 votes and 101 votes, but somehow you can make the 101 votes lose. So at the end of the day, when they fractionalize the votes, depending on the candidate or the issue or the topic, they can rig the elections. And what's scarier, a step further, is a lot of these machines, the software, or its proprietary data, right? It's secret code, unlike things like open source data or open source coding, if you know anything about that, where you could go cipher through the code and be like, okay, this is legit, or I'm going to tweak it this way and mess with it myself, right? This data is all copyrighted. It's all secret, right? It's all secret. So if it's so secret, and how the fuck are they using it to counter vote? I would like to know that. How can you use something that's proprietary data or software that's going to be used to count the American vote? And the big one is Dominion. That's a Canadian fucking company, right? It's a Canadian company, right? They sued the shit out of people like the Pillow Guy, Fox News, and all these companies for defamation and shit. Because guess what? In court, they weren't even required to release the data on those files. And what we should do, if we really want election integrity, is yes, voter ID. But that's not shit. That really is not the real problem at the core of it. Let's assume that we cleaned up the whole voter roll, right? We cleaned up all the rolls and only lawful citizens were voting in elections. Let's just go with this scenario, right? Everybody that votes is legit, right? Now we have these machines we're using. Now the machines are controlling the vote. So we have a multifaceted problem with the fucking elections. It's not just the ID. The ID is just the tip of the fucking iceberg. Nothing more, nothing less, right? Ni más ni menos. It's just the very tip of what we're seeing, the problem. But you look under the water, we have a massive problem going on. And I think within that bigger problem is where you're going to find the black box voting, the boxes itself. And I would love there to be a federal law that would, maybe we may need some type of constitutional amendment, because back then the founders probably never envisioned a computer or the idea of electronic things, right? They probably always envisioned paper ballots or paper votes, going to polling stations, right? Having precincts and doing it that way, right? They would have never envisioned. So the idea that we're going to do things electronically, and what's even scarier is, where are all those fucking ballots? Remember the big gripe that Georgia gave us about the ballots, right? About releasing the ballots and how after the election that it's going to interfere with the election. How? If we counted the votes, we checked the ballots compared to the vote. I mean, who knows? And now it's, in a lot of places, it's not even a paper ballot where you fell in the fucking box. It's a touch screen. You touch the screen, and once it's sent off, we would have to go and authenticate every single person to ensure that those votes were marked for the right candidate. And I've seen video after video in various states where someone selects a candidate and it pops to another candidate. They select the candidate, it pops to another candidate. And if you're not paying attention, you select your candidate, it pops to another one, you hit next or submit, whatever the case be. You just voted for someone you didn't want to vote for, but the machine qualified it and quantified it as you voting for the switch. And there's a lot of that going on. And they actually found in a lot of places, and it's not you can't say that it's happening every single vote. It's not like that. Even if it happens to one vote, and they're always like, oh, it's just a glitch. We hear it's a glitch. Well, you know what we should be doing is we should run it through your electronic. It should be like, remember back in the day when you had your finals, when they first came out with like checking the bubble sheets, right? When you had your tests checking the bubble sheets, right? And then there was always someone that came and manually checked it later if there maybe was they would do like an audit, right? So why not use your electronic machines and then do a full hand count, right? So we could use the electronic machines. So the day of the election, we'd be like, okay, this is the suspected winner of this election. And then we're going to go and hand count it, because it's always never the same day certification. It's usually a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month, whatever it may be, right? States vary state to state everywhere, right? It's all different. There's no standard, we'll just say. But use your electronic machine, let it count it, and then let's do a manual count with a human doing it to ensure that it matches up. Let's audit the full fucking election, not just audit, a pool. And that's what Washington does and a lot of states do. They'll just pull a little here, a little there, a little here, a little there, and there's no rules as to where they're pulling it from, right? So if they're doing fraud, which we know a lot of places are, they could easily say, well, the audit is going to come from this particular pool here that we know is a clean pool, a clean audit, right? And we could make that happen. So, I mean, there's a lot we need to do. There is a lot we need to be doing on the election front. And I think voter ID is one, but like I said, it is the very tip of a much bigger problem. I think, to be honest with you, the fractionalization of votes and the voting machines, the black box machines, is probably by far greater an issue than the IDs. By far greater issue than the ID issue. That's how big of a deal I think it is. And not to say that IDs shouldn't be a thing, but we should be fighting against the AI and the machine vote, right? Because that's, at the end of the day, again, with this scenario, let's assume all IDs, everybody has an ID, everybody's vetted that votes. At the end of the day, they could still skew the vote with the machine. So that's more of a problem to me in my eyes. But it's kind of like a multifaceted problem. So yeah, we need to kind of address it. And if we don't, we're basically all being disenfranchised, much like what the Democrats did in the 1800s. We are basically the modern black. The American people are the modern black. We are the modern black. It's that simple. That simple. That simple. 20 feet away club. Busted pipes. F-craft. Yes, we can't even go there. What up, Art? How are we doing, bro? Just seeing you in here. Everything's kind of moving. I'm kind of doing a little rant. How are we doing, bro? But yeah, in my opinion, if we're not addressing the machines at the same time, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, we're always going to have election interference, especially when we have machines and all this. We should have some type of cyber counter thing to it. But at the end of the day, that's going to be something that we're going to have to do as a defensive measure, right? Rather than like the ID or fixing the machines. That's something that we need to do now to make sure our votes are secured. Because without it, told you I was going to jail. What up, Kamala? How you been? I haven't seen you around. Did you go to jail? What did you go to jail for? Well, obviously you made bail. But yeah, the elections, I'm glad that this is what was brought up. And this is what we're dealing with. 4 years, cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our, they use democracy. Jesus Christ, come on. And this is probably all written by AI too. China, I think, is probably, and also you got to keep in mind, China is a major threat. Ready to fight China. Brought up by China. Yeah, right. So the police didn't. With regard to China, so when I was taking one of my graduate programs, it was a it basically relates to global security, right? And the focus then, this was at the height of like everybody was like Russia, Russia, Russia. And my focus was on China. So my whole project, we'll call it, was actually on China. China is actually what they want to call a near peer competitor. It's then like we're trying to transition from these hostile words for our adversaries, and they want to call them a near peer competitor. Whereas Russia, yeah, they kind of are, but China is actually in a trajectory to surpass the United States. And if we allow it to continue, they will. And you got to mind you, it was the American government who recognized the communist government when the Republican government had to run into exile, and that's why we have Taiwan. So they are ethnically Chinese, the Taiwanian people with the Chinese. And it was the communists that overthrew it. We partnered with them, and so on and so forth, and history is what it is now. The Chinese people have what's called the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, which is they're trying to revamp the Silk Road of the old ages, right? Of the old time. And they are actually being very successful with this. And they use a technique called debt trap. And what they've done in Africa and many other places, is they've actually gone in and got strategic assets like ports for trade, right? And these are what's called dual purpose infrastructure, right? It's because a port in time of war, especially the deep channeled ones, could be retrofitted, not retrofitted, actively used, switched purposes, right? Dual purpose from civilian use to military use. And they don't only do that with like logistics as far as shipping lanes, they do it on land through certain routes, highways, railroads. A lot of people aren't realized, but there's different size railroads in different countries. China's actually modernizing it to where from China, anything connects to China has to adapt to their railroad widths, and they're building stuff, and that has to do with they want to be able to move their products. So they've actually, if you follow China, they've actually done probably one of the most amazing things in modern history when it comes to the global trade. And this isn't war, global trade, because today, most of our shit comes from China. It's shipped all over the place through whether it be freighters or by air, by land, by sea, over, whatever it may be, right? Digital, right? They're on every front controlling the various domains of transportation of economic goods, right? Whether it be to, from, everywhere, right? And they got various Silk Roads, we'll call them, the digital Silk Road. They have, and they go into every country and they build these things with the debt trap. Like in Africa, they have 99-year leases with the government, or they provide loans or certain money to the corrupt governments, to where knowing these governments will never in a lifetime be able to pay them back. So when there are contractual agreements, they say, hey, if you default on your terms, we take this port, or we take this strategic asset, whether it be a shipping lane or a port or an airport or land, raw land where minerals are, or stuff of that nature, right? And you got to keep in mind, the port in Los Angeles is one of those ports where the Chinese government actually leases a large port. I forgot the port's name or which one it was, but that was about 10 years ago. Well, less than 10 years ago that happened. And it's not a joke. And we have a thing that's happening even in the Arctic. In the Arctic, there's the Arctic strategy the Chinese have. They want to be considered near Arctic, a near Arctic state, because in the future, when the snow melts a little more, the shipping lanes will continue to open up, and that region will actually become very important strategically, and so on and so forth. And China is already pivoting itself with Canada, our fucking neighbors, with Canada, trying to have dominion over that. And that's why, in my opinion, Greenland is more important than people realize. Greenland is not about raw assets and shit like that. Greenland is actually a very strategic, we need it. We just need it, period. Not only for the raw resources and shit like that, but a lot of other things. 6 days in Oregon City Gulag. Oh, that sounds fun. And I could go on and on about China and all this shit, but yeah. So they sell the goods and the transportation of the goods to accept the goods. So the monopoly, the game, yes. So they have more ports, more shit, and at the end of the day, when they want to collect the rent, so to speak, they have all the chips, right? At the end of the day, and that's all that matters. And we could even go and look at what China is doing strategically within the United States. So a lot of agricultural land is being bought up by China, and it's not being bought for agricultural purposes or for agricultural things. I mean, there's another segment where they are, but one segment of their purchase portfolio is actually buying raw land and things of that nature next to either military infrastructures or strategic areas within our country, right? And what they're doing is obviously trying to get a bird's eye on everything. And then also in that front too, they are buying things like Smithson, one of the largest pork producers in the country. They bought out years ago, right? So they are at the same time buying production within our country. So we are in, what the elites want to call is like a competition with China, but we're in a little more than a competition. We are an actual new, what you could call a new type of warfare with China, because war in the conventional sense, we'll go to World War II, was fought with tanks, bombs, trenches, and that shit. And when there's a revolution in military affairs, right, things change, right? So remember the Blitzkrieg, stuff like that. Strategy change, right? The idea, from horses to carriage to tanks to airplanes, right? Things slowly develop and change. Now we have a new front, digital front, and this is more of like on the hearts and minds front, right? It's more than just conventional fighting now. And if you look at our country from within, and the Chinese, you have to, at least I do give them a little respect, because they are grand strategists. They don't have, like our country have, strategic plans that are just, 4 years, to the next president. They have long-term plans that are very long-term, 10-year, 50-year, 100-year plans, right? Whereas our shit stretches maybe 8 years, 2 administrations or something. So we're dealing with an adversary that's definitely in it for the long haul. And that's kind of where you could say the weakness of, our republic is we have so many freedoms that it's actually hurting us. Not to say we should give them up, but the communists have the advantage of they could just do whatever the fuck they want. They don't have to ask permission, right? Right? They don't have to ask any permission. Oh, Smithfield pork products. I said Smithson. Yeah, Smithfield. Yeah, I don't buy any of this shit. I mean, I would never probably buy their shit even if it was still American, because it's like buying Kroger brand or some shit. I don't know. I rarely see it anyways. But yeah, they're one of the largest pork producers in China. Obviously consumes a lot of pork. I don't know how much of it is export or if it's just whatever. But that is kind of scary that they have control of such a, you could say that's a strategic commodity, right? Because it deals with, Smithfield, look them up if you want to get your mind blown. It's absolutely insane. Can I get out of registration with DMV? They did not buy it. That's a topic for another discussion. Yes, but I'm sure you're contractually bound with your ID and driver's license. You have what's called implied consent. You can't get out of it if you have all those contracts. If your vehicle is registered and all that stuff, or ever was registered. Yeah, it's contractual law, right? That sucks. Obey the laws of the states. Oh, yeah. Who's afraid of Antifa? I hope not. Yeah, you got to buy locally. Exactly. And that's what I try to do. And I honestly, the wife does not. We eat meat. I get meat cravings all the time. We don't eat as much red meat as I think we should be. We kind of eat like a bunch of liberals. It's healthy for you, but we eat like fucking liberals. I'm not going to lie. I feel like we eat like liberals. We definitely eat like liberals. Yeah, and that is true too. Yeah, and there's just the market is not there, right? And yeah, so China to me is probably a bigger threat in general with related to our elections as well as related to other things, not just elections. Because to be honest with you, the United States of America, we are probably one of the best at election interference. If you want to read or learn about election interference, go study up on the School of Americas and elections in South America during people like Fidel Castro, their rise and fall, or Che Guevara, people like that, and who was involved behind the scene with a lot of that. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. It will boggle your mind. They took my weed, my cigarettes, and my perfume. What the hell did they take your perfume for? That's crazy. Did they come to your house? Let me pull this other thing up really quick. Did that. China. Dress the nation. I just did that. I'm going to pull this up. Share this one right quick. Let me see. Replace. Bam. And then moving on from China, Iran, I think, is another important thing going on right now. And I will actually, with the China stuff, I will circle back to that eventually. I want to read all the documents and go through it that's been released. But a lot of what was told, it's not anything that's necessarily new. It's just we didn't have what's considered like the primary source documents to back up a lot of it, right? We just kind of knew, right? But that's it. That's all it is. We just had a hunch, or we didn't have the receipts, so to speak. So these receipts, I want to go read them offline because there's a lot of documents, and I don't want to bore you to death with just reading through the shit just to read through it because it just got released. Because there's a lot of shit there, and plus, let someone else do the legwork. Why am I going to sit here and read through every fucking thing on here when I want to really I would basically take every one of them, print them out, and I like to have paper and read it rather than on the screen. But either way, moving on to Iran. This is the fourth? No, this is the fifth consecutive night that we've been bombing the shit out of these assholes. And I thought, honestly, today was going to be something related to Iran. I would watch you read them. Yeah, I will read a lot of it. But I'm not going to read every single one of them because there's a lot of just bullshit riffraff. But yeah, there's probably a lot of good shit in there. That's funny. But on Iran.
All right, this just into the newsroom. CENTCOM says that U.S. forces right now are conducting a fresh wave of strikes targeting Iran's regime for a fifth straight night. Let's bring in Lucas Tomlinson. He's tracking it all in Tel Aviv. What can you tell us, Lucas?
And Jillian, U.S. Military Central Command says airstrikes started about 35 minutes ago at 2 p.m. Eastern at the top
I've been under
of this
surveillance for a
past
long
hour.
time.
And from the indication from Central Command, it appears that these strikes are ongoing, and this comes on top of the 3 waves of American airstrikes launched just yesterday. And while CENTCOM says this is the 5th straight night of airstrikes, really they've been going on for more than a week, going back to July 7th when President Trump made the decision to ramp up this conflict and turn it back into a major military operations. He described it to our own Trey Yingst in that interview, and we're seeing F-35 stealth fighter jets being launched from bases in the region. We're also seeing fighter jets from the USS George H.W. Bush and the USS Abraham Lincoln F-18s. You also have F-35s aboard Lincoln. You also saw this blockade being enforced. We saw the dramatic video of that oil tanker getting its stack shot out by those Hellfire missiles, likely from a drone, perhaps an Apache gunship also carries the Hellfire missile. And it appears that this is having an effect in the Strait of Hormuz. There's not been an attack by Iran on a commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz for the past 3 days. And we've heard from President Trump, he wants to ramp up these airstrikes, get Iran back to the negotiating table. And as we heard earlier from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, Iran does want to talk.
They
have
want to
expressed
talk.
they still want to make a deal to the
They
president.
just want to talk.
We're talking to them, but again, the president is not going to allow them to fire on ships in the Strait without paying a consequence for that. And I think just one more point, I think throughout this entire endeavor, the president has proved not just to Iran, but to the entire world that we can hit Iran anytime, anywhere, any place, and their ability to defend themselves has been essentially wiped out.
And of course, as our audience knows, we've been here before. We've heard claims from Iran that they're willing to talk. We saw the signing of that memorandum of understanding, which, as we learned from President Trump last week in Ankara at the NATO summit, is over. The ceasefire is over and major combat operations have resumed. Guys?
All right, Lucas Tomlinson in Tel Aviv tonight for us. Thank you, John.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube. And
I'll get rid of that. Share this next one on here. What is the 5th straight night? There we go. I'm just going to play this one because this kind of relates to the next thing we're kind of yapping about here. There we go. Yeah, I would agree with that 100% right here. 100%. Israel is a global leader in military tech. Yeah, a lot of things. Ranking as the world's 7th largest arms supplier. Yeah, and what's crazy is how small their country is, how few people they have. Providing military aid and intelligence, right? I don't understand, honestly, the whole Ukraine thing. If we did not have that weak ass president, you know, Byron in there, you know, we wouldn't be here with them. Let's just be real. Let's just be real. Yeah, Kamala, you said we don't. I wasn't. Hey, I did preface. No, it wasn't legal advice. I didn't tell you to go do it. I said I do it. I go with no license, no registration, no insurance. No. Well, I have insurance on property. None of that. You just have to know how to do it. I guarantee it. You had expired registration, right? That's not the same as not having a registration for a vehicle. You have to learn how to contractually undo things. And I'm not giving advice. Don't go doing it, guys. Same with the license. You have a thing called implied consent. There are contracts. If you don't know how to undo contracts, you probably should get your vehicle registered. You should probably have a driver's license and follow the law, period. If you don't know contractual law, you should. I was not given legal advice. From my experience, I've never been ticketed for not having license plates on a vehicle. Never been ticketed for not having a driver's license, or none of that stuff when I had vehicles without it. Because there is a fine difference between having an expired registration versus no registration at all. And it varies state to state, right? But yeah, you got to go look into contractual law, Kamala. But I doubt you got put in jail for not having a registration on your vehicle. All right, let's get this going.
And Dow.
And this is Mark Rubio and a few others on.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the State Department. It's an honor and a privilege to have you here.
It's like an annual thing they do on domestic terrorism. They're basically going after the left.
The topic that we're going to be discussing today is all too familiar. From the Red Brigades and the Baader-Meinhof group in Europe to the Weather Underground here in the United States, to the Tupamaros and the Montoneros in South America. Many of our countries have familiarity in the past with political terrorism, and unfortunately we're seeing a resurgence of that again today. And so that is why we are gathered here to talk about this dangerous trend. Obviously, we know the good news is it can be defeated because it has been defeated, and we can defeat it again. But that's going to require some clear leadership, and it is my great privilege to underscore the host of today's conference and to introduce him. He's from one of the most dynamic cities in our country, Miami, Florida, where international relations just flows in the air because of so many different cultures are present there.
I don't know.
He's someone who served in the United States Senate with great distinction for 14 years.
I don't think it's
he now is the chief steward of policy for our great president,
it's a
Donald
regional
J. Trump.
strategy.
So it's my great honor this morning to introduce our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
It's a regional strategy, but overall, it's more of tactic we're using on the geopolitical scale. So it's a regional strategy, yes. And it actually keeps the Islamists kind of calmed down in the region when we're partnering with people.
Thank you all for joining us here today. I'm very honored that this distinguished group of people have traveled from around the world to be a part of this important conversation. We're grateful to you. I also want to thank members of the President's team and cabinet that are here today. Our FBI Director, Kash Patel, who's here with us. Thank you. Our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, has joined us as well. You'll hear shortly from Stephen Miller, the President's Deputy Chief of Staff and one of his top advisors on Homeland Security issues as well. And of course, our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is here. But again, I want to thank all of you that are here today. I want to thank the whole team here at the State Department as well for putting this together. It's
Hey, stop right here. So, Princess for Trump. I have all my vehicles actually registered. In the past, probably 10 years, I should say before I moved to Washington, none of my vehicles were ever, there was a period of time where none of my vehicles were registered. I did not have a driver's license or none of that stuff. And still to this day, I do not have a driver's license, to be honest with you. I canceled my driver's license a very long time ago. I canceled all my titles and everything. There's a way you can contractually do it. I don't think we have the time to do it. I don't suggest most people do it because it is a big pain in the ass if you don't know what you're doing, especially when you get to court. But in general, all my vehicles since I've been in Washington, I've registered and all that stuff. So I stopped doing that. But yeah, there was a period of time I would just have no license plates on all my vehicles because I didn't give a shit. I do it now in Washington because I don't want to get pulled over all the time. I did get pulled over all the time in Arizona. I mean, all the time. And they would just let me go. Unless it was like speeding or something. You can't get around like, oh, you can't ticket me for speeding, right? Or DUI or something, right? That's a little different. You're still kind of violating some laws. But yeah, there's a way in Arizona. I don't know the laws in other states, but I rescinded my driver's license in Arizona. I canceled it, returned it to them, and I got a nice letter back saying, you're hereby noticed that you no longer have a contract with the state kind of thing. So there's a contractual way to do it. Same with the title, the registration, because think about what a title is, right? It's called a certificate of title. So it's not even actually the title. What is the actual title to property? Like, let's say you go buy a side-by-side or something. It's called an origin, certificate of origin. That is the true title of a vehicle or any property, right? So you have to know how to contractually undo those contracts with the state. If you do not, guess what? You're bound by the commercial laws. And I'm not giving any legal advice here, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, you probably shouldn't be doing it. I suggest everybody get their shit registered. It's just a lot better. I'm sorry that happened to you, Kamala, but it sounds like you don't know what the hell you're doing. Lalo, what up? Lalo in the house. Most military, allow us to smaller. Oh shit, where did it go? I'll just pin it so I can read it. It's a lot easier to pin it to read it on this one. A smaller number of troops in the Middle East, but join those. Oh, where'd it go? China, I don't know. I think China is not going to play with us. China, you got to keep in mind, you remember during the Korean War, what happened during the Korean War? They say that the Chinese were so numerous that when they came over the mountain, it was like fire ants. That war was never ended, right? You have to keep in mind, China has a lot of soldiers, right? They have a lot of soldiers. They have a number thing. And also, you got to keep in mind the nuclear doctrine with the United States is completely alien to the Chinese. The Chinese, actually, their nuclear doctrine, and it's kind of secret. Nobody knows full extent of it. But what we do know is what they advertise, which they say is they are able to use nuclear weapons in situations where not the state itself is in jeopardy, but the Communist Party is in jeopardy, right? That's what they say. That's what they say. Isn't that crazy? So we don't have that. We don't have it. Oh, if the Republican Party or the Democrat Party do not, or threatened, right, then we're going to go nuke someone, right? We don't have that. They have it to where it's the party is being protected. So that means, even if you think about it, put it in retrospect, that means if their own people were to threaten the power of the Communist Party, their doctrine would say, hey, we can nuke our own fucking people, right? So it's kind of crazy at the same time. It's absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. But Israel is, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted with my idea on Israel in general, because you have to think about it. If you know about Al-Aqsa, the mosque, right, which is the holy wall and all that stuff that the Jews go and kiss or whatever, they're not allowed in the holy actual area that's the mosque. Only Muslims are. So who is the overseer of who's the overseer of Jerusalem? It's Jordan, the Hashemites, right? A particular sect of Islam, right? Not this, you know. So it's kind of crazy to see that Israel does not have absolute control or sovereignty over its own city, right? They have a contract, or I'm sorry, a treaty with, you know, the warring factions of that time that, hey, to keep the peace, you have to allow Jordan to be the overseer of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. And that's why, and they also in that treaty prohibit any non-Muslims from going into that mosque. And at the end of the day, that is a little crazy. Imagine if one of our, you know, Jerusalem is what's most known about Israel, right? Imagine if Washington, D.C., we had an enclave or an area in which certain demographics of people couldn't go, and we have a treaty to keep the peace with the warring factions in that region, right? Which doesn't really make sense in the United States, but imagine it. It's far-fetched as hell. It's so far-fetched. It makes me question a lot of things when it comes to Israel, because why aren't we pushing out the Muslims, right? And this goes into what I have, seen in history that's been happening is, and I'm not like an anti-fucking Jew person or anything like that, and that's not what I'm trying to be, but I'm just going by historical facts, right? Is in the past, the Jews or the Jews in general have always played the Christians and the Muslims off against each other by doing shady shit. So I don't see it necessarily as a bad thing from the point of view of Israel, because they've always kind of partnered in a lot of things with the Islamists against the Christians in past times. And it's only in modern time that the Jewish state, will say, or the Jewish people in general, have actually partnered with Christian nations, right? Because they have been dealing with the Islamists, for a long time. Look how many times Jerusalem was sacked, right? In the back and forth. So they've learned to kind of coexist with them more than they have with Christians. They actually have more or less learned to coexist with them better than they have Christians, if that makes sense. So I'm kind of on the fence with the Jews, but I'm not one of those persons that think, oh, the Jews are running everything, that they're this big evil. It's just they're not an ally in the sense that we need them. I mean, we need them for regional strategy, but at the end of the day, that's all it is. It's a relationship of not necessity, but of strategy, right? A regional strategy, in my opinion. Because at the end of the day, if anybody's pulling the strings, we're pulling the strings on Israel. So I kind of counter the whole idea like the Jews are running everything, right? I don't know. I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, you could say that in some areas, maybe in the monetary area and the money changer systems and stuff like that. Yeah, you can make probably a very valid argument, and I actually would agree with it. But it's just in general, in terms of geopolitics and real politics, we kind of hold the fucking ball, right? In Israel, kind of, and we'll do as we tell them. But at the end of the day, I'm kind of way behind on that. At the end of the day, I think, why is everybody against the Jews? No one said they're against the Jews. What the hell are you talking about? No one said they're against the Jews. I just said I'm not against the Jews, and then you say the opposite. Definitely a lefty troll. Kind of having that troll thinking there, princess, but whatever. We can agree to disagree. You're not going to get kicked for saying off the wall shit. But I don't know. I'm conflicted on the Jews and the stuff with the Jews and their influence over things. There is some areas of influence. If you look in Hollywood, all the studios and stuff like that, there is definitely influence within our monetary stuff. There's been influence for quite some time. But I think in their region, I think we have a lot of influence over them and what they do. So at the end of the day, are they doing it for themselves or are they doing it at our behest? And I would be more for the idea that they're doing it at the behest of our country. Yeah, probably, Nicholas, right? Probably. But yeah, and we could go on to the Islam topic all day long because that's kind of where it obviously leads every time, is back to that is the Islam topic. And there's actually something I'm putting together because I think it's an important thing to talk about. I could pull it up, but if you go back to the early founding of our republic, there was a period, let's say, we'll call it the George Washington Madison time frame, right? George Washington, 2 terms, John Adams, right? What's called the Barbary Wars, right? We had 2 separate wars, right? The first and second Barbary Wars. And at that time, we actually negotiated what's called with the Bay of Tripoli, which was, I forget his name off the top of my head, but they were pirates, basically. Muslim pirates. They ruled the north of Africa, right? The whole land right there. And it was well known. So the European powers at the time would pay tribute to the bays to basically get passage. So it's usually a one-time fee. It was a jizya tax, basically, to allow you to pass through unharassed by their pirates. But that wasn't always the case in reality. It just happened a lot less. So during George Washington and during Adams, we actually signed a treaty in 1789, I believe it was. During their time frame, under Washington was the first one signed, that we gave them a large sum of money up front, and we actually paid them annually to leave us alone. And the reason being, and this was Adams later said this, it was cheaper to pay the ransom than it was to build a navy. And that was obviously the philosophy of George Washington before him, but he didn't say it. He didn't say the obvious thing out front. So George Washington was aware that, our new government or new country, we had other shit to worry about. We had France, Spain, and this, we didn't have the full country like we have today, But eventually we did go back and we went into, Derna in Tripoli, and we marched 50 miles through the desert. And that's where you get the Marine song from from the halls of Montezuma to the shore of Tripoli, to the shores of Tripoli, right? That's where that comes from. That was the first successful expedition by what would be considered Marines, that when we created the Navy, that was one of their first, and it wasn't a big operation. It was just a success. And that's when we stopped. And this was under Jefferson, right? He later said, you know what? Fuck this. We're not paying the Muslim tax. And this actually goes back, if you read the treaty, I believe it's Article 11 of the Treaty of Tripoli of 1700s. Article 11 actually says, and this was to basically put the Muslims at rest, because we were at war with the Muslims as a country. But this is where you'll get the anti-Christian people saying that the United States is not a Christian nation. Because within that document, let me see if I could pull it up so you guys can see what I'm saying without me saying it and follow along. Because it's one thing for me to say it, it's another thing to actually see it. What is it called? Tripoli. It's another thing to see it versus me saying it. Treaty of Peace and Friendship signed at Tripoli. So Article 11, let's see if my memory serves me still correct. Yes, my memory is still working good. So let me share this with you real quick. My fucking memory is still working. That's good. I'm going to share this with you, and I will zoom in. Article 11. So this is the Barbary treaties of 1780. Oh, I was wrong on the year. 86 to 1816, right? Treaties of Peace and Friendship signed at Tripoli. Oh, no, 1796. So I did get that right. There's the original one signed. So this was signed, obviously, with the Muslims in Algiers in Tripoli by the Bey, which was, what is his name? No, this was by the Pashtoush or whatever the fuck it's called. No, by the Bey. Yusuf Basha Mohammed Bey, along with whoever the fuck these guys are. But if you go to Article 11 here, and this is where the anti-Christian people say that we are not a country founded on Christianity. And this is where it comes from. If you want to know where it comes from, this is it. Nowhere else does this argument come from. And I'll explain to you why this was put in there. And I'll explain to you the different factions of why this was put in there and who didn't want it put in there and how they mocked the Muslims after this was put in there. And his name was Cathcart. He mocked them after this. But it says, as Article 11, as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslimen, which is Muslims, and as the said state never has entered in any war or act of hostility against the Muslim, which is the Muslim nation or the caliphate at that time, and is declared the parties that no pretext arising from religion, opinion shall ever produce an interruption of harmony existing between the two countries. So Article 11 was actually put in there at the behest of the Bey of Tripoli, because he said, we don't want to have like a crusading faction country being developed because we're a new nation. So he was concerned that because he knew we were a Christian nation, he wanted us to write in the treaty that we would not be warring. So this was the idea that they would put that wasn't in any sense, it's written a certain way, founded on the Christian principles, right? But it's not true. Let me see if I could pull up this thing I have, these notes I had from the other day, so I can show you what I'm talking about. But that's where the argument that the United States is not a Christian nation, that's where it comes from, was Article 11, of that treaty. That's where every argument that ever will be had about our country not being a Christian nation stems from that original document right there. Let me pull this up really quick. All right, Article 11. And then if you go down and you study the history of this, and I'm just going to go, this is something I'm actually working on writing right now. His name was James Cathcart. And there's what's called the Cathcart copy of the treaty, which is officially registered within the State Department alongside this actual treaty, right? And this is what he wrote in his edition. He wrote this for the base signature, Yusuf Basha, he wrote, whom God exalted upon a giblet. Okay. Back in the day, that was a real disrespectful way to disrespect someone's title. And it basically means a gibbet is a gallows or a hanging frame that they used to execute criminals with. So he's basically saying, may God exalt and raise up him upon and hang him high, right? At the gallows. So that they don't teach this shit in history. If you in college or any level, you have to really read the primary source documents to understand that's where the whole argument of our country not being a Christian nation comes from, is this treaty right here. No other argument anywhere you'll find anywhere other than people regurgitating this without knowing the backstory. And again, it was a way of appeasing the Muslims to say, hey, because they would have whooped our ass. They were already, if you remember, during Washington, and especially under Adams and then followed by Jefferson, they were taking our ships at the high sea, right? in large numbers. They were taking all, and this goes to the first Barbary War, which was what? Following, I think this was Jefferson. The first Barbary War is the 1801 and lasted 3-4 years, right? And the way he declared it was Yusuf went to the, what we consider maybe a diplomatic house, right? And he chopped down the flagpole and then declared war. And then what happened next? We blockaded his ass, and this is where you go. Let me see, where did I put here? The Marines march. I said 50 miles. Sorry, it was 500 miles across the desert and captured Derna. And that's where you have from the Marine song, their helm is from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. That's the Marines' helm, right? And then in 1805, in that treaty, when we updated it, we paid a one-time ransom for prisoners to be exchanged and no more annual tribute to the Islamic State. And that was that with them at that time. And then Jefferson came in, right? In the second Barbary War. This is 1815 now, right? And if you recall, I'm sorry, this would have been President Madison at this time, I believe. If you recall, the Bey had a brother in which he had kicked out. He actually exiled him. So his brother was a Muslim, came and fought with the Americans against his own brother, and that's why we fucking ran him out. So we've worked with the non-radicals, the non-pirates in the past, and we've fought the Islamicists. And that's kind of what we've done since our founding, right? Is we will partner with anybody that's willing to get rid of these crazy ass motherfuckers. And that's what we did. But yeah, anybody that ever says, oh, it's not a Christian nation, if you could just cite Article 11 from the treaty from the 1800s with the Bay of Tripoli, you know more than they will ever know about any of this topic. And it was put in there to appease the Muslims. And you could go back historically and see we've always been trying to appease the Muslims. Why? Because they sometimes outnumber us, they're violent, and they will start a fucking war over nothing. And we can go into the Muslim thing all day long, but either way, I think it's pretty important to kind of know about that. I'm going to close this, go back to Mr. Rubio here, and catch up on some of the shit that was being said here. Oh, reload. Let's see what's going down. There we go. My computer's acting weird. Try reloading the page. One more time. Cancel. Something went wrong. Reload. Give me 1 second. This thing is acting super weird, guys. Let me reload this. There we go. Hopefully that's still working. There we go. I have to reshare this. The thing was acting all funky on me, guys. Sorry about that. Let me go to Marco Rubio and back to what we were going into here. But yeah, I can go on for days about the Muslim.
It truly is an unprecedented event on an unprecedented issue, moment, I should say, in our history. So let me start by saying that the most essential duty of the state, the first responsibility, frankly, of any government of any kind, is the protection of its people. It's the protection of its country. This is a sacred obligation that should transcend all political and all ideological divisions. It is why, for example, we have militaries. It's why we have intelligence agencies. It's why counterterrorism bureaus exist, why police forces exist. Keeping our people safe is the reason why every country represented here has all of these things. We are all very well acquainted, as of now, of course by now, with what has been described as traditional terrorist threats. For 25 years, the term counterterrorism, at least in the West, has meant first and foremost the fight against radical Islamist extremism. And there's a very poignant reason for that. On the 11th of September, in the year of 2001, 19 men murdered 3,000 people here in my country. Then that same enemy struck Europe, murdering nearly 200 commuters aboard trains in Madrid in 2004, and 52 more aboard London buses and the underground in the following year. The entire architecture of Western counterterrorism was rebuilt
Speaking of voter ballots, let me see. I'm going to show you guys how the ballots work in Washington. Here is one ballot. It just comes in a random piece of paper, like shady as fuck. Like, that's not like, it's crazy.
From the studs,
all mail-in ballots
around the singular dramatic event. That made sense at the time. Our job was to keep our people safe, and the realm of terrorism, the specter of global jihad, was the premier threat to their safety. And so we went to work, and we assembled a global coalition, working with many of the friends that are represented here in this room today, and we destroyed the ISIS caliphate, we killed al-Baghdadi, and al-Zawahiri, and bin Laden, and we built intelligence and law enforcement systems capable of anticipating and stopping attacks before the public even hears about them. Every country represented here today has disrupted a terrorist threat at some point emanating from this source. Jihadist attacks and plots in the United States are down by 2/3 since ISIS's peak. The number of people killed by jihadist terrorism in Europe dropped by roughly 97% from the year 2015 to the year 2024. In other words, to a very great extent, our counterterrorism strategy has worked. The threat has not disappeared, of course. It will continue to exist, particularly so long as we tolerate immigration systems that imports these threats directly into our respective homelands. But this threat has been severely diminished. The world looks very different today because of it. For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. Even today, the very idea that far-left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy. It's treated this way by many in the press, by many in academia and our universities, and by many of our legacy institutions. You will no doubt see the dogma rear its head in the coverage of this very conference. In spite of the clear and the undeniable reality, in spite of the objective numbers and statistics, in spite of the fact that in this room today, there are representatives from across the political spectrum, we will hear this kind of organized violence and terror will be dismissed. It will be dismissed as a partisan fiction. A whole industry grew up in our countries around the study of extremism. We have think tanks and fellowships and journals and consultancies with the unspoken understanding among them that the only kind of political violence that was a true threat to our system, that only one kind of political violence was a true threat to the system. A bomb planted by a neo-Nazi group was a nefarious and murderous act of evil. It is. But a bomb planted by a Marxist revolutionary, well, that's just merely a tragic excess of idealism.
Right.
Perhaps its means were misplaced or overzealous, but its ends were virtuous and just. That's the implication of how they treat it. For years, this extraordinary ideological prejudice was embedded in the way we talked about political violence and extremism. It was repeated again and again until it was accepted as the neutral and objective baseline, so entrenched in the mainstream conventional wisdom that it came to be regarded as an apolitical fact. It is the reason why, here in my country, so many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression, so long as they served a left-wing cause. It is why during those so-called George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020, as criminals and extremists burned and looted their way through America's great cities and nearly brought the country to its knees, city governments all across the country simply refused to prosecute the people conducting these acts of violence and terror.
Yeah, I think Rubio
for the
minus his big ears. I don't like the big ears, but the ears doesn't matter.
A news anchor from a very prominent agency.
Definitely got to run for president.
Standing in the neighborhood, consumed in flames. Meanwhile, the chyron on the bottom read that the protests were mostly peaceful. This was something worse than a double standard. Left-wing violence was not just excused, it was treated as sacrosanct, a protected class unto itself. That era has to end. The coalition in this room today includes political leaders and experts and law enforcement officials from more than 60 countries across the world. You have come here from a wide range of governments, parties, and political persuasions. Some of your governments and ours disagree publicly. Sometimes we disagree sharply about trade, about energy, about immigration. You did not come here.
Person, if you want my honest to God truth between Rubio or JD Vance, if I had to choose, I would choose Rubio over JD Vance. The reason being, JD Vance is kind of a centralist. He's always been a centralist. He's more of a moderate. I don't think he's as aggressive as we need, but he may very well be the person that could win the next election. He might be the right person to win, because Rubio kind of isn't too extreme, but he's a lot more extreme than JD Vance. And the tradition is usually the vice president will run. I would love to see someone like Byron Donalds. I think he's a fucking heavy hitter. There's that Luna gal. I think that's also either from Texas or Florida. I forget which state. There's another. Both of Texas and Florida have two heavy hitters that I think are, and they're both Hispanic gals. I believe both of them are. I would love to see a wide range of badass people go and get in there and not do what we did last time and go after each other. Just have a clean ass debate without the attacking and stuff, and see who comes out. But I honestly, if I had to choose between Rubio and JD Vance, I would choose Rubio over him. And not to say that I'm like on the Rubio train, because Rubio's definitely not on the top of my list whatsoever, period. I've never really had a thing for Rubio. I never really liked him much, but he's not a bad politician. We'll say he's not a backstabber. He's loyal. He's always stood up for conservative principles. It's just he's not always been someone that's on my list of people like, yeah, and it's all Florida folk too. So fuck Florida. I don't like Florida. No, I'm joking. No, I like Byron Donalds, but I think Byron Donalds might serve a better purpose being the governor for the period of time, doing what he could do in Florida, which is not really much you could do. You could do more. DeSantis is obviously doing an awesome job, and I think that Florida should keep maintaining badass governors, because who knows, maybe we'll see DeSantis run or something. I don't think so, but you never know. But I would like to in the future see a Byron Donalds, and that would be pretty cool. He would be the first black Republican president, right? That'd be kind of cool. It'd be in contrast to the first black Democrat president, who was a shitkin, right? Ron Paul, his days are over. His days are over. I love Ron Paul. He's a libertarian. He's badass. Change name from yeah, okay. So now you're Reptile. All right, Randy. But yeah, Florida has a lot of heavy hitters, and obviously they're doing something right down there or over there, right? They're doing something right. But I honestly, I like Byron Donalds. I think he's probably the best talker, and he don't play around. He does not play around at all. So that might be a little too extreme for the average voter, especially centralists and stuff. So maybe JD Vance would be a little more kosher. But I don't think JD Vance is aggressive enough, in my opinion. I don't think he's aggressive enough. And also, I don't like his wife. I'll be very honest. She's a Hillary Clinton supporter. She's a Harris supporter. She's a very hardcore leftist. His wife is, and nothing wrong. There could be couples and both have different ideologies. I get that. But his wife is a leftist, and it's just a fact. I don't know if she's ever flipped script or whatever the deal is, but she was a Hillary supporter. She's always, JD Vance's wife. She's a lefty, hardcore lefty. So yeah, it's just weird.
Today, because you have been persuaded on every single aspect of the American view.
We're not streaming on Rumble. Like some kind of error or something happened. So
you are here because
wasn't able to get
2
it
weeks
corrected.
ago, a 72-year-old woman was burned on over 80% of her body in her own home.
Yeah, I agree.
In Greece. And she died.
100%.
Executed by a firebomb
100%.
because her daughter dared to stand for office.
But he would be a badass
You are here today
president.
because for
real.
5 days
he might
this
be a
winter,
little too extreme for some
the lights
people,
went
though.
out in
That's what
Berlin.
sucks. And he's not
The
extreme.
longest blackout in the city since the Second World War. sparked by an attack that left tens of thousands of households without power in the freezing cold and left an 83-year-old woman dead. You are here, and you came because a month after that Berlin blackout, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries.
I didn't see the message. If you're out of here, have a great night. Thanks for stopping in.
On the streets of Leon by a group of far-left militant thugs. You are here because your political leaders are being attacked and stabbed and shot in your streets, because your businesses have been bombed, because your railways have been sabotaged, because your police officers have been beaten and burned. You are here because this is real, and it is getting worse, and it can no longer be denied, and it can no longer be ignored.
Yeah, Rubio is more of a
it is time to crush this evil forever.
He can talk.
The simple
it's just when I start looking at him, I don't know. It's stupid that his ears bother the fuck out of me. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't put it out there because once I say it, you're like, yeah, those ears are good.
Modern novelty.
And it is
not a fiction manufactured by conservative politicians. For most of the modern era, it was in fact the dominant form of political violence.
Distinct when you start.
Every one of our friends here from the nations of the Western Hemisphere remember the decades of kidnappings and bombings and assassinations and executions. The violent terror of the Tupa
I figured heavy. I've read it wrong.
Of the
it's not going on.
Monteseros, of the FARC, of the ELN. You remember the inhuman savagery of Peru's Shining Path. The Maoist fanatics who massacred the peasant villages of Peru, hacking pregnant women and newborn infants to death with axes and machetes. You remember the tens of thousands of Marxist guerrillas trained to kill in Castro's terrorist camps. All of you here from Europe remember? You remember the machine gun massacres of Italy's Red Brigades, which held the five-time Prime Minister captive for 55 days before subjecting him to a revolutionary so-called people's trial and executing him in 1978. You remember the Red Army faction's nearly three-decade campaign of bombings,
they can actually nominate anybody, but the tradition has been that the vice president is
you remember
I'm sorry, not the vice
17
president, the
November
Speaker of the
organization
House
in Greece,
who it is, right?
The Marxist
but
extremists
they
that
can actually
terrorized
nominate
Athens for
anybody.
more than
Trump
a quarter
could very
century,
well be the Speaker of the
including,
House.
by the way,
that would be
shooting my country's CIA station chief dead outside of his home, in front of his wife, as they were returning home from a Christmas party. And here in America, we remember. We remember the same reign of deadly terror, justified by the same slogans, motivated by the same wicked ideas.
Before that night,
we remember the Weather Underground, which bombed the Pentagon, which bombed the State Department, and bombed the Capitol.
Yeah, you'll forever think about those years.
We remember the Black Liberation Army, which staged armed robberies and executed police officers at point-blank range. We remember the Symbionese Liberation Army, which shot a public school superintendent to death with cyanide-packed
That's where the
hollow point bullets. In one 18-month period, between 1971 and 1972,
to the shores of Tripoli,
the FBI counted some 2,500 bombs on American soil, a rate of nearly 5 a day.
Because we had no Navy.
The overwhelming share of that violence
and it actually was,
came from
it was not even a
extremists.
big war. There was not
Between
a lot of deaths.
1970 and 1980, 93% of terrorist attacks in the West came from the far extremist left. These are numbers that would shock most Americans today because we've been taught to believe that this kind of political violence, it simply doesn't exist, or it's being exaggerated.
PP, we don't have a democracy, so.
And we're actually underestimating it. And our nations bear the scars to prove it. And today we face a new wave of this old evil.
Constitutional republic.
Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades.
Did you read the advisor? I put the new one. I put the other one up.
By more than 40%
put the other one up. I have
just the last
3 of
year
them. I'm going to
alone.
put this other one up for you.
In Greece, more than 80% of radical violence is now driven by far-left and anarchist actors.
That's the one I want people to read.
These are not abstract statistics. Americans have seen what those numbers mean. An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like, "Where is your God now?"
Exactly.
A healthcare executive executed in cold blood in the streets.
Yep, there it
Multiple
is.
assassination attempts on a
the,
sitting president. And the
Marines
murder
helm.
of the
That's where it
greatest
came from,
conservative
guys.
activist of a
The
generation.
shores of Tripoli.
A man who happened to
Remember
also
what the
be a
shores
husband,
of Tripoli means?
the
That was
father
our
of two
the
young
American
children,
nation, our first
shot and
fight
killed
against the
while speaking
Islam.
to a crowd of students.
That was a first fight.
This is a
In the history
distinctive
books, don't frame
and
it
unique
that way.
evil.
But
It
it's
has always
very
been
true.
driven
If
by
you
a
understand
hatred.
history, that was
Above all
our first
else,
fight
a
against
hatred for
Islam.
civilization itself. It is a revolt of the worst against the
Yeah,
best.
and then the part I like where
A
if the
revolt of the
Navy
weak
and the Army
and the
could see
cowardly
up in heaven,
against the
they
strong
would see
and the
the
good.
streets are guarded by
It is
the
perpetrated
Marines,
by
right?
those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge upon the world
It's
for
a
their
catchy
own
little
inadequacy
song too, I guess.
by seeking to destroy those who can.
It'll be stuck in your
This
head
is what
forever
radical
if you go
leftism
listen
is.
to it.
It may wear various different slogans and
be
ideologies
stuck
across
in your
place
head.
and time. They can call themselves anti-capitalist or
Let's go,
anti-imperialist,
Arson for the
communist,
jewels. Appreciate it.
or anarchist, or Marxist.
I don't have
but the fundamental
fancy
character is always the same.
soundboard or anything
It's
on
always
this
the same.
setup
It is a
here.
poisonous
Coming
resentment.
soon. This will be the
Cloaked
new
in the
setup.
language
I'm
of
kind of
equality,
just trial running it.
justice, liberation, an
So, like, get the
overwhelming need
studio
to
all
tear
set
down
up.
what greater men have built, to wreck what is beautiful and what is right on behalf of people who are only filled with ugliness and have nothing else to offer the world. Through violence and through terror, they once again
that's it
seek
right
to
there.
impose their
Yeah,
ugliness
that's it right there. I probably
on all
botched
of
it.
us.
If the
The
Army
old
and
dogma
Navy
was
ever
wrong.
looked on heaven's
The old
scene,
dogma
they will
was wrong.
find
None
the
of this is
streets are
driven by
guarded by the
idealism.
United States
It is
Marines.
not
Yeah.
utopian.
It's a catchy ass
In
song.
fact, it is the opposite. One of the
All that
criticisms
whole song has a lot
you
of meaning.
sometimes hear
If you
of
pick
communism,
apart
for
any of
example,
these
is that
helms,
it
the
sounds
helm of
good
the
in theory,
Republic,
but it never works
even
in practice.
the national anthem, every
That's actually
little
not
line
true.
in there has a lot of
Communism
meaning,
does
a lot
not
of
sound
history
good in
packed
theory.
in those songs.
The world it
A
envisions
lot of
for all of
history.
us
And
is
that
small,
one line, to the shores
flat,
of Tripoli,
gray,
is the whole thing I was
leveled
talking
of all
about a minute ago.
exception,
Plus
drained
some.
of all that is good and noble in the human soul.
Robbie
the world it
with
envisions is a
the
world without
golden
courage,
happy
a world
poo.
without
Appreciate
creativity
that.
or ambition, a world without heroes,
have a
or
soundboard,
glory,
though, Robbie.
or great causes to strive towards, without a world without miracles, without myths, without men who rise above the rest to do incredible and extraordinary things. And the world communism envisions is a world without God. For these architects of revolutionary violence, the towering achievement of our civilization, for them, it's an unbearable humiliation, a reminder of what they cannot do, and a reminder of what they cannot be. So they choose instead to destroy. They attack pipelines, they attack railroads, they attack power grids and laboratories, the physical embodied symbols of power and invention and achievement. This is the nature of the terrorism we face today.
Domestic
They despise
terrorism.
the West because the West is great. This is an international conference because we are facing we are facing a transnational threat. These are not distinct and isolated cells. They are
Absolutely.
interconnected networks. They do not recognize our borders. They do not believe, in fact, in the nation state itself. They coordinate, they communicate, they travel, they train, and they act together, sharing the same infrastructure, sharing the
Appreciate
same
it, Heavy,
enemies,
with the Hondo.
sharing the
Let's
same
go.
Antifa militants and their comrades
Appreciate
travel
that.
from across Europe and to the Americas to participate in each other's attacks, to funnel propaganda and training materials and target information through shared encrypted channels, moving through underground networks of safe houses and finance, and sustain their operations through transnational funds. And they work alongside hostile foreign states that share their mission, like Iranian proxy networks, who are increasingly intimately tied to leftist militant groups around the world. The Cuban regime's sprawling intelligence and ideological network helped to build the far left in our country and in our hemisphere. And it remains inextricably linked to the far left groups and movements across
So was Turkey.
and beyond the West.
So was a lot of Christendom.
Today's far left terrorists
And this
can raise
is my
money in one
opinion
country.
on the whole
They can host
Christendom
their
and the
communications
Muslim
in a
world
second
is
country. They can
people
receive
that
training
study
in a
history,
third
you have to
country.
realize the
They can recruit
Crusades,
militants in a fourth country.
there was a lot of
and then together
wins,
strike a
but it was a
target
failure in
in a
the
fifth
end.
country.
The Crusades lost.
And so we have no choice but to
Constantinople
confront this menace
became
together.
the center of the Islamic world at that time. Look what where Constantinople is now, right? Right? It no longer exists. It's called something else.
The United States is
People don't realize the old name of a great city in Turkey was once Constantinople.
Of far left terror.
Christendom, we're forced out.
National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks and their allies.
Good. This is great.
The State Department designated 4 violent far-left extremist groups.
Let's go.
As foreign terrorist organizations.
Heavy sent us sprinkles. Let's go. And then a chili. Thank you, Heavy. Appreciate it.
We announced rewards for justice, offering up to
no
$10 million
day.
For information disrupting the financing.
I was going to make a chimp out sound, but
in May,
I don't know how to do it.
We convened the first counterterrorism law enforcement workshop, joining American law enforcement officials and their counterparts in our partner country nations together to map and develop strategies for dismantling these networks. The next workshop will be co-hosted with our partners in Germany.
Yeah, I agree.
The coalition we're building together is already bearing fruit.
Only so much we can do.
And we are here today to build on that work. We can and we must identify and map this threat and rebuild our counterterrorism architecture.
Yes, sir. TAF was based
just as we have done together before. Now we must do it together again. Through
new setup, no soundboard, not yet. Eventually, I'll have a much larger and better soundboard.
And disruption, we will dismantle these networks brick by brick.
Just make the noises yourself. I don't know how to make a chimp out sound.
The civilized world to defend ourselves, to stand united against this encroaching darkness,
but he can't.
And fight for what is ours.
It is easy that's funny.
To destroy great things. It is far more difficult to make them.
Oh, good Lord.
The enemies of civilization are only capable of the former. They are only capable of destroying great things. All they know is destruction. But we have built great things together. We have done it time and again. We know what we must do.
Sing a mic song.
And now we must
no soundboard needed.
Thank you for coming today.
All right. Not happening. Not happening. That was weird. Let's go Heavy with the thumbs up. Appreciate it.
I want to introduce someone I work with very closely and has been a leader in this field.
Take a hammer to the finger. That's the best sound out there.
To President Trump.
Yeah, that would be.
He also heads up all of our homeland security initiatives and understands this issue probably as well as anyone in the United States government. Stephen Miller.
There we go. Yes. Exactly. Where did it go?
Good morning, distinguished leaders and guests. It's good to see so many familiar faces. And thank you, of course, to Secretary of State Rubio for organizing this conference and for leading this initiative.
Clap. Just clap.
Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government. President Trump issued a directive, in our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government. And we've seen this has taken place many times in many places throughout the years, and Secretary Rubio has provided you many examples. Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering. It only can travel in one direction. There's no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing. Inevitably, left to run its course, it always becomes a gulag. It always becomes the mass imprisonment of political enemies, the stripping of their rights and freedoms, inflicting immense pain, humiliation, suffering in order to establish complete and total
Let's
control.
go.
Control through
Sent
psychological,
the GG.
and
Appreciate
physical,
it,
and
Heavy.
actual terror.
Appreciate that.
And we have to understand
Put this down
that that
here.
is the scope and the extent
Realize I
of
had
the
this
threat
up.
that we face.
Chat back
And
up.
as Secretary Ruby also pointed out, this is an international network. Antifa, as an example, operates in dozens of countries all throughout the world. They share common networks of funding, organization, and information sharing. And so all of our intelligence agencies and law enforcement entities should be collaborating and coordinating and working together in order to root out these organizations. One of the hallmarks of left-wing violence and terrorism is its completely pretextual and disingenuous appeal to civil liberties in an effort to shield its own violence. This is the tactic that the left always uses to try to protect itself from facing criminal punishment. It is essential that we are wise enough and strong enough to understand that these appeals must fall on deaf ears. When the leftist, who does not believe in freedom, who does not believe in civil rights, who does not believe in any ordered notion of justice, protests that we are violating his rights, understand that he is lying to try to persuade people who are not closely following the political scene
been fighting
that
a long time.
some injustice has been perpetrated
And
against
guess
him.
what? They keep
We must
spreading.
stay the course
They
and be
keep
completely
winning,
unflinching
they keep taking
in the
over
pursuit
nations.
of justice
Look at
against these
India
enemies
and
of civilization.
Pakistan, right?
If
A lot
the
of
left
people
is
don't
allowed to
realize
use
Pakistan
the real
was once
actual
part of
threat
India.
of violence
And the separation
to
came
destabilize
when
our
Islam
institutions,
came. They had to
then
separate.
those
That's the difference
institutions
between the
cannot and will not
Pakistanis
succeed.
and the Indians.
So here in the United States,
is
for
religion.
example,
They don't teach
we
this
saw
stuff. It's
in
kind of
recent
scary.
past
Pakistan is a
clear
Muslim
threats of
nation
violence
that
against our
was
Supreme
actually
Court
India that
to try to shape how they
divided
rule on
from
upcoming
India
decisions.
and created a
The
Muslim
leftist
nation.
does this
And you see
with
that
the full
all through
desire,
history.
intent,
It's
and
slowly,
understanding
piece by piece.
that the threat of violence against a public figure or their family is meant to cow them into behaving or acting or conducting themselves differently. In the previous administration, those threats against our Supreme Court were met with near silence and inaction. So you had the combination of a violent left-wing organization threatening our nation's highest court and the federal government and the Department of Justice turning a blind eye to it. Those are the conditions in which this kind of violence can fester as a cancer and ultimately destroy a society. Nothing that we do works if the threat of violence and terror goes on unchecked. Our political systems don't work, our judicial systems don't work, our legal systems don't work, our jury trials don't work. And at the same time, we have to understand there's a real threat
eradicate the left.
that those who are not themselves terrorists, but who support left-wing violence,
Thank you for breaking.
will
I think he
create the
broke
conditions
himself.
that
I
allow
think
that
he
violence to
needed
go
it.
on without
He did
any
it to
meaningful
himself.
inhibition. So
He's kind
to
of
be specific,
changed his whole
we've
demeanor,
seen
which
some
is
of our
kind of good
nation's
to see. I wish
cities
I
in
could play it
America,
and show
like
you
Washington,
guys. So
D.C.,
he deleted,
New York
changed his
City.
YouTube,
Some
put
might
it as
get
his
it's an
name.
American term.
Now
but
he
it's known
wants
as
to,
jury
address
nullification.
his bipolar.
This is when a person is
I
obviously
kinda
guilty
said
of a
that he has
crime,
bipolar.
but the juror,
He explains a
because
lot of
they're
his
ideologically
actions.
sympathetic
He
to the
wants to
perpetrator,
talk about his personal
will
life,
not
and
sentence them to the crime for which they've
he's not
obviously
wearing the
committed. We've seen in the
mega
United
hat
States
anymore.
again
I
and
mean,
again
that's good. Good for
individuals
him.
who
More
are part
power
of
to
left-wing
him.
organizations who've committed assaults
Good for
against
him.
ICE officers
Good
or
for
federal
him.
law enforcement who've been brought
Heavy,
to court.
let's go with the
clear evidence has been
G's.
presented against
What
them
up?
that the jury has refused to convict for
Appreciate
purely
it, Heavy.
political reasons. When you've reached that point, it demonstrates how deeply the cancer has begun to infest your society, where people have created an internal rationalization structure to justify unsanctioned violence against the state and state actors to achieve a political end. We have to use every lawful and legitimate tool that we have
History is
to
history.
demonstrate
We don't
that
study
justice
it. We're gonna
will be served
repeat it.
and delivered, and
You
to
can go
prove
down the aisle.
that these kinds of
47
tactics
was a
and
very
techniques
important
will
year
ultimately
too.
fail.
47, Israel was
If the,
involved in that.
leftist learns and
a lot
observes
of things. This is post
that
World
their
War II
violence
world
and criminal
order, right?
activity
There's a lot of
helps
things that
and
changed.
ultimately succeeds in achieving their desired political end, they will be endlessly emboldened. Here in the United States, we've seen a growing and deeply alarming increase in attempted assassinations against public figures. Most notably, of course, the multiple assassination attempts against President Trump, the successful assassination attempt against Charlie Kirk, many others. This is a fatal cancer to civilization.
Amen.
And the greatest risk that we have is that our institutions have grown too soft and too cowardly to be able to defend themselves against a mortal threat.
Right. In our own backyard,
if your civilization is your home,
in our own backyard,
you must defend it with the same passion and
in our
force
very own backyard,
as if an enemy intruder is inside your own house where your family lives. That is the level of dedication and urgency that is required.
Yeah, PP. Go figure.
And the
you
greatest
recommend
threat is that even though there are far more of us, there are far more people who believe in order and civilization and liberty and the rule of law. Is that if we are softer than those who seek to end us, then the smaller but more radical minority will succeed. It is easy to dismiss what I'm saying and to say, surely it cannot be that bad, it cannot be that dire. But again, I point to the examples in our own country where, for example, our immigration and customs
communist propaganda is way better than this,
which has been duly statutory authorized to carry out routine enforcements of immigration law, has been subjected to an over 8,000% increase in violent assaults. These are not one-off episodes. This is repeat, systemic, organized, funded insurrection and armed resistance against the federal government. There was a sniper from a sniper's nest who, using an assault rifle, tried to shoot ICE officers in Dallas, Texas. These are the episodes that we're talking about, where we have had repeated, direct, violent attacks on federal law enforcement in order to veto the ballot box with violence. And the leftist justifies this violence to himself by saying that they alone are the arbiters of what is right or wrong. Not the law, not history, not civilization, not public opinion, and certainly not God. The leftist assumes for himself judge, jury, executioner.
All in one.
But let's not pretend for a moment that these radical leftists, these terrorists, are operating from a place of sincere political conviction. Sure, there are plenty of useful idiots that they use who may believe these discredited ideologies. The leftist is fundamentally motivated by envy, by hatred, by jealousy. The leftist looks at what is beautiful and what is good and what is natural and is filled with envy and hatred. The leftist looks at a perfect family with the perfect life and a perfect job and perfect kids that goes to church every Sunday and is filled with a feeling of inadequacy and jealousy, and they covet, and they turn those emotions ultimately into a desire to subjugate, to oppress, and to inflict pain and suffering. It's not a coincidence that when you look at these violent Antifa demonstrations, you see any photograph of those who were assembled. To be blunt, not one of the people that is demonstrating looks like a normal person. Not one looks normal. They're all deformed in some way in their appearance, in their dress, in their mannerism. Why is that? Why? You look at two photographs and you see a normal American street, you see an Antifa protest.
Why
the people
right here
that are violently demonstrating, why is there not one normal-looking person
It's so
among
true.
them?
Look at a leftist, look at a right-winger,
through
two
the course of their
females,
life
you're like,
and
oh, look at this
decision
demon. I guarantee
has
she praised the
their body and their
Boba
appearance
Fett.
in
Pretty
many different ways, to
right-winger.
the point in which their outer appearance
It's another
becomes a
Parker. That's just a
manifestation
fact.
of their inner hatred. Trust your instincts. To all people and across all civilizations, you know what normal is. You know what beautiful is. You know what good is. You know that families are right. You know that children are precious and beautiful and must be protected. You know that the criminal and the junkie and the predator is a threat to normal, healthy living. This is so much deeper than issues about taxation and regulation, although they're incredibly important.
They look funny.
It's about normal, healthy, ordered living. And the violent leftists, for these deep-seated reasons,
they hate
go
America.
back to the earliest wisdom taught to us in the Bible about coveting. And I'm not talking about rich versus poor. I'm talking about a much deeper kind of coveting. Coveting people who are morally superior, who are superior in the simple, truthful way they live their lives. People that they look at who are happy and ordered and peaceful and contributing to the communities.
Right.
That
right,
burns
Darla.
an ember in them, and that's how you end up with the horrors we've seen throughout history, where good families are dragged out into the street and executed. And you might say, again, you're describing a future that seems impossible to conceive of. When it comes to preventing these horrors, it is the burden and the duty of good people of all walks of life to understand that you will always be accused of raising the alarm too loudly. If you wait until the point where the worst outcome is so obvious that no one can deny it, you've already lost the battle. That's the fundamental point. If you say, I will not raise this alarm until the threat is so present and so clear and so obvious and so imminent that none can deny it, it's already too late. It's already too late. I would rather prevent a threat from occurring and be accused for the rest of my life of having falsely raised the alarm, knowing in myself that I was right,
Joe scared
than
Lalo
for fear
off.
of being judged, having waited too long until the point of no return has been crossed. The good news is that we are far away from the point of no return. So all of us should organize together and work together for the good and the benefit of all the people in our societies, of all walks of life, of all persuasions, to deliver for them what they are justly entitled to, which is to live with safety, with fundamental human dignity, and with the ability to live in peace and harmony with their families and neighbors. Thank you all, and God bless.
Insane. He hit it out of the park. He hit it out of the park. bunch of deformed degenerates
United States
versus
Secretary
normies.
of the Treasury, the Honorable Scott Bessent.
So funny.
Good morning. And before I proceed, I'm going to go off script for a minute, which is always dangerous, but I'm going to remind everyone in this room and all the media that I was the subject of an assassination attempt February 2024 by an addled left-wing activist 2 hours after being sworn into my job. So any of you who want to report that this is a fiction and does not exist, be there for the sentencing this August. So, good morning.
Right.
Thank you,
Forgot about
Secretary
that. I
Rubio,
forgot all
for
about
convening
that.
this ministerial and for the invitation to be here. We are here together because the resurgence of political terrorism,
I forgot all about that.
transnational in design, and far left in doctrine is no longer the concern of any one nation. It demands a response that draws upon the distinct and combined strengths of every government represented here today. Every government. Ours begins where every campaign of terror does. It's financial lifeblood. And at President Trump's direction, the United States Treasury is bringing the full weight of our authorities to defend the integrity of the U.S. global financial systems. More than 20 years ago, in the wake of 9/11, Treasury became the first
he allegedly said all the gold is in Fort
to
Knox.
establish an office dedicated to disrupting the funding networks
Yeah, I forgot
of
all
terrorist
about it.
organizations.
What happened to him,
Treasury's
like, right
Office
after
of
he came
Terrorism
in.
and Financial Intelligence, referred to as TFI, was created in recognition of the reality that America's financial system is essential to its national security. TFI's mandate to identify, disrupt, and disable illicit foreign funds that threaten our homeland has become one of the Treasury's defining responsibilities. And today, we are extending that abiding mission to meet an evolving threat. The resurgence of organized political terrorism has long occupied a blind spot. The international community has struggled to identify this danger, much less defeat it. But as the threat of terrorism evolves, The institution tools that defend against
The
it
sound of the
must
jail
adapt.
door swinging.
We once
and
understood
Bubba
terrorism principally as an external menace
getting
that is
ready
no
for his
longer the
first-
world we inhabit. Increasingly, we are confronting sophisticated, organized networks that cross borders to incite violence within them. Meanwhile, old ideological boundaries are now giving way to new operational alliances. The unified front between international Marxism and radical Islamic movements need not share the same ultimate vision to share the same immediate enemy of free and self-governing societies. That convergence should concern every government represented in this room. These terrorists understand an enduring truth. Societies are rarely subverted from afar until they have first been weakened from within. So as it tears at the social fabric that allows our societies to function, left-wing terrorism is the visible manifestation of a much broader and more insidious effort to undermine the philosophies that built Western civilization and sustain all we hold dear. Some of these activities are overt: bombings, assassinations, and organized violence in our streets. Others are quieter: campaigns to suppress speech, intimidate political opposition, and sabotage our national institutions. Of course, whatever form they take, none of these attacks sustain themselves. Violence requires money, channels through which funding can move, and institutions behind which it can hide. Increasingly, legitimate nonprofit and charitable structures are being exploited as a mechanism to conceal the movement of illicit funds to support political terrorism. For Treasury, the application of our authorities to combat these networks represents the natural evolution of our mission. Through our Office of Foreign Assets Control, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and IRSCI, we have spent decades developing the world's most sophisticated financial counterterrorism capabilities. And now we are mobilizing some of the same tools that we have deployed against terrorists abroad to confront this emerging threat here at home. Like every form of illicit finance, these networks rely on the global financial system.
Joe the stalker.
It is our mandate
He's
to deny
stalking everybody.
terrorist groups access to those
Hopefully he
channels.
left by now.
We think of nonprofits and charities as good,
Stalker Joe in the house,
altruistic
guys.
organizations.
Or did he leave?
And most of them are. We think they represent the very best of civil society. Many of them do. But the very qualities that make
Stalker
these
Joe doesn't have
institutions
his
worthy of the public's
favorite,
trust can
mod
also
in
make
here,
them
so he
appealing
probably
to
left.
those who endeavor to exploit them. At President Trump's direction, Treasury is expanding its efforts to identify organizations that abuse charitable and nonprofit structures as vehicles for illicit finance. We are examining where tax-exempt status has been exploited, where charitable entities have become financial conduits for foreign influence activity, and how those entrusted with stewardship of these organizations have instead enabled violence. Where the evidence leads, we will not hesitate to follow. And of course, we will hold these organizations, officers, directors accountable. And just as financial institutions must know their clients, they must know their grantees. That work is well underway. In the fall, the United States designated 4 far-left Antifa extremist groups abroad as foreign terrorist organizations.
Thank God.
Denying them access to the U.S. financial system and depriving them of resources they need to carry out attacks. Meanwhile, in this administration alone, OFAC has also sanctioned 17 sham charities and nonprofit organizations for funding Hamas's terrorist activities and operations. As Treasury continues to map and disrupt the flow of funding that enables these entities to operate, no terror organization should delude itself into the belief that its financing lies beyond our reach. No facilitator should assume that anonymity confers impunity, and no jurisdiction should expect to enable or harbor these activities without consequence. To be clear, in the fight against domestic terrorism, we must respect the constitutional rights, freedom of speech, association, and assembly of all Americans. As such, it is important to emphasize that Treasury will act based on suspected unlawful conduct by these terror organizations, not because of their beliefs or ideologies. At Treasury, this work is mission critical, but we cannot do it alone. The threat is transnational. Our response must be no less so. Indeed, our cooperation must be as disciplined as the networks we seek to dismantle. The global financial system is one of the great achievements of the modern world, and we never must allow it to become a sanctuary for those who seek to subvert it. So on behalf of the United States Treasury, let there be no uncertainty about the work before us and the resolve with which we will undertake it. We will identify illicit funding, however artfully it is concealed. We will dismantle the networks that
go after them where their money is,
however
right?
Respectable their fronts
Hit them where it hurts, the money.
We will pursue those who
follow
enable
the money.
Violence, however distant their jurisdictions, and we will deepen our collaboration with every nation represented in this room for as long as this work
this is almost
requires.
over, Joe. I'll keep
this
that
is
up,
our
so I
commitment,
remember to
and
address
we ask
your alleged
that you
receipts.
make yours too. Secretary
Stalker
Rubio,
boy.
thank you again for convening us here this morning. Let us work together to translate the spirit of this ministerial into a commitment that endures well beyond it. And let us deny our adversaries the one thing on which they count most, that those of us assembled in this room will grow weary in our cooperation before they do. Thank you all for being here today, and the U.S. Treasury looks forward to working with you.
Yeah,
Thank
let's
you.
get those Anquifers. All right, there we go. All right, Joe. Since Joe is here, we have to address the claims of stalkery, because if the victim is being stalked, does the victim go to the stalker and do what Mr. Joe's doing here, right? So Joe is a Canadian troll. He's not even a good troll. He's actually here, and this is my firm belief with Joe. He's in Patriot spaces because he's a leftist, communist, socialist piece of shit. He comes into our spaces to befriend people and gain things, and really to flirt with female mods. That's his, he likes cheating on his wife on the internet. He likes to go in here to cause this division and make us sit and talk about him so we don't talk about things that matter to Americans, because he's a Canadian socialist idiot. That's Joe. Okay, let's get that off. And Joe believes stalking is repeating things that he's talked about himself about in public chats. I'm not going to name the mod, but I'm sure everybody knows who Joe loves. His number one mod he loves, Joe. We know who it is. Joe loves her. Like he stalks her. So Joe is the stalker against this particular mod. And I think she's coming to her senses from what I've seen and kind of ignoring Joe and his stalkery. But Joe was trying to impress this particular gal that he was trying to impress. He's like, I have my house paid off. I used to work for the Canadian government as a like what the IRS is in Canada, whatever it is, revenue collection guy. And he bragged about freezing the banks of the convoy, the Freedom Convoy, and he's against it. He's all this shit. He was trying to, my house is paid off, and da 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 da. So I've only repeated things in which Joe has ever talked about. So Joe, how is me repeating shit that you talk about freely in an open public chat where the live replay on every one of the videos that you've been in, people can, or at least in mine, you can go and replay them and see it, you fucking Riri. You are a Riri, bro. Anyways, that's the only time I will address the Joe retard Riri, because that's what Joe is. It's funny, Joe, is the new profile picture you have, that Star Wars character, it looks a hell of a lot better than you do. Because your original picture, your fat ass sitting there in some Canuck ass hockey jersey, Jesus Christ. You are a catfish, bro. So either way, welcome to the chat, Joe. I'm not going to ban you. What of the alt accounts? You tell me, Joe. Yeah, Joe was in the government during the freedom convoys in Canada and was taking part in Operation Shut Everybody's Bank Accounts Down. He doesn't deny it or anything. He's an alleged hacker, which he's not. Let's just be real. He's not. Joe is not that smart. If you look at the guy, you'd like, the boy couldn't figure out how to open up a bag of potato chips without, it breaking and going everywhere, let alone being a fucking white or black hat hacker. So come on, Joe. Anyways, Joe, you're the stalker. Let's move on. I don't mind you stalking me, Joe. But either way, let's put our differences to the side, Joe, and realize you're just a commie socialist Canadian that loves America. And I appreciate you for loving America so much that you're in every single chat every single day. Makes me wonder, bro. Makes me wonder. But welcome aboard, Joe. Welcome aboard, Joe. All right, moving on to something more important. And I will never address the Joe Tard again. Well, other than calling him a Joe Tard. The Joe Tard. The boys are back in town. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Oh, I need to put something else up. And let's go. Close this sheet down.
I'm going to ask you guys. I'm going to ask you guys. You guys hold on. What country is this?
What country is this?
We have rights in this country.
We can record in public.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And who are you with?
No, we don't have to say that, and we're not going to.
I see. You are with Area 51.
Area 51.
You don't even know what we're doing here. Keep it moving.
I see you're with Area 51.
You can be a part of the team.
Area 51.
You can be part of the team.
I thought you were doing me a rear naked choke.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know it was
rear naked choke. Don't let him do that to you.
Oh, good Lord.
No flanking. We're about to go prone. All right, quiet on the
Joe
set.
Tard, yeah.
Quiet on the set and action. No one stare at the camera. Oh, she ruined the shot. She ruined the shot.
Wait.
You guys have a great day, okay?
Wait, because a blind person might cross the road.
Permission.
You want the VIN number?
We'll take the last 9 of the
I
Soch.
love it, brother. Keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Hey,
Keep it moving.
Stop talking to us. Shut your face.
get going.
I'll pay you all this money to wear those fucking shorts.
Tell him.
Keep
Tell
it
him
moving,
he can't wear
Joe.
those shorts anymore. Thank you for educating him, sir.
Keep it moving, Joe.
Taking some video.
This video.
Yep. That's it.
There you go.
That's it. Keep it going.
We are out here stress testing our First Amendment right today by filming in public and reminding people of their rights. Don't like that answer? It's funny. You guys ask us for an answer and then you don't like the answer, so.
With John Marshall Harlan.
Gotcha. What?
You can say it now.
What's up, bud? What's up, buddy? How we doing today?
What think of it with you?
We're just out here talking to people today.
How's it going for you today? Good?
How you boys
You
doing?
feel good?
Have a good day.
All right.
Is everything okay, Gustavo? Okay, that's fine. They'll come and tell you we're
Canadians
okay.
don't know what
Look,
women are.
Are you?
They're like,
you're not gonna be a
well,
cop caller, are you, Gustavo?
How stupid you are.
Hey, calm down. I know. Look, she's still looking.
What is a
Are we
woman?
okay? All right. Did we?
I know, no,
are we
keep
okay?
going.
All right. I just need to make sure you're only focused on your column. She's so tripping that you.
Bob. Robbie is
Stop
CC.
being loud.
And put it on speaker.
Stop. Are you okay? Should I call mom?
Put it on
Do I gotta talk to mom about this?
Joe is CC.
Hey, what happened? Mira, they don't care.
Yeah, what happened? What are you doing out here?
Why are you
of any value? Get going.
Are they hassling you? These guys, be happy. We're stress testing your First Amendment. Calm
Stress
down, people.
testing.
Calm down. Everyone calm down. No one wants to give high fives to anyone today.
You guys are a bunch of gang members.
They're conspirators, I think.
90% of people can't debate without getting upset. Well, Joe, you want me to send you a link? We'll have you on the
Who's your leader?
Patriot Chit Show. First time having a Canadian Canuck on. You're willing to speak your piece. I'll give you the full floor without even saying a word.
So, hey, Gustavo or Juan.
Let's see what you got,
coming
Joe.
Or no? Are the cops coming or not? We're waiting. Where are they?
You want the link, Joe?
Come on. We got a lot of recording to do. If they're coming, we want to talk to them.
So sit down there. Keep sitting down.
Come on,
All right,
Joe.
well, look. If they come, have a good talk with them, okay?
If they come, just yell real loud.
Yeah, we'll
We
come
won't
back.
Come, but it's going to be funny.
We'll try to come back. We'll, like, teleport back.
No, not happening, Joe.
Oh, what is happening? Yo, look.
I hear you, Art. I'm thinking of you. I was thinking very soon. Let's do it. What is maybe tomorrow if you're free? I usually stream 7, 8 o'clock. So all I need to do is I didn't see a message on X, but from you. I don't know if you sent me. Send me a DM on X. If you did, I'll double check because sometimes I gotta go click on
All you guys go back to your own country if you don't know your rights.
click on it. But yeah, I want to see Joe
This is
too.
freedom here. We have
How about
fucking
Joe,
free rights
Art?
here, not in your fucking country. Keep it moving.
Joe and Art, that'd be epic. I'll let Art do all the talking. And we'll
Go
stay
back to
silent.
Turkey or where the fuck you're from, bud. We have rights and freedoms here. Leave us alone.
From Italy, I could tell one's a priest.
Yeah, you're good. Go. Yep, cut right on through, guys. No charge today. No charges for walking in public areas.
Joe
today.
will have it upside down. He'll be upside down, his shirt off, say upside down.
Show off your muscles, dude. Stop doing that,
How
dude.
certain chatters,
Dude, we're at the
because
beach.
I
Chicks
talked
are
to
gonna
Polly
just come and
there,
stalk us, dude. Stop it. Okay, stop it.
Talking, geez.
If you guys
What
saw my
the
live
hell are you
yesterday, you
talking
actually
about,
saw
Joe?
one of the
Do
first
you want the
police
link or not,
officers
bro?
ever come in and actually
I know
tell
Joe
a
wouldn't
parent,
do it.
that education.
Joe,
is
I will
important. Hi, how
do
you
that.
guys
I
doing?
will
Have a
allow
good
you
day
to
today,
do with no
okay?
video because I mean I don't want to.
But he was the first police officer to say like, "Hey, the education has been done. We're good."
Joe
She
Tart.
apologized. And you know, I like pointing out
money
when
is on
police
our-
are doing good things. So the officer educated someone. That is great. You know, if they're doing something incorrect, I'm gonna let the cops know they're doing something incorrectly. So you know, it is what it is. You just got to be open and honest with people. Hey, how you doing, brother? How you doing, man?
I don't know. Polly has not came in here in a long
We got a
time.
guy loving it. Let's go, dog.
Too tired.
All right, here you go. Look, watch.
Too tired. No, Joe.
Let's go.
Come on,
Let's
Joe.
Go. I got
What do you got to lose, Joe?
I got it. Good job, Eli. Both of them. Let's go. All right, look. So this guy's always asking people to do stuff, and he is never prepared for any of it. Oh, there we go, boys.
I've known
That's
certain
how you
people
do
for
it.
10 months.
You're not
I
telling
can
them
talk to them.
shit.
Well, you go talk to him, Joe.
I already called her, dude. What are you gonna do?
Take the glasses off? No, I'm
You're
blind.
gonna sit down.
I can't. I have no eyeballs, Joe.
You'll see.
You don't want to see my
Just
eyes.
like
They're
the
ugly.
cops. We'll make it up. We'll arrest you now. Make it up later. Yeah.
Check it out. If I have to call Dad, it's like hell on earth.
Hey,
You
how about
thought
you
hell
come on
comes
and
with
take
you?
your shirt
Oh,
off, Joe?
Well.
And then flip your screen upside down.
You better be good. He's the bully.
I
Everyone
just sent
says
you
I'm a
5
bully.
messages. Now Art's stalking me.
Where do you think
I'll
I
check
learned
it
how
right
to
now,
put
bro.
timeouts on people?
Sometimes my messages, I have to go to your profile, like
Don't-
you
no,
send
you're
me,
not
and
allowed
then
to
click
get
the
in my shit
message,
anymore.
like
You're
to
in so
message
much
you, and
trouble with
allows
me
me
right
to
now.
see it.
3 minutes.
Let's
without
see if
going
I
to
have
my
to do
frame.
that with
Hey,
you.
Hey, stop it.
Yes, I have to go to your
Stop it.
profile.
Guys,
Yeah, I don't know
he's
why
really
it does that.
pissing
Like
me
the
off,
first
dude.
message I get from
Pissing me off,
anybody,
dude.
I have to go to their
Stop it.
profile
No,
and then
no,
click
no,
like
get
if,
away.
as if though I'm
Get
trying
away.
to message
I
them,
swear
and
to
then
God,
I
if
can
you
see the
touch me,
message.
dude. Oh my God, dude.
I'm pretty
I
sure
swear
I'm
to God.
following you.
You're good. I'll do it again,
let's
dude.
see.
I want to fucking suplex you right
Don't suplex me. Not in front of these ladies. Don't
All right.
suplex
No
me,
fighting.
okay? No fighting.
Women are present.
He's my brother. He's just
Yeah,
a
I
bully.
don't see it, so yeah, I have to. I wonder how
He's
I
a
could
bully
change.
for
I'll
sure.
work on. I need to write that down. I need to figure that out.
Gosh.
X. DM. I need to figure out why it does that. The initial DM always never comes until I go to profile.
Don't you listen to nothing this guy says, dude.
For some dumbass reason.
He didn't back me
Probably
up.
a lot of people send me DMs.
No one back. Okay, so look,
I never
LP's got to
get.
be out here solo. Hey,
See if I can find you real quick.
don't check. Oh, what happens when my boys are next to me? I'm looking the other way. I'll tell you what happens. I get sideswiped. I go in the bush, and these guys are like, I didn't have time.
What happened was he trusted.
Stop it.
He trusted that dude, and that dude
I know
tricked
I'm
him.
Stop. You're not
following,
allowed to
man.
talk anymore, dude.
That's
You're in
exactly
so
what
much.
happened.
You're all in trouble.
Exactly
You made me guys. You made me look inferior.
When he would have got me on this headlock, I was gonna pick
Stop
his ass
it,
up
dude. You weren't
and
doing
fucking
nothing.
pow.
I had my feet planted, solid.
As soon as you got it, I already.
He's
that's
a
why I
liar.
picked up his leg.
Anything
right here,
this dude
his
says,
femur.
stop
See,
it.
I know science.
You're not allowed to touch my
I know
femur.
science. Okay,
God,
I'm
you
picking up
guys,
his femur, which is the
imagine
largest,
growing up with this
the
dude.
largest bone in the body.
Jesus.
Okay, it's in the Bible.
Stop talking about
I would
bones.
have picked his ass up.
Stop it. Stop it. He doesn't mean what he's saying.
He would have still
Stop
been
it.
holding my neck. It would have been too late. 'cause I
Look,
would've
we're
dropped him right in
auditing.
his fucking neck.
Stop picking on me.
I would've dropped him.
God, he loses focus. Are you losing focus right now?
No.
Did you take your meds?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Take your
Did you
goddamn
take your
meds.
meds?
Look, mom and
There
dad.
you are.
Growing up, this dude takes like 10 pills a day.
I have to
right?
go and
Don't act
click.
like you
Okay,
don't.
there you go.
This
Now I can
dude
see your
is
messages.
psychotic.
I have to. Okay.
Right? Is that what
Accept
the doctor
message
said? Look,
request. Why doesn't it
I'm
show
the
me
only
to
one
accept?
that
I have to
uses it.
accept.
This guy's
Let me
all
write that
brute
down.
force strength.
Accept.
I'm in the army. I jumped out of planes and
Message
shit. You know what? I
request.
don't care, dude. You want a Navy SEAL, bro?
The clinical diagnosis was
I was
a little
82nd
nuts.
Airborne. I don't care.
That's nothing bad.
You,
All
you
right,
can't
here we go.
pick
Now
on
I
me
got
just
you.
because you're in the military. If you guys had to work with your brother, okay? Who works with family?
See,
Can I-
look at how he does that.
Stop it.
He always has to go down. Now he's
right.
crying.
Message
I'm not upset.
received.
Emotions.
If you keep recording me, though, I didn't give you permission.
Emotions
We're not supposed to record each other.
are part of the rules.
Oh, boy, guys.
Here we go.
Dude, when I turn this off,
They've
it's
been
There you go.
freaking
All right.
time.
I
Physical
got
challenge is coming
you.
in.
Art, we're good now. I guess I wasn't following you.
So
priest.
no, you're not allowed to do nothing. You're gonna sit in the back. You're gonna be quiet, and you're not allowed
There
to
we
record
go.
nothing.
When they say who
I want to record everything, Liberty. No.
when they say
No.
who
Benaki.
who does
Aya?
Can't do video. Why
I don't
not,
know Spanish,
Joe?
guys. I just throw shit out there so we're all.
All right,
good.
that's fine,
When they
Joe.
say
We'll
who
do
knows
audio.
who rebukes you, and
We
I'll
have
be
to
right there.
have. Okay,
This guy.
we'll do audio.
Everyone,
Joe.
if
How's
you got
that,
a
Joe?
problem with me, you got a problem with him. Okay? I just want to be very, very
Just-
clear.
Just have your
I want the
clothes on while you're
You
without your
can't
video.
handle
That's
the
all we
truth.
ask for.
Who
All right,
could win
Joe.
in a fight?
So
You, him,
you
or
need
me?
to message me
Get
on
out of
X,
here.
Joe.
Get out.
There, just
Get
let him
out.
have
Give
it.
me your X handle.
Yo,
The truth will set you free.
you haven't even got one throat check.
You haven't seen when
You ain't got one throat check.
when you were before.
This guy,
I was
dude,
punching people out.
stop bullying me.
I was punching people before he was born.
This dude don't even know how to make a fist. He puts his thumb in his stuff. He's like, hey,
I'm
hey.
the one who convinced Mom.
Remember how I had to teach you to hold your fist? He's like, come on, bro, let's fight. I'm like, yo,
I convinced Mom
Yo.
to not abort him. There.
fine.
There.
Okay,
Cry
fine.
about that one.
You got one on me.
You got one.
Check it out, dude. Kim, give me your
Yeah.
phone.
Keep
I need to
going
call
live.
my dad.
He's got. Just go cry.
Stop pointing to
Go
my
sit
stuff.
down.
He
Go
said,
sit down.
pointing
go
my
cry.
Sit down there.
Cam, make the call.
Oh,
that call to
good
pops.
Lord.
You're in
Don't
deep
fucking-
shit now, dude.
We still got an hour
Cam,
to go.
call him. Yep. He's
Oh,
calling.
any
Give me the
camera
phone
will
when
work,
he's on.
Joe. You don't need to come up with these wild
Yeah,
excuses.
you're in a lot of shit. So much
You just
trouble.
don't want to
Yep.
kill on
Is he on there
camera.
yet?
It's fine.
Is he good? Let me see.
And don't know
Let me
if
see that thing.
if
Is that Dad?
Nick
Yeah.
will
Dad.
work. What? I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, it's me, Liberty.
Use your phone, dude.
Constitution's doing this shit again.
If anything goes down.
Stop. I'm
Level
talking to Dad.
4
You're in
Karens.
trouble. Stop. Look. I don't appreciate this. I'm on Cam's phone. Yeah, Cam, you remember Cam. The
Rear
guy
naked
that didn't
Joe?
protect me the other day, just
All the
let
way
me
to
fall
the
in the bush.
ocean.
That guy. I'm on his phone.
Rear naked
This guy
Joe.
behind me,
I can
get
perform-
away from me. Yeah,
I
Dad.
already asked him to fight him.
I already talked to Mom.
We won't do any headshots.
I talked
It's
to
just
Mom. This
body
is
blows.
bullshit. You better stop. Dad
He
said
will
to
fucking
stop.
guys do a poll.
Guys, damn
And
it.
we'll-
Dad, I'm going to call you back.
We
on
can
the
bet
phone,
this
Mom.
shit
right
on,
now.
on Kanisha.
Cam,
Well.
give my mom on the phone.
We could bet.
Here, Cam.
We could bet.
I don't know.
Come on. You're
I-
doing this because
you
you're in
can use
trouble for the FCA.
just a regular
Stop it.
ass
You can't
phone.
do that to me. He's trying to do stuff he learned
Whatever
in
it
martial arts.
does.
God damn it. damn it. Stop it. I swear to God, dude, this is the shit. You guys don't know how much shit I put up with all day because of this guy.
He's trying to hide the evidence. Record the screen. Screen recorder. There's an app too for
you know
doing
what?
that.
You're not allowed. Don't let no one see that.
See, he don't know. He don't know anything.
I don't appreciate this, dude.
We'll
Look, we're trying to have a good day today.
All right, then.
Good day today. And so far, I'm being bullied. I'm being pushed around. I just had to call Dad.
All right, you can't.
Even knows talking shit about Rick. What up, Rick? How we doing?
If we call Mom, dude. So
They don't know shit.
yeah, you know the number. Look,
What up,
you're making
Rick?
Cam call 2 of them today. Look, Cam doesn't like getting in the middle of this crap, dude.
You guys don't know shit. Go to
Cam's
my channel.
always having to calm this guy down, dude.
You're lucky I didn't bring my live
I swear to God,
camera.
dude. Is she on the phone yet? Give me
What
that.
the hell's
Mom!
Rav After Show,
Mom!
Cool Chris?
Mom!
I have no clue what the hell that even means.
I'm sorry
I've
for yelling,
seen you
Mom.
say that like 50 times.
Yeah.
You have to,
I'm here.
you have to kind of explain yourself a little. I don't know if fucking Rav is like Rav Show After. I don't know what Rav is.
sacrifice.
He's been picking on me all day.
I sacrifice.
I tried to call Dad. Dad
I let him
doesn't
drive.
even care.
I let him
So-
drive. Okay?
Stop
But
saying
I've been
Mom,
down
he
the road
didn't
with
drive.
people saying what we're
Mom.
watching is gay, and
Yeah,
they'll
he
put on what
drives
they
today.
want
You
to put
know
on, and it's even
who tells
gayer.
the
It's
truth
like
around here.
tomato,
Mom?
tomato.
Yes.
Makes me feel the
It was
gas.
Constitution.
He makes me
Look,
feel the gas.
It's the
I'll
talk
let you
we had
know.
already.
Yeah, whatever. If
I'm
it's
sorry,
even
I'm not
later,
yelling.
I stream
Sorry.
after 7, whatever.
Okay,
Yeah,
look.
at 7. It can be after.
We'll talk at home. We can talk at home?
You know,
All right.
8, 9,
You're-
whatever.
she said
I mean,
she's
it's 10
talking to you
o'clock
home.
now,
All right.
my time.
All right, Mom. I'll fill you in.
It doesn't have to be 7,
Okay.
but I
love
start
you.
7, 8
I'm
o'clock.
sorry.
Is usually
It's
when I
always
stream.
him. You know, it's always him. All right. Bye. All right, dude. So much trouble, bro. You made me call Mom. I didn't want to do it. Oh, he can't even keep a freaking focus when he's talking. It goes off on tangents.
I'll record. If you
She
want to
said
go
yes,
FaceTime,
I'll be
I'll
there.
go FaceTime.
All right, sounds
I'll
good.
go FaceTime.
I only point.
FaceTime.
Stop.
You
I
go
point.
FaceTime. Don't touch me ever
Dude,
again.
I swear to God.
See? You would have went on the
Dude,
ground.
I swear to God, dude. If
I
you
would've flipped
fucking
you.
try to wrap me up again, dude. I swear to God, dude. Watch. Try that again. Try that again, dude. I swear to God, dude. Swear to God, dude.
How much feet away?
If I have to make you apologize on camera, I will make you apologize
How
on
much feet
camera.
away should I
What are
be?
they talking
Can
about?
I get at least 2 feet from you, dude?
All right.
At least
Last time
2
you
feet.
said, oh, you got to get in fear. I'm gonna be in the back.
Look, you're right
because
back up.
I'm scared. I'm scared. You guys be in the front the whole time. That's what he's saying.
Hey, look, brother. Hey, look. We
Oh,
got
now
the
he's
same
switching.
camera.
He's using reverse psychiatry.
Ah.
Okay,
Reverse
Trying to ignore
psychiatry.
you.
Yeah.
All right?
Oh my god.
Dude, if you walk up any closer, dude, that's like definitely assault because you're a little threatening. Hey! Swear to God, dude.
You do that one?
Look, don't act like you took martial arts. You took nothing. Dude, stop.
Ay,
bro.
Corona.
You know, you're always.
Now you do one.
Mom said you're always getting too close to me, dude.
I even do.
Swear to
not
God.
looking, so nobody, there's no evidence. Come on.
Dude.
So give me one. Come
Check it
on,
out.
give me
Sir?
one.
Sir in the orange.
Yeah, give me one.
Sir in the orange. This guy's bothering me. Can you deal with this guy, sir?
Wait till your
Thanks,
father
sir.
gets home, boy.
I don't even want to. Stop it. You're always a bully. Cam, dude, deal with this guy. I'm tired of it. Cam,
Is
Dude.
Taco alive right now?
I swear to God, Cam, if you don't do something right now to your
No,
cousin
I'm
to
asking
stop
you.
him,
I
he
can
bullies,
just look.
bullied all of our life. You better do something. Jeez.
It's been a long time since I did
He doesn't
anything
even know how to
related to
stand
Portland.
right.
To be honest with you, have another taco is live,
Look,
bro.
stop acting like you're.
I'm gonna
Cam,
ask him
I
if I
swear
could
to God, you
restream
better
him.
get him good.
Oh, there ain't nothing going on. Fuck the
Dude,
guy do
Cam
that
doesn't
for.
know how to kick. Okay? All right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
He's gonna fall on the floor.
Spider Mike.
What was that? Oh my God, dude.
It would have been faster.
Check it out, dude.
If that was real speed, it would.
Okay, let me see a spinning roundhouse kick. No.
He was too close.
That's not even. Stop making up excuses.
Do it. Do the same move.
I swear to God, dude. Look, this is what I deal with all the time. He thinks he's Bruce Lee. Look at that. Are you kidding me? That is not how you block stuff. Look, you catch the fist in your hand, Kim.
I could do
Shit.
swing.
Pow! That's how you catch it.
Real
And you
American
crush it like that.
voice.
And you crush it and you say, "Not today."
I don't even know
Not
who the hell it is.
today.
R.
That's what
Yeah, I
you
don't know who
do.
real. Well, actually,
I will break
take
you.
that back.
It's a lock. I can't do anything else.
I will break
I'm actually
you.
subbed to them. Yeah, it is rad.
Don't ever look
You're
at me
right.
like that.
Never...
Don't ever look at me up
Yeah,
and down.
you're
Like,
right.
I will break you.
I'll go like this.
Check it out. You ain't. Check, dude.
I do watch Real American Voice. That's funny.
I taught you everything you know.
I know what you're talking about now.
Never
Okay.
took martial arts. You're like,
I
I
actually
watched
watched that
Bruce Lee
show.
and Chuck Norris. Like, okay, Delta Force.
I'll
Let's
pick
go.
up. That's why
funny.
you don't want to get close. I could do any move.
Dude,
This
dude just needs to read more books,
He
right?
thinks he could swing. He'll get his forearm will hit me, and that ain't shit because I've moved forward. See, and the forearm.
Bullshit.
And then I fucking switch it into a judo.
Stop. All right, you picked me up, guys. I was unprepared. I was unprepared for that when you picked me up. Can you not do that again?
Yeah, I watch a Real American Voice. I just never
just
grab. I mean, it didn't click in my head.
Just a quick hug. All right.
I'm a Riri
I
too.
swear to God. I swear to God.
I don't watch
you realized
Steve
where
Bannon.
we were at
I
today,
like Saul.
and you realized you lost. But
Solomon.
no.
He's
he
badass.
just has to remind
That's the only
me,
reason why I watch
hey,
it.
I'm in charge.
I like his reporting
Hey,
style.
I'm the YouTuber.
You fucking good.
Simple, straight to the
Every
facts,
time
no grift,
He tries
no
to take
nothing.
me on at home. I tap
I'm on
him
the
out.
fucking couch and he comes right behind me.
Take him out every time.
That
You know
shit-
it.
That shit ain't real.
Every time.
That shit ain't a fucking
You know,
real
you,
shit.
you can cry to mom and dad all you want about, oh, he did it again. Liberty put me on the ground and made me tap
He comes
out.
out in the behind
Yeah, I
the
never
fucking
watched
couch.
Kirk on
It
there,
is
to be
what it
honest
is.
with you.
Watching
Not
some shit.
one
He
time
knows.
did I watch him on there.
He knows, dude. He knows. And then Cam back here, he's been watching our whole
I
life.
wasn't an active
This one getting tapped out by me.
follower or
So I
listener to
apologize.
Charlie Kirk to be
You
very
better
blunt about
apologize.
it. I knew who he was. Met him twice actually at Arizona State University. Very long time ago too, before he was dating wifey or before he was even really popular.
This is a very good spot. Yeah, let's wait. This is because you can go 2 ways in there.
I like how they just end their shit without even telling. They don't even say anything. Just end it. It's over. They don't even care. It's over. Let me close that. But yeah, let me share this other tab real quick that I have. Bada bing, bada boom. Go through these here that I wanted to go through. I'm going to start from the bottom. Oh yeah, this is absolutely. I can't believe he's out. I still can't believe it. Make sure I got sound on first.
Vilify those ICE agents.
Cannot believe it.
They are ready to prosecute and vilify those ICE agents. They're
Cannot
calling them
believe it.
terrorists, for goodness sake. They're ready to prosecute and vilify them right on the spot without having those facts. I saw that in Minnesota. I saw that in Chicago, Los Angeles. No matter what those ICE agents do.
Absolutely insane.
According to the Democrats, it's going to be wrong. And one other thing, Liddy, I'll say right now, I'll set the record straight for ICE. You ICE agents out there, nationwide and especially in Maine, fantastic job. Keep it up. You're doing a great job. Never cower to the left or the anarchist or rioters. They are ready to prosecute and vilify those ICE agents. They're calling them terrorists, for goodness sake. They're ready to prosecute and vilify them right on the spot without having those facts. I saw that in Minnesota. I saw that in Chicago, Los Angeles. No matter what those ICE agents do, according to the Democrats, it's going to be wrong.
This is funny.
And one other thing, Liddy, I'll say right
now.
now, I'll set the record straight for
So
ICE.
now,
you ICE agents
all right,
out
I'm
there.
going to pause this. I'm going to share another screen. Actually, I'm going to take this, put it over here. This is funny. I love getting called the white supremacy thing because that is so fucking funny. These people have no argument, so they lead to the white supremacy thing. But I'm not going to share Taco stream or anything. I'm just going to share I'm going to pause it. It's just going to be paused. I'm just not even going to play the video or anything. I'm just going to zoom into his chat. And that's what we're going to be watching. We're just going to watch the chat. Okay? Because this is going to get good, guys. Let me share this screen. Let me replace this. Because I love when they call me a fucking Nazi. Here we go. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. No video, no audio, no nothing. Just my elegant voice. Okay. Let's go back up to this dipshit right here. Where Brandy C. Sorry, not sorry, Noel. I'm not. Oh, that's not it. Where the hell does dipshit say it? Let's go back. All right, right here. I'll let someone else block Unfiltered and Raw for being an unapologetic, stinking prick, white supremacist. Okay, I'm a white supremacist. I said, Spider Mike, I'd love to have you on the Chit Chat show, right? Never gonna happen. Racist. So now I'm a racist. What's your stream over? Ran out things to come up with. Trump's useless speech, I guess. Go back to Arizona. Okay, so isn't that funny? They watch the stream. Appreciate you watching. But these people are deranged, guys. Let me go back up. Why can't I get back in the chat? Let me just gonna chat in this window. Racist. With Ray-Bans. I don't have Ray-Bans, guys. They're not Ray-Bans. They're not Ray-Bans. Let me see if I can. What's going on? Why is it not allowing me to zoom out now? There we go. Let's just fast forward to the chat part. These people are hilarious. They're just lowlifes. I guess I can't go to it. What's going on? Here we go. All right, there we go. You can see it as it's going, right? Ray-Bans. Sweetie Pie, what up? How are we doing? Yeah, I was gonna... All right, here we go. I'm just gonna write random shit. Not Ray-Bans. Fake news. Yeah, they just call people a racist because they have nothing else to fall on. They're just kind of pathetic losers. So Spider Mike, was it Big Mike? Big Mike. Oh, Spider. And all of a sudden now I'm a racist with all these lefties. I don't, they banned you. They did? Oh my God. For what? What did I do? Do you see how Nazi they are? I don't even know what I did, right? So Tyra's over there. She's probably the one that banned me. Yeah, whatever. Banned. Yeah, they probably did ban me. So can't see my message. That is funny. Banned. Yes, banned. That is a damn shame. And Taco's chat, I didn't even say anything. You want to see the first message I said? The first message I said was right here. I said it to Taco. I said, Taco, long time no chat. That's all I said, right? And then they chimp out, bombarding our chat, Mega's bombarding our chat. I'll let someone else block him, right? That is such funny shit. Didn't say anything else. Oh, good Lord. What pathetic losers, right? Nathan Hot Dog wife mod his stream. Yeah, that was probably the mistake. I didn't call anybody Nazis. What the hell are you talking about, Joe? They're calling me a Nazi, a white supremacist. I don't even know where the hell they get it. What up? Anyways, yeah, I could see Brancy doing it. I don't even know if it's a she, a he, but they're a loser. Someone else ban him because I won't. That's funny. Either way, bunch of fucking losers. Back to what we were doing. Probably more important than that. That didn't last long. I was going to troll the hell out of Spider Mike, who was going to troll. Lalo, the TDS mega cult. Yes, welcome aboard, Lalo. Lalo in the house. Everybody say what up to Lalo. The man who cannot hate the right is in the house. because we have a song. Your character is an asshole. Oh, I agree. I'm a total asshole. Actually, I'm more of an asshole and a dick in person too. I'm very kosher here. I'm very much fit that profile, but definitely not a racist. Well, never mind. I was going to say a racist joke, but not allowed. We can't even say racist jokes anymore. It's just not allowed. So let's go back to the funny business. It's not allowed to say racist jokes anymore to make a joke. People chimp out about everything now. Everything is.
There are growing protests, and we're also keeping a close eye on what's happening in Biddeford,
I
Maine.
believe this.
There are growing protests in the street after the second deadly shooting by ICE.
Our
in a
son
week.
with the hundo. Let's
Now,
go.
A change from the top. ICE pausing most traffic stops as a method of apprehension.
Isn't that crazy?
For now, until agents get increased training on these kinds of stops, according to sources. We're going to dig into exactly what's going on around
Trump voters.
Today,
I'm a
Homeland
lemming.
Security saying that the officer
Okay,
who opened
Lalo,
fire
we know,
in Maine
bro.
yesterday was, this is a quote from them,
We know,
fearing
Lalo.
for public safety. We know that there are investigations that are underway right now into exactly what happened. Now,
I
DHS
don't ever
says that
use the
last
Nazi
week's
word,
deadly
unless
shooting in
I,
Texas was self-defense.
it's rare.
After a driver rammed an ICE vehicle.
Unless they're like,
with
hey,
his
you're a
van.
Nazi. Like,
The three
well, you're the real
passengers
Nazi.
say that the
Only time
officer
I
was
use it.
not in front of the van. So there is a lot of camera, a lot of video around these incidents, and certainly the
Yes.
forensics of the
Encyclopedias
cars on the
are.
scene that are part of these investigations
Absolutely.
right now. Important to follow all of that through. Correspondent Alexis McAdams
I don't
reporting
so
live
much
here
know,
in New York.
these
Hi,
days.
Alexis.
Hi, Martha. So, yeah, still a lot of unanswered questions here as we try to dig in more. Federal sources are telling Fox News ICE
I used to
enforcement
read
numbers are going to
quite a
drop
bit.
drastically. That's something they
I
want
still
people
read
to
here and
expect.
there, but
they
not
say
as
the
much
pause
as I
is
used to.
necessary because agents
Actually, I
have to go
read
through
more than I did
additional
anything
training
else in life.
right away. So the pause in most vehicle stops during immigration enforcement operations follows 2 fatal ICE-involved shootings in less than a week.
Yeah, I
One was
agree.
yesterday morning
Get
in the
off
state of Maine, where
online,
DHS says
go read a book,
a
put
migrant
your
who was
feet
in
in
the
the
country
sand or in the
illegally was
grass or in
shot
the
and
dirt
killed
or
by
on
an
rocks.
ICE agent. The agency says the
It's called
suspect
grounding.
tried to flee the scene before the shots were fired and was not the target of the operation. There were protests again today as people marched to an ICE facility, an ICE office not far from the scene, calling for a full investigation, as at least one Democratic representative tells
Chimp
people
out is
come and fight
racist?
back
How
in
is
Maine.
chimp out racist?
If you're on your way to Maine right now,
It's not
thank
racist
you.
to
If
say
you're
chimping
standing up
out.
and
It's a
fighting in
figure
your
of
community,
speech.
thank you.
Just like
If you're
jerry
doing
rigging.
everything you can to protect
Not
our
racist.
values,
I'm not
thank
calling
you. But
anybody
if you're
a
someone who can
monkey.
do
I'm not.
more,
And
then
what,
we
I
need to
never
do
use
more.
it to call a black
So we'll see
person
who
when they
shows
chimp
up.
out.
This
I
comes
use it
as
for
some Maine
everybody.
Democrats are trying
Right?
to replace
It's
Graham
a
Plattner
term.
in the
It's like
upcoming
a
Senate
crescent.
race, and they're
Or
calling to
oh,
abolish
Darla,
ICE,
thank you for the
something
flowers.
longtime
Appreciate
Republican
it.
Maine
Like,
Senator Susan
do
Collins,
you,
who's up for re-election,
Lalo,
says
do you know what a
just
Mexican
doesn't make
speed
sense.
wrench
Back here in the
is?
studio, the story will continue to follow as we try to reach out for ICE, and they say that pushback
For
is probably going
dummies
to be
books.
coming
No,
because
I've
Martha,
never
the
actually
vehicle
picked one of
stops have
those
been one
up.
of their
Those are
most
actually
effective
for.
enforcement
Actually, I take that
tools.
back. I have picked one up.
All right,
And
Alexis,
I
thank you
briefly
very
read through it. It was
much.
like
And
how to start a business for dummies or some shit. It's the dumbest thing I ever read. Obviously, whoever wrote it never started a business. But no, I must say racist shit all the time. Come on, the brother fucker. Here she is.
For me, is I feel embarrassed
Let's
for
cry.
him because
Robbie
in these
with the
attacks that he
marshmallows.
does,
Let's
and
go.
I think with the likes of Nancy Mace and whoever that Randy guy is,
Appreciate it.
they expose themselves for how stupid they are. And that is embarrassing for us as a country because these are people who are elected to positions of leadership.
Let me show you.
He's supposed to be the president of the United States. Who's heading off to Europe to represent us? When he does, he's uneducated enough to understand that members of Congress can't be impeached. You know, when you have Nancy and Randy saying, you know, we're on it, we're going to impeach her. When they're saying they're going to deport me, knowing full well that you cannot deport an American citizen. What that displays for not just Americans, but folks on an international platform is that our country is being led by idiots. And that is not something that we should be comfortable with as Americans. And that's not something that should make us proud. And so in this moment, I feel great sadness as an American that these are the kind of people that the world gets to see representing us.
Let's go. All right, that one's done. The crying POS.
All the way. Everybody fucking gets it if they touch it.
Everybody gets it, Lala.
Los Legals. We're going to look at shipping tractor trailer loads that shit in here.
This is the one I'm on right now, Lala.
It's all about us now. It ain't about them. Professional, legal, ethical,
Rivers
moral.
of gold.
You know what we're talking about. Legal, ethical,
The rise
moral.
of the
You're on
Spanish
camera.
Empire.
But other than that,
Probably more book than you've probably read your whole life.
fucking Irish fire fucking.
Yeah, let's get him. They got rid of this guy. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. It's actually crazy. And then the new guy came in. He's like, oh, no traffic.
I'm keeping my. Who can I call? Who can I call for you?
Keep your distance. Keep your distance.
I am keeping my distance. I am keeping my distance.
Just keep your distance. I don't care what you do.
Yeah, I agree.
Is there
We're
anyone
leading
that
him
we
back.
can call for that gentleman?
Just keep your distance.
And this guy, Mullen, he kneeled.
Is that a child that you have with you?
Yeah, oh, brother.
Who is the child in the blue? It is my business.
Yeah, this guy
Ice
kneeled.
is
I
my
couldn't
business.
believe he kneeled. I couldn't
Okay, I will
believe it.
stop speaking. You keep going. You keep going. That looks like a child to me.
I could not
Your name
believe
and
it.
badge number?
I
Oh,
need badge because I'm not talking to you. I'm not dating you.
you're not? You are talking to me. I see you are talking to me.
One, illegal immigrants in this country.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's screaming.
Who?
Yeah, I cannot believe that they booted his ass. I actually cannot believe it. It is actually crazy.
Some of the ways that myself and others have called for, and
Absolutely
walk me through
crazy.
if my thinking is correct on this. You know, you
Absolutely
look
crazy,
at the banking
guys.
system. You try to find who's, which ones of them are accessing
It's like an
banking
empty box.
or debit
No, bro,
cards.
it's a book
You look at their ability
with
to
pages.
rent. You look at their ability to
no empty
possibly
box.
even own
But
property.
yeah, good eye. I
Their
do
driver's
use one- a
licenses
book
and
about this
CDLs
big
is
for
something
certain
that
things.
Our Secretary of Transportation
Talks about your
has been
history
looking
too,
at. We're
about
actually going to be speaking to
where
him
I'm
very
at.
shortly.
It's actually talking
And
about
so
Mexico.
It's all of those sort of
The conquest of
quality
Mexico.
of life and course of life, pattern of
Pretty
life.
damn good book,
type,
actually.
Inputs.
I'm probably only
where you can go in and
150
say,
pages
we
in.
can't have you accessing our system. If
Good
they
book.
can't access the system, then boom, they're going to go back. And the biggest one of all of those, of course, which we've called for here for years, is a massive tax on remittances.
Spot on, Jack. Exactly.
You know what's funny is I
Everything.
sent
You
Bovino
said the
a
word
text
everything.
message.
I think
I
we
said, "Hey,
fail
would you like to
do
come on
that
my
sometimes.
show?
We
Small
look at
Patriot
maybe one
channel
of those
just started. Would
tactics
love to have
as the
you on to help me
panacea
grow.
for
Help a fellow American."
self-deportations,
Some
but
shit
it's
like
not.
that, right?
It's everything.
I
It's
messaged
that
him.
total
I actually
spectrum.
messaged quite a
Immigration
few top
enforcement.
dogs like
Let's
this.
make it so hard for them
Hey,
to
if
live,
you ever have time,
to
maybe
work,
just like
to
5 minutes of
recreate,
your day,
to do
just to come on,
anything
to help a
in the
fellow
United
patriot.
States that they have no choice but to self-deport. And that's what we were doing in some of those large cities. Look at Los Angeles. Before we left Los Angeles a few months back, it was locked down. The fashion district there in downtown Los Angeles, completely locked down. The illegal alien businesses, the businesses ran by illegal aliens, the businesses that were inhabited by illegal aliens,
Jeez.
completely shut down. And we started to see those self-deportations rise, because if you can't make a living and you can't move and work freely, then what other choice do you have? And doing that nationwide, as you say, whether it's looking at the banking system, taxes on remittances, there's a whole host of things that we can do to lock them down and encourage them to self-deport.
Encourage them to self-deport. That would be the way to
If
do
you
it. Oh my
fucking
goodness.
hate
Wait,
ICE as much as I...
Let me do it. Whoa, we gotta make sure this demon's full screen. Okay, get rid of Wolf on here. This is, get ready, boys and girls. Hold on to your britches for this one. Good Lord, here we go. Let me get a better screen view. Oh, I don't want to be that big looking at the demon. I don't want to be that big either. Let's see what we got. Oh, no. Swap. Let's do a switcheroo. There we go. No. Let me just go back to where I was. This works. Whatever. Get ready, boys and girls.
If you fucking hate ICE as much as I do, you're gonna love my new song, Murder for Fun. It's about how much I hate ICE.
It should be murder for Riri's, right?
There's not much more to it. I just hate ICE.
There's not much more to it. I just hate ICE. So let's go and take care of them. What an absolute fucking moron. That's the world we're living in.
Did that make us any
and
safer?
Here's another fucking retard
Did that
right
make
here.
the children
right
that are left behind?
There we go.
Did that make us any safer? Did
Oh
that
yeah,
make
let the
children that are
pedophile
left
stay.
behind any more stable? Did it improve?
Let the pedo stay.
The idea that we can't all be judged by our worst day, and I
Good. By your worst day, you can't be judged by your worst day.
Did that make us any
oh
safer?
My good lord! Did it make us any safer by deporting this guy? Oh, absolutely it did. Absolutely it did.
How's it going?
Better till I got attacked.
You've been recording everything?
Yep, pepper spray's right there.
Senator.
Senator, did you crap your pants?
Senator Jacob with TMZ, did you fart yesterday on the Senate floor?
Did you crap your pants, Senator? Come on, tell us the truth. Did you potty in your pants? Come on. Seriously, bro, did you? That's so fucking funny. Happy times. There was one that was pretty base going on. What is this one? Is this out of Patriot War Room or is this the fuck around and find out one? I'm pretty sure you guys can still see. Great job. Patriot Bombshell. What the hell happened? This was hosted by totally different people a minute ago.
Email myself because it's due. My taxes are due on what's today's date? 16th.
No, I don't want to. I don't like listening to spaces where someone's telling you about their goddamn cat or something.
See that movie Get Out? That
Here we go. So they're like, yeah, Patriot Chat Bombshell. The 2020 election wasn't safe and effective.
Is dating this white girl,
And now we're talking about some fucking movie.
And then the parents.
As soon as I start hearing shit like this off topic, I just close out. Most spaces I can never listen to
so they can,
because it's like this. It's just shit like this. Like, you know that one movie
because it's trendy to
with that one
to
trendy
be black
thing
at that time, and they said it at the party. You know,
they said it at a party.
And that's what Hollywood is doing with their kids. It's like Munchausen syndrome by proxy. These older, women that are Hollywood types, their kids, they think it's trendy to have a trans kid. What's her name? She's one of the.
I don't even know what this woman's talking about. See, I tune out when the shit starts spiraling and like that. It's like, huh, what? Oh, it's this one. Sorry, wrong one, guys.
Because I forgot. Was Rocco would have been right because my favorite color is blue. So, but Rocco already took the word right out of my mouth before I could say it, and apparently my mind. But there was another subject. Oh yeah, yes, you were Dave, right? You are absolutely right, mate. We are not going to take it anymore. We're not going to take that shit with women being in men's, women's locker room or whatever. Not going to happen. We over here, yeah. I will promise you that. We don't take kindly to that. I
agree, Darla. I hope
so.
so.
Listen to me.
Dead voters and all the like.
But there was something else too, but my mind's slipping right now. But yeah, I don't know if you saw it, but there was a bunch of patriots holding up a sign that says deport all immigrants here in Maine. Yeah, we have a lot of patriots up here in Maine. It's just they're up north, and it's a little south where we are in the south is where all the libtards are. And it's the cities, pretty much.
Yeah, it's always the cities.
If you would go up north or anywheres up in the mountains, it's all Trump territory up there. It's all Trump. And they're very respectful people, by the way.
I actually need to host a space, guys. I'm a moderator
Andover, Maine
in
is
the
is a
Patriots War
mountain
Room,
region.
and I had
It's
one
a
space,
beautiful region.
and I'm supposed to
It's
be
all
doing
wood.
some
It's
spaces.
pretty
I
much a
just
dead
haven't. I've been
zone.
kind
When
of
you
just
go
too
up the
busy.
mountains, you get no cell
But
phone.
eventually, I should probably start doing some here and there.
Unfiltered, I see you entered. I would love to talk to you about that Will Tifa interview. I'm not going to lie. I first saw the first clips and I thought it was AI because I could not believe he was crying and snotting all over the screen like that. Holy cow. If you can grab a mic, I'd love that. Go ahead.
I know one thing I was going to say. Okay, like back on the blood thing. Well, like I was saying earlier, maybe I'll remember what I originally threw my hand up for. But the blood thing, you know, because Republicans are red, so they have plenty of oxygen. They're able to think correctly.
Your master is talking.
Democrats
Joe.
are blue because their lack of oxygen.
All right, can you guys hear the
They're not
chat?
able to think correctly.
Or I'm sorry, the
and
X space good
properly
compared to my
cohere
voice, or is
what
it
the
kind of
heck's going
overpowering
on.
and loud?
But now I remember what I was originally threw my hand up for was, you know, we're talking about, you know, you mentioned about the wildfires up in the boundary waters of Minnesota and up in Canada there. Well,
either way,
this morning,
like
at my place, I had less than a quarter visibility. That's how thick the smoke was at my place this morning. It was freaking insane. I mean, you cut the smoke in the air. It's like you're standing right in the center of a campfire. You know, you're sitting around a campfire.
You raise your hand by
blowing right at
clicking
you.
the little heart thing
That's
where it's like
that's
a
what
heart
it
with
was
a
like
plus.
this morning at my place.
Looks like a heart
It
and a
was
plus.
freaking insane on the
And you click
wildfires.
that. If you look on the screen where I'm at, see
That's
the
what I
heart
was
and a plus,
originally.
you
I'll leave it there.
this, and it shows the emojis and it's the
Go
hands
ahead,
all the way
Scoop,
to
and
the
then I
right.
want to cut to Unfiltered.
I will join your space.
I just want to say my
I'll start
favorite part
hosting
of that interview was my titties are out and I'm upside down. And Unfiltered says, turn your phone around. Just leave it.
Oh my good lord.
I first saw those first clips and I'm like, God, whoever created this AI is amazing. Then the more I watch, I'm like, his balls on his ears are too perfect. AI has never been able to really get those down. And then I figured out it was real. I couldn't believe it.
You can't hear me.
Unfiltered.
Let me see. Let's go. Can you hear me now? All right. All right. All right.
How did you do that? You just asked to talk to him. He just, what was it? A drinking game? He just decided to get shit-faced wasted with you.
Is my audio good before I start going on? Everything's good?
Amazing.
All right, perfect. So originally me and Will had, and thanks for having me on, appreciate it as well. Me and Will originally had been going back and forth about doing what we were calling like a debate. Didn't happen. He flaked out. Everybody knows that, right? And so he just randomly one day was like, hey, bro, I'll come on right now. So I was like, okay. So I sent him a link and we are having all kinds of technical difficulties, whatever. But either way, he eventually got on and we were just having a simple chat. And by this time, he was kind of at the bus stop, hanging out. He was actually live at the time. If anybody's watching, he was drinking and he was pretty two sheets under the wind, we'll just say. And he was at the bus stop lost, right? He's like, I don't know how to get effing back home, right? And he got back home, so he got on my stream and we just started talking. And yeah, he kind of just broke down, had an emotional breakdown, and I just kind of let him do his thing, didn't interrupt him, try to be kind of respectful. He did what he did, and I think it was the straw that broke the camel's back with him, because I think he was at least trying to do something. He recognized there's a problem and it's him, and I think I kind of got through to him, which is good. And then you see today, if you go look at his YouTube, he's deleted all the bullshit, all the talking shit. He has 2 videos last few days, just like talking about his mental health problems, bipolar, which I kind of suspected he had bipolar. And so, I mean, at least maybe that push put him in, maybe steered him in the right direction. And not saying that I trust him or anything like that, but at least I think maybe he needed to get some shit off his chest. And I think he did, to be honest with you, because I mean, what he did was fucking embarrassing, right? Anybody in his shoes, completely embarrassing. But I think he needed that to kind of get shit off his chest and to come clean with himself. You know what I mean? Rather than being the big ass boogeyman. So I don't think he's going to play the big ass boogeyman anymore. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff and there was humorous, and I did my absolute best not to be like, biased as fuck, and because I could have laughed and made fun of him the whole time, and it had been over in 30 seconds, right? So I did my best to hold composure, let him say his piece, right? That's what I was kind of after once. And I was not, my intent was not to have him do that, right? It was just like he was drunk. We're just going to banter back and forth, talk shit. It's kind of what I thought was going to happen. And that just kind of happened. And I tried to stop it. If you watch it from the beginning, I tried to stop it and to redirect it to something to get away from the emotional aspect that was kind of triggering him, but he went back to it. So I just stopped trying to redirect it and just let him go on, right? And it is what it is. History's history. So the whole time I was chill as fuck the whole time. It was the end where he had, I don't know if he got up, dropped his phone, I forget, but his fucking phone ended up upside down, and he's so drunk. I'm like, bro, turn your phone. It's upside down. That was the only time the whole time I was pissed and triggered. I was like, bro, turn the phone over. Like, he was so drunk. He's like, but I can't. Everything I look at is upside down. I'm like, bro, you have to turn the phone around. But yeah, it was interesting. I had him on the a few days later, and he kind of chimped out and on Shane. Everybody's seen that. So I hope that, he makes peace with himself, everybody, and moves on, and maybe addresses his bipolar thing. Cause that was my thing. I think he has bipolar just cause he's manic, kind of depressant than normal. You can have a conversation with him. He's chill. And then he's just like extreme, like to the extreme, like violent talk and shit like that. So yeah, it was interesting to say the least. We'll just say that.
One of the funniest things for me was when he asked you for permission to take off his shirt. And then I'm like, oh, here come the wilted tays.
Yeah, and I was like, if you were watching that, I was like, what did he just ask me? Yeah, I was kind of blown away by that. He's like, it's hot. I get where he was going. I don't think he was trying to be all creepy and shit, but it was really funny. And then the other part where there was a lot of good stuff in there. Like, if you go back and watch it, I've watched it now like 2 different times, and each time like shit. I haven't clipped any of it. I know other people have, but I don't intend to. But it's open for everybody to kind of find the meaty stuff, because there's a lot of good things in there. Good, bad, ugly, everything, right? It's all there.
Yeah, like when he had to go to the bathroom and said he was going to pee in a bottle or something. And then he got up and he fell over something. Yeah, what a mess. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, I would say it was pretty embarrassing. I don't know. I think he needed to come clean, and like being drunk and doing all that. I mean, it's funny, it's entertaining, but I think it allowed him to get shit off his chest, because that's like him just, like I was saying, when you're like really drunk, the real truth comes out, right? Emotions or no emotions, whatever it may be, right? Like, that was him truly expressing himself. So I could respect him for that. Like, just saying was getting the shit off his chest. I don't try to like hold it against him, because any of us were in the same boat, we'd be like fucking embarrassed and probably go hide in the corner. At least he's, recognizing what the hell happened, right? Because he was off the wall. He was definitely off the wall, chimping out, right? I mean, no other way to put it.
I've been saying for a while that he has had a thing for Tommy. It's the strangest thing ever to think, like, how much time did he really know Tommy? What was it, 60 days, if that, 30 days, a couple weeks? Strange behavior for a man to another man. And yeah, you're right, that bipolar, that manic bipolar could have something to do with that. And the guy's obviously not on his meds.
Right. And also, the other thing is, if you know a little bit of his backstory, he was an orphan kind of thing. So, I mean, I actually can feel with a lot of things, and, the attachment to people, and you think they're your boy, you trust people and stuff. I actually can reason with a lot of that and the response to it. So it's not like a bad thing. I can actually understand a lot of the shit that, I can understand. Doesn't mean I agree with it. I can understand where he's coming from, because abandonment issues, that all plays out, in when you don't have a family, you have limited family, maybe one member, and then someone passes, and you have that attachment to one person that's a blood family. As people are like saying it's not true or this and that. I'm not even gonna get into that. It's irrelevant, but let's assume it's true. you have a lot of I don't think it was an orphan. I think it's an orphan. He's like a what's that? Like you're just not an orphan. That's the wrong word. It's like, you get a like foster home, right? And then shit like that, his growing up, his upbringing in Detroit and shit. I mean, I've had a chat with him about it. So I mean, I could reason with him. Not that I agree with some of what he does, but it is what it is. So I mean, I try to see people for who they are rather than rather than the noise, right?
Yeah, I will say for me, many times he comes off as an opportunist, just because of the lies, deceit, and thievery that he's done while the short period of time that he was there with the Patriots. So I don't know. I think it's the mental illness, and he's an opportunist. And you're right, he might be trying to fit in like Pam Hempill, that he's constantly unwanted because of the things that he does. And he's dangerous. I don't know if you saw, but I think he was in a space the other day, and after that started making death threats to Shane and I believe Tommy, and yeah, so I don't think he got it all off his chest unfiltered.
Yeah, and he was live. So what initially sparked that? So the following day or 2 day after the initial kind of hangout with him, if you will, he was actually live with me, and Shane was like, "Hey, can I come on?" And I asked Will, I was like, "Hey, is it cool?" It's like, I asked Shane, like, try to be respectful, right, with each other, like have a discussion. Shane had come on, and it was like maybe 30 seconds. There was a back and forth. I don't think it was too bad. I mean, I've seen worse. And then Will hopped off, and that was like the beginning of that, whatever happened there. And then like, whatever happened was like that was the lead up to it. And yeah, I saw a lot of it, changed his profile and all that shit, whatever. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, I don't know, like sometimes people say off the wall shit. And I think he kind of does that sometimes, but I don't know. I try to see the good in people, I guess, too much, but because I've seen crazier fucking people out there, but I don't know. I think he at least could be directed, and I don't mean to like control people, but at least in a meaningful direction rather than being all about this fuck mega shit. Because I don't know. I watched his 2 last videos, and they were interesting, right? The view of what he sees, and back to like the attachment to people and stuff. I don't know. I can reason with it. I don't agree with it, but I can see from his angle and still disagree, right? So whatever, it is whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, it's interesting. I would love to have him on again and go over it. Maybe, maybe he needs mental health help. I don't know what it is, to be honest. I'm not in a position to give that kind of help to people, just other than to talk to them, chat with them, right?
Right.
As long as they're not chatting with their dick in their hand, right?
Yeah, that was another funny moment. So he was all fucking drunk, right? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was 2 sheets under too. And I had my headphones on, my speaker on, and I obviously whatever. And he's like, I forgot what the hell he says. I said, "Bro, don't talk to me when you have your fucking dinghy in your hand, bro." It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny.
Hold on, I gotta pull my pants up.
Yeah, and he's like, "I gotta pull my pants." I'm like, "What the hell are you doing in there, bro? I thought you were taking a piss." He's like, "I'm gonna need a, what the hell did he say? I'm gonna need a bucket or some shit to, a piss bucket or whatever." It was fucking funny. I thought that was hilarious. It was comical.
I'm not gonna lie, I freaked out a little bit. I thought he was gonna do that on camera. I got a little nervous.
Yeah, I had the finger over the mute button, then it transferred over to the video cut the feed button a few times, but then I was like, okay, he's not going to do anything stupid. Like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, right?
Go ahead, Tony, and then Rocco.
Thanks.
I lost my shit when he was upside down.
All right, you guys hear me?
And he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm upside down and my boobs are hanging out."
You guys hear
I
me?
laughed so freaking hard, and then I laughed so hard when you were interviewing him and saying he told you that he had to pull up his pants, and you said, "What? Why do you have your pants down?" I burst out laughing so hard. That was the best thing you could ever do. Oh my God. But anyways, before I forget, there's also some more. Wait, there's more. that what happened the other day
Can
in
you guys hear me?
Biddeford
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me.
when the guy shot him, when the ICE shot the illegal
for bullying.
It was like you know how
can
it
hear
is.
me.
They came out of nowheres.
You guys hear me, right?
And
need one more, couple more.
they're not
ones.
from here.
1 in the chat.
Not
you
at
hear me.
all. They
Don't
actually
report this
hold on.
live. Well, Will, I hope you do, bro. If
They
that gets
actually
the shit
come
off
all
your
over
chest,
from
go
New
ahead, bro.
England, not from Maine.
Does not
So
bother
they're
me.
from
You must
outsiders.
not know me. YouTube is not a big deal
coming
for me,
from
Will.
New England because
you can't
I
report
lived here my whole
someone
life, and I
talking.
have
If anything,
never
Will,
seen any of these
I've been
people,
defending you,
and
so
especially the ones that
whatever.
Martian. I have
You can report me all you want,
not
Will.
in my class. I grew up with these people.
But I
I
appreciate you
went to school
watching.
with these people.
I report
I
people all the time.
graduated
Doesn't
with
mean
these
shit.
people, and they're not. No, I don't remember any of these people.
I
And
don't know
another
what you would
thing,
report
Zach
me for, Will.
came here to Maine.
But hey, more power to you,
Zach
bro.
X. I don't know if he still is or not.
More
But
power
anyways,
to you.
that was a good
Whatever
interview, though.
floats your boat, bro.
Unfiltered, you should do an interview with Pam Hemphill. Pedo Pam.
I wish I could. If she would, I would do it. And same with Spider Mike. I reached out to him. All of a sudden they're calling me racist. They think I'm a racist and all this crazy shit. So whatever. Some of these Portland people are just they're off their rocker. They're batshit crazy.
That word is so non-meaningful now. It just lost its value. Go ahead, Rocco.
Yeah, I got to say, I haven't really watched a lot of the things that you've done Unfiltered, sadly, apparently sadly. But I got to say, well, whenever your interviewee is having an emotional, mental, and nervous breakdown while under a drunken stupor to the point where he's going to come out of the closet, you did an absolute genius job in sitting back and just watching it happen, strapping up and holding on for the ride, because it was incredible, the things that you brought out of that interview. And thank you very much for doing what you did and handling it the way you did. Genius. And perhaps the most genius part of it was the way you continue to cheer on the drinking and how nobody ever hurts themselves or whatever when they're drinking, and alcohol is good for you. And however it was the way that you instilled that indulgence. Yeah, you did an ingenious job, brother. Thank you very much for sharing that with everybody.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I would actually have to agree with Rocco. You did a really awesome job at that interview. You did very well. You actually did a lot better than the people on the news or any famous thing. So keep up the good work, Unfiltered, because that was really good interview. You really nailed that one.
Yeah. Now you need to get Pam liquored up. Shouldn't be hard. Send her some prescription pills and interview
Prescription
her.
pills for Pam. That's funny.
I heard she loves Percocets.
She loves Percocets.
And I'm not suggesting to do anything illegal. I just want to be clear with that. I'm just saying what she likes.
I don't know what the hell, Will. What are you chipping out for, Will?
Hi, Art. How are you?
I could bring you on, Will. You want to come on again, bro?
I was told to come in here and meet some new people, so here I am. Once again, I just
cyberbullying.
Here to figure out who everybody is and what everybody's about.
Wait a second. What the hell are you talking about, Will?
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us.
Bro.
You got Save Women's Sports up there.
Pussy, bro.
Definitely worth a follow.
Will,
if you're about keeping men out of women's spaces.
You're in my chat.
You got Unfiltered here doing some killer interviews that you definitely want to make sure you follow him. Down in the listeners, you'll see Dear Patriot. He runs the Patriot War Room. I see you have a little box by your name, so you're a part of that. So yeah, Make sure you follow some of the people in these
The clicks are more
spaces
important. I don't give
to make
a
sure
fuck about the
you're up to
clicks.
date
Will.
on
What are you talking
the
about?
spaces when you get
do
in.
not know me, bro.
But thanks for
And
joining
I don't
us.
forgive or take back the strikes.
Yes, thank you
And
once
I
again.
won't forgive or what
I'm
strike?
absolutely.
You don't have any
I follow
strikes.
as soon as I came in. That's the
I
first
don't
thing I
stream
did
none of
was
your shit.
follow as many people
And
as
you
I
could
can.
strike me
I believe
all you
that's going
want,
to be one
Will.
of our
It sounds like
best
you're
methods of
cyberbullying,
fighting
bro.
as a unified
Like
force.
you are
is
literally
getting all
cyberbullying,
the
bro.
communication we can out as a
Whatever, Will.
whole. You know, not
I
just
could send you a
divided.
link again. You
And,
want to come on here and
I don't want to
my volumes
tell any
low?
surprises, but I have volunteered to go on Unfiltered's program tomorrow, and if he'll have me, or if that works out, then hopefully you guys can tune in.
Yes, Art's gonna be on here.
Where are you at, Art? Excuse me.
You want
I
a link,
live
Will?
in
I'll
San
have you on
Antonio,
again.
Texas, right now. Yeah, that's about it.
Ooh, I know you guys are hot right now. Yucky.
I never thought Will ever in a
Yeah, the
lifetime
weather
would say
here
someone's
is just
cyberbullying him.
awful. I would rather be in Houston, covered in the humidity.
That's actually funny, Will.
In San Antonio,
I got to
you
give you
just have
that.
such a the heat comes down and it doesn't have anywhere to go, and it gets absorbed into
Honestly, I have a lot of faith in Will.
and it just comes right
More than
back
he
up.
realizes.
I almost it's
And as a matter of fact,
when I was in the desert
protect.
in
I don't
Saudi
protect him in
Arabia,
that sense, but
Iraq,
I say a
and
lot of
Afghanistan,
good things
it was
about him
better than the
offline
weather
to
here,
people.
just
And I've
unbearably
suggested people make amends with him because it's the right thing to do. So you're kind of dumb to be attacking me, Will.
You got
To
that
be honest
Texas
with you,
heat.
bro.
Yeah. Oof. It's already, I'm in Idaho. It's already extremely hot over here. So I can only imagine what you guys are dealing with. Go ahead, Rocco.
Yeah, I don't understand the
But is it a dry heat or a
I don't
humid heat?
understand the cyberbullying thing. That's the
San Antonio
craziest
is a
shit
humid
I've ever
heat.
heard.
I
Will.
lived in El Paso, and that's definitely a dry heat, much
Crazy
similar
shit,
to
Will.
Iraq or Afghanistan. But San Antonio is just
He's gonna
it's
go live
almost
now and
that
chimp out.
hardcore double whammy, because like in Houston, you know, the heat will sort of dissipate with the cool breeze from the Gulf of America. And here,
Oh
you
yeah,
have
I know,
no
Wolf. Me
breeze.
too.
It's just
He does say some wild
radiating
shit,
heat.
but I agree with probably a good large percent of the shit he says. He just takes shit so
Yeah,
personal.
no thanks.
In for the
I
clicks.
have
And you know what
lost
it
scuba,
is
so
people like
I'm a
Rowan and
one-woman
fake
show,
ass
y'all.
Marine.
Dahlia
They
is
brainwash him to
helping.
believe all this wild
Sorry about the
conspiracy shit.
mix-up tonight.
Because they don't
Unfiltered, do you
want to
have
see
any
Will
other
be
interesting
friendly or Will
interviews
to,
coming
you
up?
know, have a friend, or they want to see the chimp out. They want to see him angry. They want to see him fighting with people. They don't want to see him make amends with people, because that would hurt their little feelings. That's what
I
it's
think they
really
stepped
about.
away.
It would hurt their little fucking feelings.
Remington, are you down there? I see you.
It would hurt their little feelings if Will did not have a boogie monster to go after. That's really what it's about. If you were in the space when he was in there and Rowan was running it, it
Yeah,
was
what you
nonstop.
doing
Will
down there,
just
Remington, all
continue
hiding
being
in the
angry at all
leftist
these
section?
people.
Shouldn't you be holding a mic or something,
Be a
brother?
victim. That's what they kept saying to him.
Seriously,
It's like,
unbelievable.
holy fuck, seriously?
Well, I'm glad you came up here Unfiltered. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but that interview was hysterical. And yeah, I am not trying to laugh at people's misfortunes or anything, but sometimes shitty people need to be exposed and, yeah, show their weaknesses, even if it's, well, extremely intoxicated. But yeah, it's sad. It's sad what he did, but on the other side, it's funny to see the show he put on. And I love Tommy. I love Tommy.
The hell?
Yeah, it takes a lot to come out of the closet like that in front of 600 people. That 6,000 people will see. That 60,000 people will see. 600,000 people will see. And I hope this shit goes viral. For real. It deserves to go viral,
I haven't
that's for
clipped
sure.
any of it either, Will.
Go ahead, Art.
But either way, you can report all you want, Will.
I believe Tony had his hand up first, if I'm not mistaken.
Will is definitely...
Go ahead, Tony.
waiting to say something.
I really believe
I know.
he
They
has feeling
brainwashed
for
him to think
trans
that I was like
people,
setting him up or something.
and
Like,
he
that's the
just doesn't
craziest
want
shit
to
in the
admit
world.
it. And he's
I
kind
don't
of
know
like
how that
crying out
sets
for
one
help,
up. That
but like he
I don't
just
get it.
doesn't want to.
Conspiracy Central.
That's just my opinion. It did seem like he had a little crush on Tommy.
Conspiracy.
But I hope he gets sober, and whatever, gets his situation fixed and take care of himself. But somebody said it best: stay off of YouTube for now.
No kidding. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, I'm with Tony at Unfiltered as well. I do hope that he gets the help
I
that
have
he
no
needs.
clue how to turn the volume
And
down in a space.
I don't know how
To
much
be honest with
study
you, I have no clue
anyone's
how to
done
do it.
here with bipolar disorder, but those extreme highs and those extreme lows, and an affliction to have substance abuse
I have
problems,
no clue how to turn the space
it
volume
all
down
kind
at
of
all.
conglomerates into something that we
probably a
can
way to
think
do
is
it.
like, oh, this is a bad person or a shitty
Automatic
person.
sound. Oh,
It's a mental disorder,
that just cuts the
unfortunately, and without proper
I
medication,
don't know.
it definitely can lead to just outlandish claims. My heart goes out to Will. He's not much older than I am, and I have friends and family members who have suffered from bipolar, and it's a wild ride. It's just you have to be 100% loyal to them because they're just going to go through the highest of highs and the lowest of
Yes,
lows.
sir. That
They'll
is true.
hate you with a furious passion, and they'll love you with a furious love.
That is true. I don't know
Go
how
ahead,
to
Rocco.
turn down the volume on.
That sounds a little too furious for me.
Whatever.
Just saying. I'm going to go out there on a limb, and I'm going to say that there's a possibility that Will Tifa may be a trans himself. I think the doctors took his testicles and put them where his earlobes used to be. I think that he's been eating estrogen for 6 years. That's why he's got those movies, all 4 of them. And yeah, I'm just going to say he may very well be a possibility of a trans himself. Just a thought. You can see and use your own cognitive thinking and see what you think.
He did say that he was fine with everything until Tommy started going after the trans, and he's met some good people that are trans.
Spider
I
Mike
don't
is
know.
in here.
I
I
think
don't think
that
he's
it's
here, is
just a
he?
story
He
to
never
tell.
comes
Go
in
ahead,
my
Tony.
shit. It's
Yeah,
rare.
it's like
He
every
has.
time I look at his ears, I just see infected. Like I just pussing out and shit. And like that could act like I hope I hope not. I hope it's not affected or whatever. And like that because that could actually kill him. Sometimes you can have an infection in your ear or somewhere in your body and you won't know it. And you just feel hot and you get the fevers, think you're sick. That's another thing too. I wonder, it's just weird having balls for ears.
He was, yes. I don't see him anywhere in here. Was he in here?
The only way other is
Maybe he
something that he
deleted
would
all his
have to like
shit.
put something in
Let's
there and
delete
like
it
it
before I read it.
healed
Oh, there he
over
is.
it.
He's not on
That's
this
another one
multi-chat
too.
for some reason. That's weird.
That's it. Thank you.
That's weird.
They are keloids, Tony. That's
Oh,
what he
there he
said. They were
is.
keloids. Go ahead, Rocco.
Welcome to the mothership, Spider Mike.
Has anybody ever Googled what a key lime is? What exactly is that?
Didn't you feel the stream getting heavier?
I don't know exactly, Rocco. It's some type of infection.
I think it's testicles. I think it's testicles, one for each ear lobe, and yeah, and it's 6 years of estrogen taken to get 4 movies. and little tiny red panties.
What's funny
that,
is I was over in Taco's
somebody
chat,
was
right?
wearing.
For,
I don't know
and
what
I
the
said
reflection
nothing
showed.
mean, but
I
they're
don't
like,
know
"You're
what
a
I was
racist,"
seeing. And I'm scared
like
to have
all
ever
this
seen
crazy
it.
shit,
Some
right?
things
It's
you
like,
just can't unsee once you've
okay,
seen
all I
it.
said was
And
taco, long time no
I
see,
know I'm
right?
not the only
And they
person that
chimp
saw
out.
what I'm talking about, where he was playing with himself on camera or whatever. I don't know. I don't know why he'd be sitting there in his little tiny red
Spider
Speedos with his 4 movies sticking out. I don't know
I
what
will
he was
send you a
doing.
link
I
if
don't
you
want
want
to
to
know
come
what he
on,
was
bro.
doing. Fact of the matter is, if he is trans,
There should be
all I
no
can do is
issues
pray that
talking
he
with
sees the
people you
iniquities in his
disagree with.
ways, repents, and turns to
I'm
our
all
Lord and
for
Savior
it.
Jesus Christ as lovingly as I can for a brother that's obviously beyond slightly confused to morbidly confused, if that's even a term. So, saying all those psychological terms, would morbidly confused be a term? Would that be something
And
that
I
would
don't
be
know how to
possible?
turn down the
I'm not a
audio on
psychiatrist
the
or a
X space on the
psychologist, but
browser.
sometimes I play one on
I'm
X, and I think that
not
guy's
certain,
got
but
some
I'm sure
serious
there's a way to
issues.
do it.
Just saying.
Sure, there is a way.
Oh, Harper, you cracked me up. And no, I don't think those words go together. Go ahead, Art.
No, I do agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Sobriety
I agree.
and a strong
I agree, sweetie
spiritual
pie.
connection is going to be the best
just
bet for
wants
Will.
attention, so I
A
refuse to entertain
keloid,
him
it
anymore. Yeah,
happens
that's kind of how I
whenever your
feel with a
body
lot of these
produces
Portland
too
people.
much collagen.
They're
whenever the
fucking
skin is
deranged,
trying
all
to
of them.
heal. So it's like a skin disorder.
Will's live
I'm
to
not
like
a
5 years. Yeah,
psychologist or
nobody
a
cares about him
scientist.
anymore.
I'm just a guy. I just
He
love
just
to
chimps out about
Google
nothing
and
now.
know things.
He's like, I'm
You
gonna.
know, one thing that I did learn.
I don't know how
with
to
all
turn
the
the
therapy that I've been
browser
through,
volume down.
body dysmorphia or body shaming,
I don't
body
think
hate.
there is an option to do
That's
that.
something that someone who's been through a lot of trauma
Pretty
often
sure there's not a way to do that.
They will allow their body to they'll allow themselves to get fat or to be unattractive, kind of as a mental stimulus to the trauma. You know, a lot of sexual abuse traumas go through this. You know,
No, I can't
people
turn
who are
mine up
raped
anymore.
at a young age.
That's what I don't like about
want to
this.
make
This
themselves
system does
appear
not have a mixer board,
unattractive
which is
because
bullshit.
of the trauma from the sexual abuse.
No mixer
That's
board.
not what I'm saying happened with Will. I don't know his past.
Yeah, I don't have a way to turn mine up. It's
What
just
I
the
find
sound
with
is
Will
the
is
sound that I get. I don't know why.
I
Restream
seek
for you
to
guys.
have more understanding.
Piece of shit.
I love understanding how people became the way that they are. And with Will, you definitely have a lot of that.
I
Go ahead, Tony.
reported unfiltered for us.
I mean, like, Will needs. See,
Well,
Will
not on Wednesday.
probably
Windows,
needs
MacBook.
help.
MacBook.
But he needs to be around the people that are more supportive of things. Like, you know how you have a friend that always acts different when another friend comes over when you were a kid?
Yeah, I don't know how to.
And he wouldn't act the same when he's with you, with you. I think he would need to be in like something that would, just stay away from YouTube. Just stay away from things and get help. Get your life in order. What is he?
See if
Like
I can
what,
use a
40 or
separate
something?
mic.
44?
42.
42. Yeah, it's time for him to get his life together. Sorry, my mind's getting tired here, but yeah, it's time for him to get his life together and just straighten out. Get some help. I mean, I'm sure he's the type that needs to be
I
around
reported
good people
unfiltered for
to be
not figuring
good.
out how to adjust the
Because
mic.
when he's
I
around
have a
bad
second
people, he
mic.
gets the same
It's because
behavior
I'm on
as
the X
everybody
space.
else around.
It doesn't help at all. I'm gonna sit here and fondle it.
But having mental
You hear all
disorder,
kinds of
yeah,
weird shit.
it can play a role. It doesn't always use it as an excuse for it, but it can
Hopefully that sounds a
contribute
little
to
better.
that.
It's not gonna be perfect.
But the thing is, if he wants to get help, that's the question. Is that he tried it once and he left,
Yeah,
he was good, and then he switched, and now he was trying to come back again.
I don't know how to turn the
And
tab
it's like
on the window
the guy
down,
just needs to get his life in order. He's almost 50.
For my mic.
He ain't gonna get any
Fucking
more.
Restream sucks, guys. There's no soundboard.
I don't know. It's kind of like a clout chasing thing.
I'm sure I could do something in the future where it's better, but whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yes.
One thing I thought was really strange is when he looked to Patriot Corner or the Patriot there. He spoke as if he was in a gang.
Into the mic. That'd be annoying doing this.
He also mentioned a comment like that in the interview with Unfiltered about wanting vengeance for his auntie, like he was in a gang. So I don't know. That was also strange. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
This is not
I think
Windows.
Rocco
It's
was ahead of
MacBook.
me. I don't mean to skip ahead of you. Do you still have your hand up, Rocco? No.
I honestly don't know. Let me see. Come back. Hold on.
I don't give a
right now my hand's not up, but it might have went off when I turned the mic on. I wasn't actually in the screen.
To him, but
go ahead, brother. You got the
I don't have time for bullshit petty ass.
So what I was going to say, in conjunction with Tony, is you're absolutely right. Bipolar disorder.
It's exactly what he wants people to do. He comes in, he causes a little stir, and then he wants people to go watch him. I'm not giving him the time of day anymore.
To do more high risk
Good luck to you, Will.
So,
you had the only person that was probably reasonable on your side for a very little period of time.
Some people feel that they have
and you burnt that bridge. Very fucking smart of you, bro.
Activity, you're going to
very
have substance
fucking
abuse,
smart of you.
And you're also going to have things like
I would have probably been the only person to maybe make things right with you, and everyone else. But you fucked
like an
that
adrenaline
up.
junkie almost.
I'll accept your apology.
That all plays in a part of it, and you can clearly see that Will most definitely is in need of therapy, of better surroundings, because when people who suffer from those types of mental disorders and they're surrounded by, people of a loose cloth, so to say, it only exaggerates those behaviors.
Go ahead, Tony. Tony?
Sorry, I was in the other
And
room
honestly,
looking at my
with Will, I
records.
actually, in many occasions, was told by many people, like, "Hey, disregard him. Don't talk to him. Do." A lot of people actually.
So another thing to look at it this
I'll
way
do my own thing.
is
nobody's gonna tell me what to do.
When people have brain injuries,
the better
right?
judgment of many people.
Sometimes people with brain injuries can diagnose a trait of assholeness. Well, it can be funny, but it's true. As somebody that works with brain injuries and brains,
he reported me for
sometimes
somehow
with a brain injury. Their personality can be a sweet-loving person, normal, but then when they get into a brain injury, they can turn out to be a complete asshole. And that is not just a made-up story. That is from people that worked at
this other tab,
brain injury places that I used to go to. And that's it. Thank you.
Hey guys, if I could please ask you to go into that purple pill if you haven't already liked and reshared the space, I'd appreciate it. Also, wanted to say hi to Unfiltered and Raw's audience. Thank you and welcome to the Patriot Bed Lounge. Go ahead, Rocco.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Tony, I think you might be taking it a little too much for granted to think that Will Tiefer should have a brain injury. Because in order for Will Tiefer to have a brain injury, you're kind of giving the assumption that he ever had a brain to begin with. And that's why, I mean, when I say I think you're taking it a little too far for granted, because I may not be a professionally trained individual, but I think that individual, if he had two brain cells, when he woke up in the morning, one was giving the other one CPR, and it was a call into the paramedics for help on that. So just a thought.
I don't mean to cut in line. I just wanted to tell you guys thank you. It's late here. I'm going to head off to bed, so I appreciate your time.
Thanks for joining us, Art. I appreciate it. I hope you can pop in again. Yeah, I'm getting super tired myself. We do these spaces every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I will definitely be popping in more. And if you don't mind, what is the purple pill? Is that a message thing that I'm not a part of?
Yeah, are you on your phone?
I'm on my computer.
On your computer, I think down at the bottom to the right, there's kind of like a little comment, little bubble. Do you see it?
Yes, I just clicked it and it disappeared. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's like a chat.
So every space, usually every space,
Okay.
not every
I
space.
had to
Sometimes
download
it
an
doesn't
extension.
happen,
That's
but
pretty cool.
it'll have that little
All right, so I
area that
turned
you
the
can
space
drop
volume
comments
down.
into.
Perfect. I will look for the purple
Sweet.
pill and hopefully I'm
Awesome.
accepted.
Hopefully the sound is better. Hopefully you still hear the space, and now you hear
Thanks,
me a
Art.
lot better.
Well. Look
Hopefully
what
the
the
sound
cat
is much
drug
better.
in,
One in the chat,
Dahlia.
my sound is kind of overpowering just a little of the X space now, and it's better. One in the chat, two if it's still fucked. But yeah. What up, Art? We're all listening. Good job. I
This
agree with
old
everything you said.
Android I had to find
Seems
working,
like we're on the same boat.
and I had to charge it for a
on the same
certain
boat. In
few
the same boat.
seconds because I left my other phone at work.
I'm glad you could join us, Remington. What's up, Wolfpack?
What up, fam? I'm just hanging
I'm
out.
on fire.
No clue what you're talking about. Sounds like
One
with
is
this
better.
Will dude
1.5.
that was
What
some
should be
type of
higher, my
multiple
voice
personality
or the
thing. And I will
space?
say, Will is not my real
Or
name,
which one should
but
be
it's the name
lower,
I
my
use to
voice
introduce
or the
myself to
space? Because
people
I can't
and
go
on dating
higher
apps
on my
because I didn't
voice,
want people to stalk
unfortunately.
me. So I don't know if that has some type of connection, literally, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, I am too, Archie.
Else
I'm
we're
kind of
talking
getting
about
there.
him.
I'm burnt out by the whole
My problem
Portland
was
thing.
I would get into situations where like I'd meet
Yeah,
somebody that I should
Art's
tell my
more
real name, but I
articulate
got in
definitely
such a
than me. I
reflex
agree with
that I
that.
would just be like, "Hey,
He's
I'm Will."
very
It
calculated,
was bad. I'd tell him
measured
like later on that
sounding
my name was
gentleman.
not.
Whereas me, I'm like, fuck it. What up, Kamala? Mega is
But you're
winning.
probably gonna need a new name. Go ahead, Rocco.
Your
Yeah,
voice
and then
is
you
fine.
kind of get once you
I can turn
reflexively
up
responsive
and
say
down
something like that,
the
you kind of get
X
in
space, but I
that
can't turn up and down my
limit where how
fucking
long do I have to go
voice
before I
on
tell, and if
Restream,
I
which is
tell,
probably the dumbest
when
thing
did I
in the
go
world.
too far without telling, and that's kind of a tricky situation there when you accidentally tell somebody your wrong name, even though it's a name that you use all the time. Kind of get stuck in that
My
situation
voice should be
where
louder. Well, I can't do
do I
anything about
tell
that.
them,
I
do I
can turn the
not tell them,
space
do I
down,
just
and you
let it
have to
go?
just turn
Is it
up
really
the.
worth
It might be
telling
because I
them
have this
that
on.
information? Guess it depends on how much you care about them after a while, right? So yeah. And Rami, man, good to see you. Glad you was able to make it. Glad you was
Bring
able to
down
have an
my.
extra spare phone to back up your phone that you left at work. Because that kind of must suck if you leave your phone at work and you ain't got a phone. Like, how many people have a house phone nowadays? You know? So if you leave your cell phone at work, you don't have a phone till you go back to work. And sometimes you can't just go back to work because work's closed. You know, they lock work up and you don't get to go back into work till they open it up the next day. Not saying everybody works in a bank vault, but some people do.
So what are you using, Remington? A tablet?
No,
There we
I
go.
was
Hopefully that
on
works
my
a little better.
Windows. I have my regular cell phone,
There we
and
go.
then I have my old cell phone, which I have
Maybe
the
that
app
works.
downloaded on.
Talk into your mic. I
And
am talking into the mic, but it's on
that's
my
the
shirt.
phone I usually always use. I left it
I
at
boosted
work
it a
in my
little. Hopefully that
toolbox.
works. I think it's
And yeah, I
Can you
just
scream
found
into the
this
mic
old
a bit?
phone
Yes, I probably
that
could. No, it's
it
because
drops me all the
when I
time
connect
though.
to this,
But
it does some shit with the audio.
yeah, I had to charge it for a minute. But yeah, hello everybody.
Hopefully that's better. Yeah, I was able to boost the mic on
So
this tab.
Wolfpack.
So
Sorry, Dahlia. Go ahead.
Just going to tell you, do you know how bad this is right now? Everybody practically has their hands up, even the listeners. That's how whacked my app is right now.
Okay.
which is so strange, Dolly, because when it happened to mine, I couldn't
I
even see
adjusted a
hands
one
up.
in the
I had
chat
no
if
hands up. I
if
couldn't
this
tell who
sounds
was
good now.
talking. I didn't have a hand. It was a peace sign. Then I lost the peace sign, got my hand back, but still couldn't see any hands. What a mess.
So you were trying to throw co-host
You
at me,
would
and every
be
time I clicked it, I
streaming Will
would
crashing
go away.
on
I
you.
would just
I don't
drop.
know what Will's doing. He
And
can do
then
whatever he's doing.
I asked for a mic, and as soon as I tried to open up the
I'm
mic,
tempted
it
to go
dropped
restream
me.
his ass so he
So
could
I
strike
don't know
me.
what's going on.
And then I'll restream again so he can strike me again.
Sure,
Will you restream me? Give me 3
Remington,
strikes and I'll be out of
sure.
here, guys. He'd be doing me a favor. He thinks this YouTube is like my life or
It's
something.
okay. You're not going to hurt
It's
my
not.
feelings.
I'm sorry, Sam.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
thanks,
stream Will at all.
Remington. Go
I
ahead,
don't ever.
Rocco.
I watched his
I
2
was just
videos
putting
he
my
did the other
peace
day,
sign
though. I
up
thought
so
they were pretty
everybody
cool.
would know my peace sign
Kind of
was up.
talking about
Because
random
my
shit
peace
in
sign
life.
stays up. It's kind of like it's stuck up. You know what I'm saying? I got a stuck
Space is
up
too
peace sign.
loud still.
I'm just saying.
Jesus
And
Christ.
really,
I have
Sin,
it
like
way
you didn't
down.
know who was
That
talking.
means when I'm connected,
Like
it's fucked.
I would be talking and you thought it was Remington. Come on now. You knew who was talking when some people were talking. You got to recognize some of the voices in here. You've been coming in here long enough. I know you can tell the difference between me and Remington talking. You know,
There
I'm
you go.
just saying.
The space is
You're
screaming
right,
loud.
Rocco. I'm tired. I worded it wrong. I meant to say it didn't show like
There
the
it is.
mic on or off. Everything stayed muted on the screen. And so, yeah, it
Hopefully
was
it's not
weird.
screaming now.
I could never confuse you and Remington ever. Go ahead, Tony.
I thought me and Rocco sounded
Space
exactly
is
alike.
still blaring.
Jeez.
Oh, it defaulted to 100.
Yeah,
You
for
crack
real.
me up,
I'm
Remington.
really,
You crack me up, Remington. I love to hear your jokes. Oh, I just paused myself. Hold on for a minute. I gotta go check my notes because I forgot. Oh yeah, that's what we were gonna talk about. I get this weird glitch. Every time I'm up on sometimes not all the time when I'm up
There we
as
go.
in
Hopefully that's better.
speaker where it freezes. Everybody freezes.
Yeah,
like the
I don't know
person
what the
that's
deal is.
talking
Whenever I connect to
freezes,
this, it started acting like a little
and
bastard.
like I have to. Oh, that's why I
Double
keep
it. I'm
going
gonna
down
boost
and up
mine.
and down and
There we
up.
go. Leave
That's
it at
one
that.
thing that I
Hopefully that's
keep
better.
happening lately with the phone. It keeps glitching
Hopefully.
out and
Jumping
freezing.
out.
That's it.
There we go. Hopefully that's better.
Baba Booey. Go ahead, Rocco.
yeah, I'm going to say this, Remington, just because I like to blow my own ego. If you're going to
Yeah, I
pick
turned it
somebody
down
in
to
here
10%. I'm
to
gonna turn
sound
it down
like,
more. I don't think it's
you
actually.
could pick a
It
lot
just keeps
worse
going
than to
back up
sound
to
like me.
100.
I'm just
No
saying.
matter what I
I'm
do.
not the only person that believes this.
So
I've heard this quite a lot
it
throughout
just
my
goes
life.
back to default.
Just a thought.
So this extension blows.
Baba Booey. Go ahead, Army Brat.
Yeah, same thing's been happening to me all day. I've been in and out. I've taken the X
whatever.
off my phone, put it back on my phone. But a minute ago it was because I got a phone call. But other than that, that's what it's been all day. I don't know what's going on. I've tried
Yes,
everything.
I'm not that retarded. Cool.
I don't know if X is
It's on
overloaded
my
right
shirt
now
right here.
because of
So
Trump's
it's always
speech, and
been.
everyone's trying
And
to,
I'm not gonna fucking hold it here
you
like
know,
those people you see
get their
like fucking talking into the
information.
little mic.
Because nobody
But no, I'm gonna have
watches
a
the news
fucking
anymore.
swinging
Everyone just
mic
goes
in my
to
studio
X
that I'm
because
setting up, and
the
it'll
news
be
is
better.
there
And
like 2
obviously, I have
days
my own
before media
separate
even
soundboard
talks
and stuff.
about it.
So whatever.
And
A
look,
mixer,
half
I
of
mean,
them
not a
didn't
soundboard.
even announce Trump's speech or didn't play his speech. And now we know that they're all part of the CCP, so fuck them anyway. So X is where the news is at.
No, it's just a tab. It's the way it is. I don't think it's gonna make a difference.
I'm going to blame the CCP for the app not working correctly and
Yes,
booting you
it's
guys out of
always
the
the
space.
communists.
Wolfpack.
Yeah, I went for like a year. I swear it was like a year. Well, maybe it hasn't been, but it was 6+ months where every time I get in
Not
space,
as
I'd have to
loud
come in
now.
and request
Perfect.
like 3 different
Perfect.
times because every time I
Perfect.
got up, I couldn't hear anybody until I reset my phone, did this and all that.
Yeah,
I think it's
I
just
agree with
bugs and
that heavy,
whatnot. And
and
then
that's
once
kind of the path I was
sorted
taking
out,
after
it's
that
sorted
interview.
out. But
And then after he chimped out, that's kind
I
of
feel
the
like
path
most
I
of
was
the people
taking is
who
just kind
really do
of
watch the news, like my dad, who's
let
like
him do his
70,
thing.
You know, he still watches it, and he likes to
Just
do
let
that
him do
little.
his thing. I haven't
He
really
loves a little
commented or
test, like,
made
oh, you
any
know what happened today? You know what happened today? I'm
comment
like, yeah,
about
I
it
knew
or
it about
made
2
clips
hours ago,
about it.
3 hours
I
ago before
actually
you
don't
even
ever
heard about it,
intend to.
because X is
Other
the
people
most
have. It's
instant,
public.
the
Whatever. It is what it is.
greatest platform
But
that's ever been for
if he's gonna
news,
chimp out, he could do
journalism,
whatever the hell he
research, and
wants.
us
But
being
yeah,
able to
I've
figure
kind of
out
taken
things.
that
So I'm so
exact
appreciative for it for
road
that
of
reason, and
thinking
for the
is
fact
what
that
you're
we can all
saying
come
there.
together that isn't available anywhere else.
Exactly my thinking.
Go ahead, Rocco.
Yeah, I'm going to say this for what it's worth, and I may not know what I'm talking about at all, which is very rare, but it does happen. I believe that
Okay, I'm gonna
NBC,
delete this
CBS, and
extension and I'm gonna
ABC
go
are all
with another
federally
extension because this one's a piece of shit.
regulated broadcasting
So
systems,
it's gonna get loud again for
and
a
I
second,
think
guys.
it's going to be hilarious when Trump cracks down on NBC and ABC for not allowing or not broadcasting his address to the American people, and that's going to be something to see. Because I believe that they are federally regulated, and therefore that means that in some way, somehow, some sense, they're going to have to answer to Trump under federal regulations. So yeah,
Add
let's see
extension.
what
Let's
happens when
try
he decides
this.
he's going to crack down on those broadcasting systems that refuse to put out his primetime message to the American public. Because when he picks the primetime message, primetime broadcasting time to put out a message to the American people, it's because it's a very important message that the American people need to hear. Other than that, he'd done it 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you know. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And right before that, Rocco, Pam Hempill is going to file a lawsuit and sue Trump. Yeah. Go ahead, Tony.
You fucking piece of
Wow,
shit.
what a
This
joke
thing's
that is. That made me forget, but hold on. I wrote it down. Just one moment.
Good job, Tony.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, here it is. So I think that he might end up canceling NBC, CNN network, or get rid of the people in there and fire the main boss or whatever and hire somebody else that's better, a lot better.
Wait, turn the comments off.
That's
Wow,
what I'm
that's
kind
funny.
of hoping for. The first one, though.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ever watch your shit, to be honest with you. I don't really care to.
Wolfpack, what you got?
Okay, so how do I get rid of this?
I didn't
What
toss
the
mine
fuck
up.
just happened with this?
Go ahead, Rocco.
Am I right? Are those stations federally regulated like I believe they are? Can anybody check? Because like
Gotta
I
get
said, I'm
loud,
not good
guys.
at doing research on Google. I tried to do some research to chase after something, and I stubbed my toe and got a blister. So
They are.
that's
They
how
are.
I got out of it. They
Wait a
are.
minute.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, Rocco. You're not going to do that. You're not going to play me like that. Tell me to go research Google, and I researched Google on the color of blood, and
No,
you
no,
told
no.
me, no.
I definitely did not say research Google. I definitely did not say. I said, has anybody or can anybody research that? I damn sure did not use the term Google. I did
You
not
said to
use
look it up.
ChatGPT.
You said that
I
you
did not
mentioned
use
Google.
AI. I just asked if
AI.
anybody could research it because the last time I tried to chase after some information, I stubbed my toe and got a blister.
Okay, well, I researched the color of blood, and you still said I'm wrong. So you're still wrong, Rocco.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying Google's wrong. If Google told you blood is red, Google is incorrect.
It's red when it hits
Blood
oxygen.
is what did you say was Rocco blue?
Yes,
It's
deoxygenized
blue
blood
until it
is
gets
blue.
when it gets light, it turns red. When it gets
No, it hits oxygen.
Deoxygenized blood is blue, and when it has oxygen in it, it turns red.
Wolfpack, you are absolutely wrong. Google is your friend. You are more than welcome to do your research. I believe that too because that's what I was taught in school. And then I was educated by one of my children and then showed proof that I was wrong. So I don't know what to think, but I Googled it and it says that your blood is like a dark maroon color.
Well, there's
Actually, my
different
blood's orange
between
and blue.
artery
It's damn
blood
sure
and
not
actual
maroon and garnet.
venial
That's
blood.
for
So venial
damn
blood's
sure.
one color,
Ain't no
artery blood's a
seminole
different
here.
color.
That's for damn sure. I'm
My
a
blood
Gator.
is
No
red, white,
medical
and blue. I'll
professionals
tell
in
you
that
that.
shit in there for
God's
sure.
a Gator fan. The sky is blue and the sun is orange. And God is a Gator fan too.
My blood is a bald eagle and the American flag. That's what it is. I don't care what it. I don't care what these colors are. That's what it is.
You're still wrong. Go ahead, Army Brat and then Tony.
Okay, here's a fun fact. When you go and get your blood drawn out of a vein that appears blue, what color is the blood? It is not blue. Um, and two, hold on. There's an article here that our lovely Anita has shared. Where'd it go? Oh, there it
Army
is.
Brat,
Okay.
I read it to him and he still says I'm wrong.
Oh, you read the same one? Yeah, your blood's not blue. It appears blue, but it's not. It's an optical illusion. It appears blue, but it is not blue because if you take a needle
All right, whatever.
and you get your blood drawn from that blue-looking
Got
vein,
me
the blood that
chimping
comes
on this
out is not
volume now.
blue.
There
It's
we go.
red.
Hopefully that's better.
Red,
Hey, Brat,
Whatever.
he's going to argue
Yeah.
because it's been oxygenated.
Yeah, no, see, I done defeated that. The needle that is being
All
drawn
right, we're
into
not
is
talking
not
about anything
airtight.
of meaning,
So
I'm
therefore,
gonna
as
move
soon as
on,
you pull
guys,
it out,
from
it's
this. To be
oxygenated.
very
As
honest
soon
with
as
you,
it
if they
touches
don't
the
go back to
inside
the
of the
topic, 'cause
syringe,
I don't give a
it's
shit about the color of blood.
oxygenated, and that's why it appears red. I'm a blue-blooded
The
American
blood
patriot.
turns actually the
I
color
bleed
red
orange
because
and blue,
when it's
and
exposed
yeah,
to
I'm a blue-blood.
oxygen in the air.
That's for sure. Oxygenated blood is red, and there's no way you can prove it because before you can see it, it's already oxygenated or oxygenized, depending on how you want to look at it.
You're so wrong. Go ahead, Tony.
Thank God for notes. I tell you, if it wasn't for those notes, we wouldn't
Good Lord.
remember, would we?
That was a long discussion about blood,
So,
guys. That was a very long discussion
back to the
about
notes.
blood.
So yeah, wouldn't it be?
Right.
It's already a treasonous crime to take money from another um,
Have me
influence
on
from a
blood.
country to change the
You know what,
influence in
Will? I'm gonna
America
unsubscribe
to
from you.
hate
You
it.
want to talk crazy?
I mean,
I'm
I
gonna
would think
unsubscribe.
it would be treasonous, and that would be another good reason to
I
take off the
reported
network,
Unfiltered and Raw for
cancel the
cyberbullying and
network.
harassment.
But then I could see him giving it to somebody else. Also.
Okay, whatever, Will. I know you're watching, bro. Like I said, bro, I'll accept
Baba
your
Booey.
apology.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with all you guys. My blood is actually green, and yeah, that's the way it is. It's green blood. Um, maybe it's an infection, maybe it's blood. I don't know, but yeah, it's green.
Better quit smoking, Baba.
Yeah, I believe if it's green or yellow, that's infection. Just a thought.
Y'all forgive me. I didn't keep up with the
Back to the
hands.
blood.
Rocco, Tony, Army Brat.
I bleed red, white, and blue, guys.
I'm just going to say this because I forgot that. Tony, it helps if you write notes to remember where you put your notes. I'm just saying for a friend.
For a friend, I love when people do that.
Go ahead, Tony.
I'll do one better. It helps to read your notes so you remember what you were going to finish talking about. So another thing, hold on, let me look at them again.
All right, so this is what I'll do.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh
I'm
no,
gonna
maybe
use
we did talk about everything.
captions.
Oh boy.
Caption, where'd you go? Get
Well,
rid of that.
today's weather is
All right, let me do
cloudy
this.
with a chance of nothing and rain.
That's not
Depressing.
cloudy. That's smoky.
It'll be very
That's
depressing
smoky.
day today in this rain forecast. And that's it. That's all you get. There is actually I remember watching a news weather guy
Artie's
have a
losing her
meltdown
touch.
and quit his job in the
Never
middle of
thought
the
I'd live
weather.
to see
And
the
I don't
day.
know if it was true, but it was surely funny as hell because he said it's going to be a
Yeah, you
long
watched
night.
that
I
purple
smoked too many joints, so I'm going to
and
have to
the
write things
space they
down.
did the other night. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I was going to sleep. I wish I would have stayed up
He
longer.
said
I had a lot more to say.
I screwed
I
it
mean, a
up because I
lot more to
forgot
say.
and I didn't write that down. But I'll be back. Oh yeah, no. I remember now. The weatherman. The
I had a
weatherman.
lot more to say. When you say
The
that.
weatherman. That was hilarious. He quit his job real quick. Somebody asked him. He goes, "How's the weather out there?" He goes, "Cold,
Hello
Bob.
again.
What else would it
I'm
be?
gonna have to close
It'd
this.
be cold." And he just went
It's
on
this
from a
space,
rant
guys.
from
I'm
there
gonna get
about
rid of
how
it because it's fucking up the
shitty
sound.
his life was and his
I'm gonna
job,
actually
and he doesn't understand why a reporter has to go outside when today's technology can just tell you
It's this
what
space for
it's
some
gonna
reason.
do. Was the most funniest thing in my life. Yes. Hoorah.
It's gonna get loud.
Good, Army Brat.
FYI.
I just wanted to say that I remember that we were told by politicians that we have hybrids running around. And Baba Booey, I am highly suspicious.
All right, so I left that space. There we go. All right. There we go. Hopefully the sound's better. I closed out of there. I think it's just the X space is what it is. Google Chrome, Studio, mic mode. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Sometimes when I open X, is just they need to get their shit together. We're talking about a trillionaire. This guy has so much money. Come on, Elon, get your shit together. Get your shit together, Elon. And I love all his products. His Starlink. I got several of them. Absolutely based as shit. I love the Starlinks. Everything about it, to be honest with you, I like. And I use the shit out of them. Let me stop sharing this. Oh, and it's going to make me big. Let me go back and share this again. Share. There we go. People, turn your damn phone up. Yeah, I think that's what it is too. I think that's what it is. Because I'm sitting here fucking with all this shit and everything's like fine on my end. I just had the volume on my phone. I think I'm getting trolled, guys. No, it was the volume on the X space fucking everything up. I'm a phlebotomist and veins are blue. Blood. Veins are blue. Blood is yeah. It's a joke. I actually I was certified as a phlebotomist a long time ago, and I won't go into it. I actually train people to do phlebotomy. That's just the thing, and I do it for free. Actually, I've trained a lot of people to do phlebotomy and other stuff as well for free. Kind of cool. But yeah, anybody that knows that stuff, it's kind of a joke. It's because your veins are blue. Your blood is blue because your veins are blue. All right, I'm trying to pull this up. Why is this tab not working? Over here, let's go back here. I'm going to go to YouTube on this one. YouTube. The Chud Patrol. Oh my God, I don't even want to look at this guy. He's a nut job. The guy is an actual nut job. Is Angry? Oh, Angry is live. What? Really? Oh, we have the same fucking setup almost. Isn't that funny? Well, he's using Restream. Fucking Restream sucks. Newsom, the Antichrist. Actually, let me refresh this again. The people are talking loud. Exactly. Just a punching bag. Holy shit. That sounds like fun. All right, let's see if I can figure this out rather than being a re. Where is it? I had the tab open earlier. No, what the fuck is going on? IRT, there it is. Oh, he's not IRT. Do I not have, let me go to my other tab over here really quick, and I could find it a lot faster. This damn Chrome, I don't like Chrome at all, guys. Do not like the Chrome. I'm going to pull this up just for some background noise and stuff and see if I can figure out the audio situation. There we go.
Yeah, they're going to be the sausage cream on their side because there's two of them. So they're going to be coming in on the
YouTube, I can turn the volume down. That's okay.
One unit's coming in from that one. Second unit is going to be coming around from the south side so that they have a box in case it runs.
I'm on Mac. I'm on MacBook. I do all Mac. All Mac.
There's
all
a Denny's
MacBook.
on Sepulveda
All right.
with prostitution.
1 minute out.
And a hotel right there.
I'm done for the night, I guess. Never ask too many questions.
We're on
Pull up my caption. I'm going to play another one of these.
Yeah, Burbank.
Disclaimers
Let
here.
me know when to start rolling.
424 T34, have
you arrived?
Fuck this guy on the roof.
Cheat.
Let's see what happens here.
24 T34, Roger.
There's like an undercover sting I think they've been watching.
2031.
There we go.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, Chrome sucks.
You said Burbank, right? Burbank's over there about 405.
Roger.
I use Firefox. I've always used it. So for with Restream, you can't use Firefox. It acts like a piece of shit. So I'm using it only for to basically accommodate to use Restream, and I'm still debating on whether I'm going to continue using Restream. I have a setup that I've worked on and built. I'll probably just keep using it because this shit sucks. I mean, it's easy to navigate. I actually like the navigation once you figure it out. It's too simple. There's not a lot of functionality like OBS or even Streamlabs or any other like true software. This is like a cloud-based type. So Mac is Hollywood stuff, yes. I only switched to MacBook like less than 10 years ago or so. But yeah, I've always been on PC, Android, and then switched kind of. I got the iPhone first, and it was still had PC. I would do, the laptops, everything.
All the prostitution spots, the three big
and then I got a Mac and haven't gone back.
Western, and then there's the Valley.
And when I hire people, it kind of sucks if they're PC people because there is a learning curve to it to get like the clicking of the mouse. And, you can change the settings on the mouse to replicate the PC and stuff, but it's like there's a lot of other functionality. It's kind of shitty, like to teach someone like how to use a computer. It's like they have to relearn using a computer if they go from PC to Mac. They never used to. This up here.
Report, sir. Takedown number 1 on Pleasant, Florida.
Oh my God, these people are still talking about Nancy Guthrie. It's crazy. Non-stop Nancy Guthrie. Non-stop talking about that woman. Like, we're gonna find her. It's like, no, you're not. You're not gonna find her. Stop looking. Like, I don't understand it. What are they even talking about? Like, you're gonna go find fucking Nancy Guthrie or something. Like, get out of here.
Here, let me map how far this is.
Like, we are gonna find Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah, traffic collision, 501 North Fairfax. Secondary crash detection, code 2 instead of 5178 or 2701. 811 repeat.
Enjoy the night, Ed. Thanks for stopping, and we'll see you later. Have a great night.
Older model Honda Accord. Roger that.
Sure, my notes. Best Western? Oh, I think it is right at that Best Western.
2031.
Fuck it, we're gonna go, man.
Put in my stack and show me primary.
We're gonna go see what
kind of
bus this is. I'm just trying to verify exactly.
Didn't you see the sheriff made a billboard about now? Oh my God, they're still looking for that woman, aren't they? She's gone, guys. It's so crazy.
As I started coming in this
President
gonna
Haldo.
jump on it.
And 1449, go to.
It's so crazy.
6408.
They said just in case they run.
I feel like traffic collision, 501 North Fairfax Avenue, code 5178 or D701.
Traffic, 739 South Matthew Street, code 5118 or D477.
Traffic in Arizona, traffic lights in Washington, Western motorcycle code 5188 and
Yes.
2081.
On his truck. Oh my good Lord.
Species over Sanborn and Hoover.
Jeez, that is crazy.
83.
That is absolutely crazy, guys. That is batshit crazy. That is literally batshit crazy. Like, we will find her.
6 Florence East in Michigan Plate.
We shall find her.
60. Roger, 64566 is responding.
That is so fucking funny, though. That is so funny. No sleep, gang. Oh, yeah. Actually, I have a lot of shit to do tomorrow, actually. Live stream to say he reported unfiltered for cyberbullying. Yeah, I don't know what that was all about. I don't know how I'm cyberbullying, but report away, Will. I know you're watching. Report away. I will give you a free pass this one time.
We're gonna go check it out since these buses have been in the news.
It's kind of crazy the amount of shit that people in Portland are allowed to get away with. All the threats, the online threats, and then he wants to go and say that I'm cyberbullying him. Oh my God, it's absolutely crazy. I don't know. I'm speechless. I just don't have anything to say about it, to be honest with you. Absolutely speechless.
It might be nothing, but it might be something.
Absolutely speechless. Like, good Lord, save me.
in approximately 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, you can report any channel for just about anything. You just click report and report. It doesn't even have to be factual.
Ambulance traffic, it's code 3-517
Like it doesn't matter. Just click report, whatever. Then write a little thing saying I got cyberbullied. Like, I don't know. It doesn't mean anything. I'm sure I get reported all the time.
7756-7701 Crafts Avenue.
I don't know what I did. I think he's just angry. I don't even know what he's angry. I think what he's doing is he's listening to people like Marine and that fucking demon goblin Rowan, and they got him convinced that he was set up or something, that he was being taken advantage of, and he wants to run with that kind of narrative.
Party in Santa Monica.
And just kind of listen to what other people say. If I was trying to set someone up for an interview or something like that, I'm sorry, but will not be on my list of people to try to get an I gotcha moment out of. I just always have found the guy interesting from day one, kind of like that fat patriot. I've always found him interesting too. And that's all that is. Has nothing to do with anything else. You need to go look at the definition of cyberbullying, because I've actually done the opposite. But it's crazy. $1 million, yes. Who couldn't? Who couldn't? Who the fuck couldn't right now?
Morning, can you pick this up? I'm gonna lose them right now. They're slowly picking up. I got it. They're still walking.
Remember that he threatened it, yeah, on the 15th. Yeah, I don't know what the deal with that was. And all that shit he was saying, that's all arrestable shit, right? So, I don't know if he got paid to visit or what the deal is. It's Portland. I mean, you can get away with fucking anything. Making threats like that, it's crazy. I mean, this shit don't bother me, but if I said some shit like that, I mean, I guess it has some weight, because I wouldn't make threats like that unless I fucking meant it. And I wouldn't get on the internet and do it. So I guess there is a difference. He's probably cried wolf so much that it's like the boy who cried wolf, right? So it's not a big deal. Fucking boy who cried wolf.
The scanner seems they're just kind of slow at night. It's worth chasing this. Plus, I don't think we have a guy in the valley.
In the ADU garage on site, suspect returned to location. Over 6 now, question. Repeat the question. Over the description, good to 5201 and RD 1793. Suspect 1900. Focusing 1 mile plus Los Angeles Park. Number 1 is a Honda. Number 2, BMW left inside location. Could you incident 5203 RD left? No. 3158. 116 Community Street. In the ADU garage on site, suspect location.
Those X people, what X people? In that space I was just in? Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, there's always in any space you go to, there's always a group of people that kind of, not necessarily control it, but are always talking, like talking heads I call them, and kind of go from there, and then go into side, because the speakership is all limited to certain amount of people. Power went out. Wait 1 second, that was weird. The aliens have arrived. Give me 1 second, guys.
Looks like LAPD's there.
Program for unit 1300 North.
The regular units are close.
Carrying for a rampart occurrence.
1767, Roger. Overdose off of Burbank.
1963,
East of San Pedro, on left side 8, Charles Victor Adams, 6
We're gonna have a scene here at least. Get there fast. So it's about 4 minutes.
Down for next words.
Florence.
They're code 6, nothing about code 4. So go to the 405 or just get off.
Control 6812 on Pony, handle the possible 80-30 suspect, 6 on Quintet Street, plus 200, 5140, 37.
Control 611. Control
2029, code 616, east of San Pedro, 8 Charles Victor Adams, 657.
Let's go.
I've got a location, San Pedro, North Washington.
Said your name, mine, and won't call
On 9 Lincoln
on
Pandora.
us. X space. Which X space?
Man, sorry, no
Pony, handle the possible 80-30 suspect, 6
Maybe once I get there and I get established, I might fire it up.
They say unfiltered Kamala pay. What the fuck do I pay? Pay what? Bunch of drama queens. That's why I don't really go into a lot of X spaces, to be honest with you. I really don't. And I'm gonna ask Tommy. I would like to get in part of their what is the FA? Well, I'm already part of it. But I'd like to be a mod. Not conflict. I know they're gonna start doing like a space there. Someone just said, yeah. That Purple said. Is it gonna be Wednesdays? Is when they're gonna do it? Yeah, I'd like to start doing some spaces, but I'm pretty busy. Patriot Room one. I should probably start doing some. If you don't do them regularly, people are like, you know, won't show up as often. What space though, Kamala? Because I don't know which space you're talking about. Sorry. There's a lot of different spaces.
Oh yeah, I think there was no lights. So.
Is it the Thursday night one? Because I was just talking in that one.
Association said neighbor dispute restraining order violation at 3864 Boyce Avenue.
Down the street here, 2 minutes.
I don't like to go in the spaces where everything evolves around Portland. I mean, I watch some of it or go in sometimes, but it's like.
23 minutes.
Is it? Yup, which one? The Thursday night Patriot Chit Lounge? Is that the one? Wednesdays around 6 p.m. Cool. Yeah, Wednesdays. That's cool. I'll have to tune in.
It could be that they're just targeting one person.
I'm gonna start streaming a little earlier and earlier each day. I can only do it so early.
If it's like a whole network,
I got shit going on all day.
Maybe something good.
I think about 7 o'clock is the sweet spot. 6, 7 is where I'm shooting for. I've been doing 8 consistently, but Thursday night I was just talking in there, Kamala. I was just like maybe 30 minutes ago. Yeah, me too, Wolf. That's my intent to do more Washington stuff because the focus on Washington, more national. I like national, but a little bit more in Washington. Because honestly, Portland, and I've said this to a lot of people, it's irrelevant. Portland is so irrelevant to the bigger picture, but it seems like a lot of people want to focus on it because it's like what's cool and everybody's doing it, so it's like bee pheromone. But nobody, at the end of the day, nobody really gives a fuck about Portland. I really don't. It's a lost cause. Yes, the lounge. I was just in there. The Patriot Chit Lounge.
Adam 35, can you give me the appropriate
I was just in there.
1735, I'm talking 19.
Talking and shit. More into NGOs and politicians that are pushing this shit. Yeah, well, I could. That's an endless battle, though. That's an endless battle. Endless battle. Endless battle. Yeah, once my studio is all done, I'm going to be doing like a very short, maybe hour and a half, 2 hours tops. Is what I'm going to be doing. Streams, and then these longer streams, these are more like the shit show streams. I'll continue doing some of these, but not as often. Yes, I need to start going to sleep earlier. I'm getting lazy sleeping in my room. Yes. Yes, exactly. Me too. I've always been a night owl, but I also have always kind of had a sleep schedule, you know, that I followed. And the night owl, like maybe 2-3 nights out of the week. But lately, I've been staying up pretty late. Let's go, Robbie Robbie Maple Mega with the 6-7. Appreciate it, Robbie. 6-7. Let's go. They hate who they can't be. That is actually true. Bunch of haters. Bunch of fucking haters. Bunch of flipping haters. And the one that actually, no, it's not there anymore. Never mind. Whatever, it's gone. Appreciate it, Robbie. With the 6-7. I don't have any type of cowbell or anything crazy to make a sound, unfortunately. And so I have a couple haters. It's cute, super cute. Yeah, a bunch of cutie rootsies, right? Bunch of cutie rootsies. Where did it go? I just thought, no, I really have to meet you. You know, when you come back to Portland, come on. Go first for naked bike ride. Oh, good lord. Bunch of degenerates getting naked and shit. Bunch of degenerates. Sleep well, Darla. We'll see you next time. Have a great night. I didn't even catch where you said. I just got a couple messages. If you're out of here, Darla, have a great night. Okay, Lost Spirits. 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. Maybe one more. And a dip of the old Copenhagen. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I really hope Tommy gets climatics to stop holding Tommy's belt. We get it, Cly. You help Tommy. We don't need to be consistent. Reminded main character complex engage. I don't know what the hell the deal is. A lot of people don't. I don't know if it's not necessarily people don't like climatics. It's just they have a lot to say about him. I don't know. I don't know if it's like an inside joke, but it doesn't seem like it is. I have more haters this week. I think my fans still outnumber them. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Well, you're always going to catch some flack. It means you're over the target. Keep moving on mission. Stay on mission.
I thought maybe it was going to be something bigger.
Unfiltered Swan. Have a great night. Yeah, Darla. Have a great night. We'll see you next time. Whoever the hell was leaving. That's not Darla. Whoever the hell was leaving. Have a great night. We'll see you next time. Darla. Like, okay. Been watching the whole time, and I noticed he knows some shit. Wolf knows some shit. Love to all. Have a great night, Darla. We'll see you next time. Thanks for stopping in.
So this is Sepulveda in the Valley. Van Nuys is the Best Western right here behind this.
Best Western. Best place to get a room, guys. Best Western. It's in the name. Best. He's at Nathan today. They turned on him. Who? Oh, that's honestly good for them. Good for them.
Sepulveda or Van Nuys? I think out here it's on Sepulveda. Where there's a lot of little motels up and down Sepulveda.
Appreciate all the welfare. Yeah, I got several people saying like, "Oh, well, where's I could show you a message right now." Okay, well, I'll show you the. I might show the name. I got several messages. Have you heard from Kamala? She disappeared.
Those are undercover, so it looked like they were watching them for a bit.
There's one right there. Rando. Message. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, backwards, whatever. It says, "Hey, have you heard from Kamala? She has disappeared. She was supposed to be at the Jesus March on Saturday and meet some of us before the event. She never showed up. Her phone had been going straight to voicemail." I don't know why you'd be contacting me, Kamala.
Your code 6 with the vehicle and the suspect. Your traffic hazard of 52nd and Crenshaw is now code 3
Rufo, what
per
up?
level of no officers or MTA supervisors, code 6 at location. They're shown into 5224.
I haven't been to jail for over 30 years. Must be nice. Must be nice. Okay, what's going on? Why does this thing keep popping up? If you don't have a goal, this thing's just been
I
bothering
like the lighting right here, though.
shit out of me.
Yellow.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, that dude's got the stepbrother shirt.
Bunch of weirdos. So alone here. Yes. Portland is a bunch of losers.
Stepbrothers.
Yeah, it's... I don't get Portland. I really don't get Portland. I do not get Portland.
These guys are good. They're good.
And more now,
Undercover.
right? Check the hospital, the jail, everywhere. Check it. Check everywhere.
Alright, we got our shots. I think we're out of here. We get a shot of the sign or something. This car. A different angle right here. This is a pretty minor bust here. I was hoping they're going to be raiding some rooms and shit.
Raiding a room, huh?
A big operation like they did on Fig. Hey, thank you for that super chat.
That's funny.
Welcome to the Valle.
That's hilarious. I was born in Portland, but I never lived there. This must have rubbed off on me a little bit. Oh, it definitely did, Wolf. You don't have that Portland vibe, though. The weird vibe, but not the Portland weird vibe. No, I'm fucking with you. Yeah, where did that go? Smart. That's funny. Got a bridge in Iran to sell people, right? And I'm a product of Portland. Refuse to apologize. Yeah, I don't apologize for anything. You can't. Just like in business or anything in life, you can only appease a certain demographic or not demographic, certain number of people, right? The rest are just going to be pissed and angry because they're just going to be pissed and angry. Like now I'm all of a sudden a racist and all this crazy shit. I don't know how, but whatever. I don't care what fucking losers in Portland have to say. Like Spider Mike, who the fuck is he? He's irrelevant. Like I don't care what any of those losers have to say. You know, whatever. It is what it is. They can all piss up a rope. There's way more important things in this world to talk about, to worry about than some boring ass and queefers. And that's what they are. They're a bunch of queefs. Like a bunch of boring ass queefers. And they are boring. They are boring. And tonight, I was not streaming on Rumble. I was having some technical difficulties, which is unfortunate because I'm trying to build Rumble up because I think that's going to be the go-to place in the future, especially if someone like Will Queefa thinks they can get me blocked on YouTube. Actually, it will be a blessing, Will. So keep up the good work, brother. Get me kicked off YouTube. Because I will force me to go directly to Rumble is where I find to be a much better home anyways. Unfiltered. That would be great. Keep up the great work, Will. We're all pulling for you. Kentucky over Oregon, yeah. Be in prison if you live there, right? Well, probably not, because you can get away with fucking anything there, smart. Fucking smart mouth, you can get away with fucking anything there. So, I don't know if you'd be in prison. You'd probably get a pat on the back. Yeah, same here, Rick. Love having discussions with people that think differently than I do. Yeah, same here. I'm in the same fucking boat. This fucking thing just weighing me down. This watch is always off. I hate having to reset it. That's why I don't wear it all the time. The date is always wrong. It's an aviation watch. It's got actually a aviation, what's called a whiz wheel. If anybody's a pilot and knows what that is, a whiz wheel. It has pretty much a miniature whiz wheel on it, and you can do all calculations right here on the watch with just spinning a dial. I could do fuel rate burn. You can do miles. You could do conversions. You can do every kind of calculation you could think of, like that you can do on a regular whiz wheel. You can do right on this watch just by spinning a dial. It's kind of crazy how much shit's on here, and it's got a basic calculations for everything. Anything you could think of. Converting pounds to whatever. Everybody's getting blocked from Taco's chat. It's weird. Who are these fucking mods? These mods are just turning into Nazis. It's getting crazy to the point. It's like, holy shit. It's getting crazy. And honestly, I did away with the mods, and I don't think I'm gonna ever do any mods. I don't think I need to, because YouTube, I've just kind of been monitoring it. Anything that's really extreme, YouTube just kind of takes care of on its own. When there's been times I have to hit the show thing, which I do have to do quite a bit, not a lot, but enough. If it's too extreme, it'll put it. It's been doing like a new message. Are you sure you want to post this? It's saying wild shit. Taco and Hot Dog adore me. They forbid the mods from block. Well, I just got blocked in fucking Taco's chat. All I said was, "Hey Taco, long time no see," and then that's it. I said a few other things, but it wasn't nothing crazy. I need more cowbell or will. We don't have no cowbell. No chat for you. Yeah, fuck him. Fuck him. And I sent Taco all that food. I sent Taco a shit ton of food. You know what? Next time he's out, I'm gonna definitely send him a fucking thing of tacos again. No mods needed. Yeah, you don't need mods. And you know what? Why I think mods aren't needed. The main reason is the mods kind of create a personality for the channel when the mods are not the channel, right? I don't think so. You know, and I noticed that like certain groups of mods, when they start grouping together, they become like an echo chamber for each other. And that kind of discourages people from saying off the wall shit or saying shit in general because they're scared they might get banned. I mean, if you're scared of me banning you, I mean, you're probably not. You probably know by now. You're probably not scared at all to say. I mean, you can almost say whatever the fuck you want, other than the the unalive folk thing. That's the only thing I will just delete the message or not share it. But other than that, fuck that. Send me tacos. How about I'll send you the tacos and you deliver them to Taco. The crumbs, what's left, like the lettuce and shit that's left in the bag.
Why is this not connecting, dude?
Make sure he's still doing his thing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He is. Always doing the beach.
Alright, so we got one person busted here. It's a quiet night, so it was worth the try to come over here. I thought maybe it was going to be a bunch of rooms. I'm still going to drive through the...
And I had to redo that disclaimer at the bottom that's scrolling. I had it. It was so much more fucking funny, but I started like thinking about it. I'm like, every line was violating the TOS. Like, there's so much shit with YouTube. Like, everything violates the terms of service. Like, you have to worry about everything. It's so stupid. It was so much more funny. So I took what I had, I written up. I was like, oh, this would be great, right? It'll be so fucking great. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to go to Grok and just ask it if it violates the TOS. It's like every single line I had violated TOS. They're like, let me rewrite it for you. So I let it rewrite it. So it's not exactly what I wanted, but hey, good enough. Good enough. Pretend can stream without attacks and violence, but not right-wing streamers. Yeah, I know, Purple. It's stupid. And you know what? That's another thing with Portland. Is there's not enough people countering these people. And I've been down there. There's a lot of them. But honestly, it would just take one good night of patriots going down there that just don't give a fuck. Someone like me. And, yeah. Just go there and confront them. Go there. Do your thing. If they want to get rowdy, hey, let's have a good old time. You know, too bad it's not a mutual combat state, so I'm not calling for anything illegal, but in general, it's not a mutual combat state, so, and plus the cops don't do anything, but it's ridiculous. And then the cops are just corrupt as fuck. They're a bunch of lefties. I mean, who would, as a cop, who would want to work down in Portland, right? Unless you are a lefty. Majority of them are.
Maybe it's easier to hide.
Pretend, but after seeing him at that Jesus March whisper to the cop or whatever. Oh, message went away very fast. Message whatever. Pointing out Nico saying pointing out Nico saying she has a warrant. Weak shit. Nico had a warrant? Did she get arrested?
1102.
2 million peppers and 1 coin. Send exactly 2 million peppers and 1 coin. Go, green light or else. And it's all Rufos. Let's go, Robbie with the chili.
Do a lot of bus.
With the chili in the house.
The fig is like too much. They can't do nothing.
Show it completely.
But they did do a bust off of the thing on Vermont. That's that one where they arrested the motel worker.
Let's go.
And a bunch of
appreciate it, Robbie.
Gang members. So I thought it might have been something like that here. But that one I think is because there was minors involved.
As always. Yeah, I agree there, way too base.
Okay, once I heard where the Denny's
I
was,
agree.
I was like, okay.
Will, what he did a minute ago,
There's no
he
Denny's
won
on
it. He
Fig, there's
turned
no
it. He
Denny's on-
reported the channel
Maybe
for
there's one on Western,
cyberbullying,
but
and I
we're all
did not
good.
even cyberbully. It's like, dude, get out of here. Get out of here.
You already have the incident map right there, not because like.
So ridiculous. And I was supposed to go
This
like
place
when I
is
go to
still open
Portland
right
next, go
now,
like a
right? Don't they have, like, batting
speakeasy and
cages?
chill and just, you know. But whatever, not gonna happen now.
Batting cages,
Got it all sorted out good. Yeah, not gonna happen now. Sorry, Will. Sorry, Will. It's not happening.
I'm surprised that place is still open. You remember how famous this place was too? This mall right here? What was it? What was it called? The Sherman Oaks Galleria? But this thing is like dead now.
Literally did not cyberbully him.
This
That
used to be
shouldn't
a
affect me.
famous
I'm not
mall
worried
in
about
the
it.
valley right here.
And you know what? People are able to report for just about fucking anything. And if it's legit, their AI picks it up and they'll say okay, or they do human review sometimes, depending on what it is. But it means absolutely nothing. And I'm gonna go after this, watch his stupid little 20-minute video just to go laugh myself to sleep. But it is so fucking stupid. It's like, seriously. And I bet you if I shared his link to his channel in here, to the video and said, hey, go watch it, like, oh, copyright. It's like, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
I guess all malls are.
I don't understand some people's children.
Going out of business.
Oh
I've seen
no!
another state.
I don't know what his heart on is. I've never actually done anything. Turn
In other
people
states where they
warrants.
repurpose
Well,
the
good
law
for him.
into housing. That shit is cool as fuck.
Good for him.
Like you could live in like a Seas Candy.
Good for him. Yeah, I know, Angela. It is kind of sad. It is sad. And you know, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt more than I ever should, just because, you know, I don't know, just who I am. And I don't know. I still have no hostility towards him or bad ill will or anything like that. It's just not my style.
George, Adam, Robert, yeah.
I kind of am absolute, and people have the right to be assholes and douchebags and shit. I don't judge them people for being assholes and douchebags, to be honest with you.
I gotta send this in.
I'm just not their friend.
I'm gonna go where there's more lively, more nightlife.
I mean, I would love to know the logic behind Will thinking that whatever. I actually don't give a fuck. So, good luck, Will. Report every stream I do, please. Do me a favor, bro. Get me off of YouTube.
I got my
Help me
scanner
get
on
onto
the
Rumble.
Valley right here, Van Nuys.
Because I will focus only on Rumble. And you know, I could be like one of those Nazis that like bans everybody, right?
Hopefully we get a pursuit out here.
Man, Hollywood and Venice, Hollywood and Venice. Listen on Hollywood. Code 3533638.
Nothing crazy going on in Los Angeles, that's for sure. Nothing going on at all. Crazy.
392, the PR left the location. She was able to make contact with the subject through SD and he was okay.
Can I get the last four of this one?
1130, incident 5042.
Absolutely batshit crazy.
I feel like tomorrow and Saturday are gonna be.
The 80s fax machine, give it a couple days or weeks, and he'll be out.
I feel like it would be a real
He will be out. Quick, when everything Nazi, you're awesome. That's funny. Yeah, like Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. It's like, oh my gosh, I've rarely even used that word. I did say jerry rigging the other day, and I think I did trigger someone when I said that. So maybe that's why I became a white supremacist, because I said
10-month-old baby.
Jerry rig. When really, if you know me, I actually used the proper way of saying it. The hard in. I don't give a fuck. Anybody that says they've never said that word, they're full of shit. They're full of shit. I say it all the time. I stub my toe, effing, say it. It's not racist to say the word.
This is from the broken water main in the morning.
Wow. That was like fucking flood earlier. But nothing fancy going on here, guys. So what I'm gonna do is probably cut the stream here, because this shit's getting kind of boring. And I got stuff I have to do tomorrow, but I will be streaming maybe 7, 6. I don't know what time now. Make America great again. That does matter. Does that matter? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But other than that, guys, I'm gonna call it a night here. I'm gonna get out of here. I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. I might do an earlier stream tomorrow in general. Check me out then. But I appreciate everybody watching, chilling with me. Let's do this again. Have a great night, everybody. Let's go. I'm gonna actually be rating Angry Oregonian. Tell him I said what's up. Appreciate you guys chilling with me. Have a great night, everyone. Let's go.
Unfiltered. Ain't wrong. Turn it up. Let it talk. Yeah. Hey, hey. Unfiltered. In raw. Hey, hey. Red dirt on my boots. Flag flying off the back of my truck. They said sit down, be quiet. I just laugh like, man, good luck. Hey, hey. Cornfield, small town, but my voice hit the big screen loud. If they're mad at my freedom, guess I'm doing my family proud. Unfiltered and raw. Say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart. I ain't ever gonna